Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had a Cat Transformation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. When Izuku was 4, he was diagnosed quirkless. That was also around the same time his dad left and his mother stopped caring about him. Sure, his mom would keep a roof over his head and occasionally even food on the table, but nothing more. For years after that, he was bullied horrendously by the people around him, peers and even teachers alike. His quirklessness earned him the nickname Deku, meaning useless. Shortly speaking, Izuku was truly all alone. The world wasn't kind to the quirkless after all. But then, when Izuku was 12, he gained a quirk. And while he had always wished for one, this was not how he had imagined it to go. He had been on his way home when Kakin and his lackeys had cornered him. Nothing new had happened that day and he doesn't understand what had triggered it. Izuku had simply curled up, making himself appear as small and unthreatening as possible while taking the painful burns and waiting for Kakin to grow tired of him when suddenly his body exploded in a new sort of pain. Suddenly, the angry blonde had stopped his attacks and he had stared down at him with wide eyes, seemingly frozen in place. What the F dash? The boy had hissed, pointing at him with a giant finger. Izuku blinked in confusion as everything seemed disoriented. The world around him looked wrong. Everything was too big, too loud and kind of dull and blurry. He squinted his eyes and tried to stand up, only to immediately fall over on all four paws. He looked down at where his hands should be, seeing instead two paws covered in an unnaturally green-colored fur. He tried to yell out in confusion, but his voice wouldn't come out right and the sound he let out sounded far from human. That seemed to snap the other kids out of it as they all sneered at him, walking closer and cowering over him. Well, would you look at that, Deku finally got a quirk and it's just as useless as he is. One of them said, making the others laugh. Yeah, what the hell is turning into a stupid cat supposed to be good for? Hey Bakugu, did you know about this? Kakin, who had just been staring at him, finally seemed to snap back at that and he snarled at them. Hell no. Deku, you fucker. You had a quirk this whole time? Izuku just shook his head frantically, backing further into the corner of the alley. He tried to speak but all that came out was pathetic mewls. His mind was racing. Did they say I was a cat? Is it someone's quirk? Why do they think it's mine? It can't be mine, right? Suddenly, one of the lackeys picked him up and he screeched as he was suspended high above the ground. He blindly swatted his paw at the kid and must have scratched them because the next thing he knows, he hears a hiss of pain and he's being dropped to the ground unceremoniously. I guess cats do land on their feet. He had half a mind to think as his body seemed to automatically move around in the air and let him land on his feet. Though that didn't last long as the next second, the hard surface of someone's shoe hit Izuku square in the stomach. The force of their kick was so hard that it sent Izuku flying into the wall of the alley. He gasped painfully at the impact and as he landed on the ground, he heard the kids laugh and he let out a painful mewl as his whole side hurt. Through the pain, he thought he heard Kakin speak, "Guys, come on, that's enough. That's enough," a rough voice bellowed from somewhere further down the alley. Izuku blinked, bleary eyes open, looking for the source. He could see someone walking towards them, a man. He was dressed in mostly dark clothes, except for his white scarf. His hair seemed to be floating and his eyes glowed red. The person was tall, much taller than the already towering middle schoolers were. And he seemed sad. Izuku tried to crawl further back against the wall, but that just led to more pain and he let out a whimper of pain as he fell back on his side. The red eyes weren't looking at him though. No. Instead they were firmly looking at the kids as the man moved to stand between Izuku and his bullies. The kids were saying something but Izuku couldn't hear what exactly they were saying. What he did hear though, was the man growling at them. "Get out of here. And I swear if I ever see you kids harm a defenseless animal again I will arrest you as classified villains. Your age does not matter. Are we clear?" This threat was followed by a horde of scrambling footsteps and soon Izuku was left alone with his mysterious rescuer. Izuku closed his eyes, whimpering again. He heard footsteps closing in and then a sharp intake of breath followed by some soft cursing. "Sheet, they really did a number on you. You okay, little guy?" The man hissed. He felt a large hand carefully settle next to his head, nudging him. Izuku blinked his eyes open and looked up slowly, taking in his rescuer's face. Izuku noticed, with some confusion, that the man did not, in fact, have red eyes. Instead, they were dark gray, almost black. And they were staring down at him with such worry and care that Izuku had ever seen aimed at him in his entire life before. His raven hair also wasn't floating anymore, instead laying draped down over his shoulders. The man looked overall tired and kind of scruffy, but his eyes looked kind. And considering he had just saved Izuku, the man had to be a good guy, right? "I'm gonna pick you up now, alright? Please don't scratch me," the man said softly, as if he actually believed that a cat could understand him. Hands reached under and around him and Izuku tensed as he was being hoisted up into the air, flinching at his new bruises. Still, the man was very gentle and slowly he pulled Izuku up against his chest, cradling him close. He could hear the man's heartbeat next to his head and the sound was oddly soothing. "There we go. You're okay." The man shushed him gently and Izuku felt like crying at the kind treatment, burrowing his face into the man's shirt, right under the strange scarf around his shoulders. Izuku didn't even notice passing out until he woke up hours later in a foreign place. His eyes flew open as he looked around himself and the unfamiliar room. He was lying on some sort of bedding on the floor. He looked down at himself and sure enough, still a cat. He huffed a bit in frustration. "Oh good, you're awake." Izuku's head whipped around, seeing the same man from before step into the room, closing the door behind him. "I had a friend come over and heal some of your bruises. She has a healing quirk but it makes you very tired." He was still wearing his school uniform, just like he had the day before. What's going on? Izuku was so confused. It's not like he wanted to stay a cat forever. Only, well, he guessed he hadn't exactly minded the idea when he thought he was stuck like that. But now, he couldn't possibly stay here. Shoyuta would take one look at him and throw him out. He didn't want Izuku, the kid. He wanted Broccoli, the cat. Even as stupid that name may be, Izuku would take being called Broccoli every day over having to leave the only person who had ever been kind to him. When he realized he couldn't stay with Shoyuta anymore, Izuku curled up into a tight ball and sobbed. Then, with another poof, he was small again, green fur covering him as he was back to being a kitten. He sat up instantly, looking down at himself in shock. "I can control it?" Poof, he was back to being human and he groaned. Or, a kind of. But still, Izuku felt a bit of hope at that. Because if he could control this power, didn't that mean it had to be his quirk? He finally got a quirk. After all these years. He tried turning back into cat form, curling up and thinking, small. And after a couple of frustrated tries, he felt himself switch back and he grinned brightly. It didn't take long before he started growing nauseous though and he was forcibly switched back. His mind instantly tried to analyze it. Maybe there's a sort of time limit? Like only a certain amount of hours before my body has to go back? I was in cat form for a long time after all. Izuku glanced at the clock on the wall of the room and his eyes widened, noticing it was soon 8 o'clock. I was a cat for 15 hours? He also realized that his classes would start soon. For a moment, Izuku considered just not going. Instead just staying here forever and never leaving the house. He couldn't become a hero, much less get into UA, without finishing middle school. He needed to go if he wanted to reach his dream. So with a heavy heart and resigned sigh, knowing he would get scolded by his teachers for being late, Izuku got up. He made his way over to the window looking out. It seemed like he was on the 2nd floor. The drop ain't that high. I could probably make it in cat form, right? He could in fact make the jump. But it still hurt a bit when he landed. Izuku just transformed back into human form and kept walking though, making sure to memorize which apartment, as well as which window he had jumped out of. His phone was, surprisingly, still in his pocket and he brought it out, checking the map. He really shouldn't be disappointed that his mom hadn't even tried to contact him, but it still hurt to see how empty his notifications were. Sadly, he had lost his school bag as well as his shoes. Was there some sort of limit to how much can be transformed with me? Wait, where did my clothes and phone even go while I was a cat? Shaking his head, he decided not to question it. Not right now. Not when there were more pressing issues, like how he was supposed to explain to the school that he lost his bag and shoes and how he would get his mom to agree to getting him new ones. Like Izuku had suspected, school had been awful. Of course, the teachers had scolded him and he had been sent to the principal's office immediately. There, he had been scolded by him too. Apparently, someone had found his bag and shoes behind the school and brought them in, which Izuku was grateful for. But the principal didn't even care to ask why he had lost them and instead just called him reckless and stupid for losing them in the first place. Izuku bit his lip and just nodded to whatever the man said, having learned it wasn't worth fighting back. When he finally had been let go, the next problem showed up, namely Kaken. Deku, the boy snarled, grabbing him by the collar and dragging him into one of the bathrooms. Izuku flinched but otherwise didn't fight. Kaken slammed the door closed behind them, cornering Izuku. What the hell was that yesterday? Since when do you have a effing quirk, huh? Shrinking back into himself, Izuku looked down at the floor. That's since yesterday, he said, voice low as he brought up his hands to fiddle with the straps of his bag. The other boy did not seem happy with the answer. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? He asked, leaning closer and into Izuku's personal space. Izuku felt something inside of him snap and he frowned down at the floor, clenching his fists. Kaken, I don't know what to say, okay? That has never happened before. Suddenly I was just small and then this morning I got back to normal, he snapped, briefly glancing up at the boy and catching a bit of his surprised face before he looked away again. I think I can still turn back and forth, but there seems to be a limit. He added in a mumble, all heat gone from his voice. After what felt like forever, Kaken finally moved, crossing his arms. He's stupid. Such a weak power, he muttered. Izuku shrunk further into himself. He couldn't help but agree. So what now? You still plan to be a hero? Kaken asked. It was the most civil Izuku had heard him since since ever. Izuku knew the answer immediately. Why yes? He said, no hesitation despite his nervous stammer. This was something he would never waver on after all. Kaken growled at that, letting his arms fall down to his sides and explosions going off in his palms. God damn it, you effing idiot. How the hell do you think that will work, huh? Just turn into a stupid tiny cat and hope the villains will stop? He yelled angrily, his hands shaking. I'll fight Quirkless. Like Eraserhead. Izuku argued. That seemed to just confuse the other boy and he stopped, looking at Izuku with a blank expression. Who? He asked. Izuku took a deep breath. The man who saved me yesterday. He's a pro hero. He answered, feeling a small smile tug at his lips at the memory of his rescuer. It didn't seem like Kaken was impressed though. Huh? That hobo? He snarled, crossing his arms again. Izuku didn't like that description but he nodded anyway. At that confirmation, Kaken growled, Are you serious right now? Do you not realize how stupid you sound? You're effing useless, Deku. With that, Kaken shoved past him and went out of the bathroom. For a while, all Izuku could do was stand in the bathroom, staring at the door that the boy had disappeared out of. No burns. That's new. After school, Izuku hurried home to drop off his stuff. His mom was there but she barely looked up at him when he called out his presents. He left his bag, cell phone and shoes at home, as well as changed into a hoodie and some sweatpants before simply heading back out and over to Shuta's house, hoping he would make it there before the man got home. So apparently, getting up to a second-floor window was a lot harder than getting down from one. Izuku sat in the grass, while in cat form, looking defeatedly at the window so far up in the air. Broccoli! Izuku's ears perked up and he turned around to see Shoyuta walking towards him, a tall, blond and thin man by his side. They both had grocery bags in their arms and were staring at him with slightly wide eyes. Shoyuta looked up at the window, then back at Izuku and then back up again, eyes growing wider. How the hell? He hissed before shaking his head and walking closer. Never mind, are you okay? That's quite a fall for such a little guy. Izuku just walked up to him and met him halfway, purring happily at the sight of the man. So this is Broccoli, huh? I can certainly see why you would name him that, a new, amused voice called. Izuku turned his head and met the blue eyes of the other man. He looked a bit scary, with his sunken eyes and thin form, and Izuku found himself instinctually hiding behind Shuta's legs, pressing against him as he kept his eyes on the stranger. This made Shoyuta chuckle, and Izuku felt a bit bad when the blonde man's face fell. It's okay, Broccoli. Toshi may look a bit scary, but he's harmless. I promise. Toshi, as the man was apparently called, muttered out I wouldn't say harmless, which did not calm Izuku's nerves. But he did step forward slightly, trusting Shoyuta. I have no idea how you got out, but let's get you back inside, all right? Shoyuta gestured for Izuku to follow him as he started walking. Izuku followed immediately. He seems rather intelligent. Toshi hummed from behind them, making Izuku stumble a bit before he righted himself and kept walking like nothing happened. I suspect that he might have a quirk, but I'm not sure, Shoyuta answered, unlocking the door and letting Izuku inside. Oh, like Nedzu? God, I hope not, Shoyuta groaned, but yes, kind of like Nedzu. He certainly seems to react to things in a peculiar way. Izuku wondered briefly who this Nedzu was, but was soon interrupted from his thoughts as something moved further down in the apartment. He felt his fur stand on edge and he backed away, growling slightly at whatever was in here. Shoo, it's okay, Broccoli, it's just our other cat. That made Izuku relax a bit, remembering that Shoyuta had mentioned already having a cat from before. But then he tensed again as a white cat, that was much bigger than him, stalked closer. Blue eyes staring him down like he was prey. Wait, Dash, aren't cats like Dash, super territorial? Is this how I die? He suddenly felt very, very small and he shrunk back, cowering as the adult cat stepped closer and started sniffing him. Then, he heard a purr and felt the cat bump their head against him, stroking their face against Izuku's in a loving fashion. He heard Toshi give a loud, ah, at the action, and Shoyuta chuckled. So much for my plan on slow introductions. You two weren't supposed to meet yet. Oh well, Broccoli meets Slushy. She is your older sister now, the man said fondly. Okay, it's official. This man is awful at naming pets. Slushy? Really? But despite the ridiculous name, Slushy was really kind to Izuku. And even though Izuku wasn't a real cat, Slushy still felt like a caring older sister in how she took him under her wing, paw. She immediately started showing him around the apartment. There was the office that he woke up in before, a kitchen, a main bedroom, a guest bedroom, a bathroom, and a living room. During the evening, Toshi had tried to pet him a few times, but Izuku just scrambled away, hiding behind either Slushy or Shoyuta. It's not that he didn't like the man, but he was just so big and scary to Izuku like this, and so he just automatically ran away when he saw him. Shoyuta stepped up to Toshi, laying a hand on his shoulder. You need to approach slowly from the front. And don't try to pet him. Try instead to just sit down while offering your hand and let him come to you. I know Slushy trusted you immediately, but she's also older and much more calm. This is a scared kitten. Also, treats might help. He explained gently. Toshi nodded, looking sheepish but determined as he sat down and offered his hand, with some cat treats. Izuku still didn't budge. Though Slushy was immediately there and tried to nab the treats, earning a surprised yelp from Toshi and a laugh from Shoyuta. It was getting late and Izuku wondered how long Toshi was planning on staying. Or when Shuta's partner would get back home so he would meet them. They were watching a movie, Shoyuta and Toshi sitting on the couch while Slushy and Izuku were curled up on an armchair. He picked up a noise and he turned his head just in time to see Shoyuta and Toshi kissing. Passionately. Oh, Izuku thought, eyes widening. Shoyuta let out a content sigh and Izuku just went, nope, as he scrambled off the armchair and hurried into the office to hide. Not staying for that. He quickly learned that he could stay in cat form for about 14 to 15 hours before he was forced back. The same rule seemed to apply to his human form. If he tried to stay in one form too long, his body would start to ache and he would forcefully change. After a week of coming home and finding broccoli outside, even after they had made sure to lock all the doors and windows in the morning, Shoyuta and Toshi decided to just install a cat door so Izuku could come and go as he pleased. They gave him a yellow collar with a name and info tag, as well as a chip that would let him in the cat door so no other cat could enter. He had been nervous the first morning when he turned back into human form while wearing the collar. But luckily, it just simply fell off of him and he picked the unharmed collar up from the ground and pocketed it. It was getting tedious to go home to his mom's place only to use it as storage for his school stuff. So he started looking for alternatives. And after much looking, he found a hiding spot. There was an old storage hut near the park between his school and his new home. And after some investigation, he found that one of the broken vents could be opened and it had enough room to fit quite a bit of stuff. Not the best hiding place, but it would have to do, and he decided to hide his stuff in there. At least it was pretty hard to find and rarely no one used the old storage anyway. And hey, anything was better than having to go home to see his mom. She still hadn't asked him where he was spending the nights, even after weeks of him being gone every single night. It almost seemed like she was disappointed every time he walked through the door. He still got bullied at school. The other kids didn't care that he had a so-called quirk now. Some students, even teachers, claimed it to be fake and made up, like he lied about having a quirk now for attention. But the thing is, Izuku never claimed to have a quirk. And he had no intention of proving anything to anyone at school. He didn't feel nearly safe enough being that small and vulnerable around them. Not after what happened the last time. Izuku never even got the quirk registered. He knew he probably should do that. But he didn't know how and he couldn't exactly ask his mom or the school for help. So, he simply didn't register it and stayed quirkless in the eyes of the public. He could always try registering it when he got older, he guessed. His days truly began after the school day ended. He would run out and shake off the bullies. Then, he went to the park to leave his things in his hiding place and then head straight home. Not to his mom's place, but home. There, he would spend an hour or so with Slushy, just lazing around the house while they waited for Shoyuta and Toshi to get home. Sometimes, he would spend this hour in his human form and doing his homework. It was a bit tricky finding hiding places for the papers. But he somehow managed to sneak them in and out of the office without any of the two men living there noticing. Slushy had been a bit spooked the first time he changed form. But after he had let her sniff him and she had confirmed that Izuku was okay, she had instantly relaxed and curled up in his lap, purring loudly. It took a couple of weeks before he had finally grown comfortable enough around Toshi to let him pet him. The smile the man had given him was so big and blinding, and before Izuku knew what he was doing, he had run away and hid at the sight. He heard Shoyuta scold his partner for showing teeth, which apparently is a big no-no around animals. After much coaxing and treats, Izuku finally let him try again, and this time, the man kept his mouth closed as he smiled gently at him. His eyes were basically shining as he looked between Izuku and Shoyuta while he scratched him behind his ear. Izuku guessed that Toshi wasn't that bad after all, though the man still scared Izuku from time to time, which made Izuku feel bad because it was obvious that Toshi wasn't a bad man. But he was still a bit scary. The man was clearly very sick. Izuku had seen the huge scar on the side of his chest while the man got changed one morning. He was also coughing up a lot of blood, which was worrying. But even more worrying was how not worried the man seemed about it. He would just wave off any and all concern as Shoyuta handed him some tissues and a glass of water. One Sunday, about a month after he had moved in with Shoyuta and Toshi, both of his caretakers? Owners? Dads? Whatever. Both men were out of the house, working. So Izuku found himself having the apartment all to himself. He changed back into his human form and was lazing around on the couch, watching TV. Slushy was curled up on his chest, purring loudly in her sleep. It was peaceful. Then, that peace was broken by the sound of the front door unlocking, and Izuku had barely a second to react and change back into the form of a kitten before the door opened and Shoyuta walked inside. Unfortunately, Slushy was still lying on top of him when he transformed. And when he turned small, he ended up getting kind of crushed under the weight of the adult cat. Slushy, broccoli, what are you doing, Slushy? The man quickly rushed over and lifted up a disoriented, just barely awake, Slushy off of Izuku's struggling, smaller form. Slushy, you need to play more gently with the little guy, Shoyuta grumbled, putting Slushy in his lap and sitting down next to Izuku. The man was patting his back as the kitten tried to regain his breath. Well, it's a good thing we're already going to the vet, I guess, the man muttered while still stroking Izuku's back. At that, Izuku froze and he knew Shoyuta felt it when he heard him swear next to him. She, don't tell me you recognize that word? He hissed. It's not bad, I promise. They just need to check that you're healthy, he continued, more calmly, still petting him and trying to reassure him that it was fine. But Izuku felt far from fine. He was terrified. What if they figure out I'm not a real cat? In his panic, he almost didn't hear the man mutter his next words. Well, they will also need to neuter you, but it's a fairly quick procedure. Nope, out. Izuku threw himself off the couch, screeching as he booked it to the bathroom and hid. He heard the man shout behind him, but he ignored him. Broccoli? Crashing into the bathroom, he didn't even think as he kicked the door closed behind him. Then turned back into his human form and locked the door before immediately turning back into a kitten and hid behind the sink. He heard thundering footsteps. Broccoli, where did you dash? What the foo? Did you just lock the door? The man almost screamed, sounding dumbfounded and in shock. It would have probably been funny if Izuku wasn't so terrified. Why did I run in here? There's no windows in the bathroom. Oh god, I'm trapped. What do I do? To Izuku's surprise though, Shoyuta just sighed and it sounded like he sat down outside the door. He then heard him, presumably, talking on the phone with someone. Hey. Yes. Could you come over? Yes, I am afraid so. Okay, I'll wait. Bye. There was silence for a while, neither moving. Then, he heard Shoyuta sigh again. Sorry for scaring you, little guy. I shouldn't have said the V word. Oh no, you definitely should have said it. How else would I have known to run? Izuku thought, his ears falling back on his head as he let out a small growl. The man chuckled at the sound. Guess I deserve that. Look, I've asked a friend to come over. He's very good with animals and he's been wanting to meet you anyway. I promise we won't try anything weird, alright? As if on cue, the buzzer to the apartment rang. Izuku jumped slightly at the sound. That's probably him, Shoyuta muttered, getting up and letting this stranger inside. Izuku could hear voices talking, two being Shoyuta and Toshi, but then a third that he didn't recognize. Footsteps grew closer and he backed further into the corner. He heard Shoyuta through the door. We're coming in now, alright? Please don't try to run, the man sighed. There were some sounds of scraping metal and then the lock to the bathroom unlocked. Izuku twitched at that. How did he do that? Izuku couldn't stop the growl escaping him when Shoyuta stepped into the bathroom. The man clicked on the light and Izuku hissed at the sudden brightness, closing his eyes. SSH, it's okay, kitten. Nedza would like to talk to you. I'll leave you two alone, but me and Toshi will be right outside the whole time, he said gently. Izuku didn't answer and he heard footsteps walking away, followed by a door clicking closed and murmurs on the other side. For a while it was quiet. Then, Izuku heard a cheerful voice speak up. Hello there, the voice said, and Izuku blinked his eyes open and looked up to find a giant rat? Izuku found himself staring dumbly at the creature before him. The rat was more than twice as big as him and dressed in fancy clothes. It was crouching not even a meter away from him, looking at him with a gaze so intense it seemed like it was trying to dissect him with its eyes. Suddenly it smiled at him. Am I a dog or a mouse or a bear? No matter, more importantly, I'm the principal of Yue. The thing cheered, and before Izuku could stop himself, he found his eyes widening at the mention of Yue. The principal of Yue dash, holy sheet, this is Nedzu. I see that you recognize the school. Perhaps, from the look in your eyes, you even recognize who I am too, Nedzu said knowingly, scooting closer and smiling at him. Izuku froze, feeling panic settle in his chest as he looked up at Nedzu. Oh no, is he gonna tell Shoyuta? He felt himself starting to shake, curling into himself. Hush now, it's all right, little one. I don't know why you hide your intelligence, but I assure you that no one here means you any harm. Now, can you speak? I'd love to have a chat with you. Izuku considered him for a while. It didn't seem like he knew Izuku was a human disguised as a cat. But instead a cat with an intelligence quirk? Or maybe he suspected the truth but didn't want to force Izuku into outing himself. Izuku didn't know if he could trust him though. With much reluctance, Izuku shook his head no, thinking it might be best to act as a cat who can understand speech but not talk. For now. I certainly understand why Erisur had talked about you. Such intelligent eyes, Netsu said, looking intrigued. Izuku would have flushed under the praise if he could. Now, it only made him shift slightly in place, laying his ears back as he looked away. Well, anyway, I'm guessing you want to keep your level of awareness a secret from your current caretakers? Izuku nodded at that, curling into himself more. I see. But are they treating you well? Do you feel safe with them? At that, Izuku's head snapped up and he almost gave himself whiplash with how fast he nodded. Please don't take me away from them. Netsu smiled brighter at that, looking relieved. That's good. Well, something must have given you quite a scare though. To lock yourself in the bathroom and make you race your head call me like this. I'm guessing you can't tell me, so how about we go out there and speak to them so we can sort this out? Izuku watched him for a while, considering. Then, when he saw no malice, he moved out from under the sink and followed Netsu out of the bathroom. Shoyuta and Toshi sat on the couch, petting Slushy and looking anxious. Both of their heads snapped up when they saw them walk over. No one said anything while Netsu walked over to the armchair and climbed up to sit down. The creature looked down at Izuku. He glanced at the others for a moment before he jumped up in the armchair, sitting next to his new friend. Shoyuta cleared his throat. So? How is he? The man asked, glancing between them. Izuku immediately tensed and on reflex he moved his head away, looking around the room. He could see Netsu watching him and he glanced at him, meeting his eyes. Oh, this little guy is certainly no ordinary cat, he started, turning his gaze from Izuku to the others. No offense to the one over there. He added kindly, but Slushy didn't seem to mind, just laid on Shuta's lap and purred. So he's like you? Toshi asked carefully. No, not exactly, he answered, looking between them. For one, he doesn't seem to be capable of speech. I'm also not sure on what level his intelligence lies after just such a short meeting. But I assure you, he is indeed aware of what's happening around him, more so than most of his species. So a quirk, then? Shoyuta sighed. Netsu nodded. Most likely yes. They all looked at Izuku and he squirmed a bit in place, hiding behind Netsu. May I ask what you said that made him so upset? That way we can prevent a relapse of today's events. At that, it was Shuta's turn to look uncomfortable and he hid his face in his capture weapon, petting Slushy absent-mindedly. I just told him we were going to the— He glanced at Izuku, doctor. And I may have mentioned that he was getting fixed and then he bolted. I didn't even think when I said it since I'd said the same thing to Slushy when we went with her, but perhaps I should have had more consideration. Netsu sighed, putting his paws together. I see. Well, what's done is done. I honestly can't blame Dash. Sorry, what was his name again? He asked, looking down at Izuku. Shoyuta grimaced. Broccoli, he muttered. Toshi snickered next to him and he glared at him before turning back to the two on the armchair. Are you okay with that name? He asked Izuku and he felt his eyes widen at the considerate question. The man looked a bit uncomfortable and Izuku was about to look away, but then Netsu nudged him, telling him it was okay. Swallowing, Izuku nodded. He'd grown used to the name after all. It's the name Shoyuta gave me. Shoyuta and Toshi both seemed a bit shocked that he was okay with it, but then they both just smiled at him. All right then, Broccoli, Shoyuta said with a small grin. But now where was I? All right, now that we are aware of Broccoli's unwillingness for that procedure, I trust you won't try to bring him to any doctors or do anything against his will. There was a dangerous tint to the creature's voice and Izuku felt himself shudder next to him. Of course not, both men answered at the same time, earning them an approving nod from Netsu. Good. That's all I wanted to know, he nodded, seeming pleased. They talked for a bit more after that. Before Netsu left, Izuku followed him to the door, stroking against him before he went. Netsu smiled and petted him, telling him to let the two men know if he needed anything from him. After he was gone, Izuku turned to see Shoyuta and Toshi watching him and he froze. For a while, neither moved. Then, Shoyuta took a small step closer, then another. Izuku could feel himself starting to shake and he briefly glanced at the cat door, wondering if he could make a run for it. The man said something but Izuku couldn't hear him. He took a staggering step back, closing his eyes. This is it, they'll throw me out, thinking I'm a freak, they'll never want me here again. But then, Izuku felt a hand on his head and fingers cradling through his fur. He looked up, a bit confused and still very scared, expecting to see anger. Instead, the man just looked worried, giving him a small smile while he was watching him. He could finally hear him talking through the ringing in his ears. It's okay, little guy. We're not mad at you. You're okay, he murmured gently, and Izuku felt like crying if he could. Instead he just started shaking more, and before he realized what he was doing he had thrown himself at Shoyuta, clutching himself to the front of his uniform. The man almost immediately gathered him in his hands and hugged him close, humming softly. Life continued on surprisingly well after that. There was a time PRD where both men had been a bit unsure around him, almost tiptoeing around him as they seemed unsure on how to act. But that had quickly changed after Izuku had, accidentally, torn a big hole in the couch and Shoyuta had not been happy with him. But honestly, Izuku hadn't been able to help himself. His claws were itching. After that, Shoyuta had put him in timeout, which was just a giant cardboard box that was too high to jump out of. On the front, Toshi had written, "Time out box," with a red marker, which Shoyuta had then grabbed and added, "For naughty cat brats," before he went to clean up the mess and grumbled about the stupid problem cat. The man did buy them a new climbing tree after that though, one with plenty of places to sharpen his claws, which Izuku greatly appreciated. And as weird as their small group may seem, Izuku really viewed them all as family. Shoyuta was always there to reel them back if things got too heated or out of control. Toshi would always offer comfort and some extra snacks when Shoyuta wasn't looking. And Slushy was always keeping an eye on Izuku, helping him get used to his cat side. Before he knew it, weeks turned into months, which then turned into years. And he found himself having a hard time remembering life before he met these three. Izuku was happy. And he could finally understand what people meant when they talked about having a warm home. Unbeknownst to Izuku, that would all change after he turned 14 and started his last year in middle school. Everything would change the day when he met All Might. Izuku had no idea how he got himself into this situation. But here he was. On a roof. Face to face with All Might, the #1 hero. All Might, the man that Izuku had admired and idolized since before he could even walk and talk. So yeah, Izuku had no idea how he got here. But no way was he gonna miss this chance. Because ever since Izuku got diagnosed as quirkless, there has always been one question that Izuku wanted to ask him, if they would ever meet. Can I still be a hero, even without using a quirk? He blurted out. He then held his breath and kept his eyes closed while he waited for the answer. Izuku wasn't naive. He knew he could never be like All Might, not really. And even though Izuku, technically, had a quirk, it wasn't registered. And it also didn't matter anyway since it was useless in a fight. But he was still determined to be a hero, to save people and to make this world a safer place. Even if he had to fight quirkless. He'd just have to rely on his smarts and support items instead. Like Eraserhead. Izuku started telling the hero this. Leaving out details of course, but still speaking from his heart. But then, in the middle of his speech, Izuku noticed smoke. With a click, Izuku shut his mouth and he stopped talking, frowning at the thick cloud of smoke that seemed to surround All Might. It kind of looks like my quirk? The fog shifted and Izuku met the sunken eyes of Dash. Toshi? Izuku squeaked, feeling his face grow pale. The man's eyes widened and Izuku slapped a hand over his mouth, silently cursing himself. What did you say, Dash? Toshi didn't get to finish that sentence before he started coughing up a bunch of blood and Izuku flinched. He had never quite gotten used to that. I said, oh shit? Izuku tried to awkwardly explain himself, unable to look away from the man. Thankfully, Toshi seemed to buy that. Because really, Why would some random middle schooler know All Might's real name? Let alone his nickname that apparently only his partner and closest friends used. And that's when it truly hit Izuku. W8-. You're All Might? He screamed, pointing a shaking finger at the man he'd grown to see as his father for the past 2 years. Toshi tried to answer that, yes, he is All Might, but then he started coughing up blood again, holding on to the railing for support. W8-, hold on. Izuku reached into his pocket. Here. Sorry, I don't have any water, he said, walking closer and offering his handkerchief to the man. Toshi looked shocked at the small gesture and just stared at him, not moving. For a moment, Izuku was worried that he wouldn't accept it. But then, the man took the offered handkerchief, grumbling out a thank you as he looked away and cleaned up the blood. Izuku then learned about the horrifying truth of Toshi's injury and the weaker state of the number 1 hero dash. And holy shit, they are the same person. I've been living with the number 1 hero for years. How did I not know this? As much as Izuku tried, it was impossible to pay attention to All Might's speech. His own thoughts were loudly racing through his mind, overpowering the man's voice. Is this even real? Did I die from that slime villain and this is all some weird hallucination? He knew that he should focus. He knew that he needed to calm down. But then another terrifying thought occurred to him that almost knocked the breath out of him. How much longer does Toshi have to live? Izuku noticed that Toshi started to move away and without thinking, he reached out a trembling hand, grabbing the man's hand tightly. Toshi jumped at the contact and turned around, looking back at Izuku. As soon as their eyes met and Izuku realized what he had done, his eyes widened and he quickly let go. His whole body was shaking. Sorry I didn't mean to dash, he stammered, hating how he could feel tears forming in his eyes. There were movements and he saw Toshi kneel in front of him, but he didn't dare meet his eyes. Hey, why don't we get down from here? Come on. I'll walk you down, the man said gently, laying a grounding hand on Izuku's shoulder. Afraid he would cry if he tried to speak, Izuku just nodded and wiped away his tears. They walked down the stairs in silence, neither saying anything. But then Toshi sighed. Look, it's good to have dreams. But you also need to be realistic. If you truly wish to be a hero, you need to be aware that you will have to train much harder than those born with quirks, he said slowly, like he really tried to consider his words. Izuku just nodded but still didn't look up at him. Instead he kept his eyes firmly locked on the stairs while he followed the man. And even then, even if you train your absolute hardest, you will always be at a disadvantage, Toshi sighed again, coming to a stop and looking back at Izuku. I won't say you can't be a hero. Because you can. But I don't recommend it. There are other alternatives that won't involve you risking your life. Perhaps the police force? Or even an analyst or someone who works in support would be something to look into. Those are all very valuable for heroes. Again, Izuku nodded. He felt more tears threatening to come, his throat closed up and he just wanted Toshi to stop talking so he could go home. Because Izuku already knew all of this. He knew what Toshi said was all true and that the man was probably worried for the small, quirkless, and useless child in front of him. Hero work is dangerous. Izuku knows this. He's seen Toshi's injury. He's seen Shoyuta come home all bruised up and bleeding. He knows this. But even so, Izuku didn't want to give up on becoming a hero. After they exited the building, they went separate ways. With one last glance at the man's back, Izuku started walking home. He was a bit disappointed, but he wouldn't let Toshi's words discourage him. One day, he'd show All Might what a great hero he could be. He'd make Toshi proud. Izuku just hadn't realized that that day would be today. While he was walking, lost in thought, a loud explosion rang through the air. Izuku froze and turned around. A villain. Then, without realizing it, his feet started to move on their own. Towards the explosion. Why is no one doing anything? Kaken is going to die. When red, terrified eyes looked up and met his own, Izuku didn't even have time to think. He was already running through the crowd, backpack at the ready and swung it at the villain, giving Kaken a small moment to breathe. But in the end, that was all that Izuku could do. And All Might had to rush in to save both of them. While the paramedics checked on Kaken, Izuku was scolded by the other pro heroes. The same ones who had just stood there and watched. In truth, Izuku wasn't sure how much help he had actually been. But he'd like to think he had at least helped a little. And no matter what the pros tried to tell him, he didn't regret his actions. He'd do it again in a heartbeat. I think that is quite enough. This boy was very brave and there is no need to scold him further. Izuku, along with the other pros, looked up in shock as All Might walked towards them. Come along now. You should get checked by the paramedics too, young man. All Might said, pulling Izuku up to his feet by his arm. All Izuku could do was stare dumbly at the man while he let himself be dragged away. That's okay. I'm fine really, he tried to argue, but it was useless. All Might just kept dragging him towards the ambulance. Izuku noticed a bit of smoke coming from the man. He's running out of time. Why is he not getting out of here? When they were close enough to the paramedics, All Might spoke up. This boy was also attacked by the same villain earlier today. Could one of you see that he is all right? Immediately, one of the paramedics was by Izuku's side. And almost as soon as Izuku was handed over to them, All Might vanished. The hero quite literally bolted out of there. Izuku let out a quiet sigh of relief, glad that the man had gotten away without changing form in front of everyone. ID? Hey kid? Can you hear me? What's your name? Are you in pain? The voice of the paramedic shook Izuku out of his thoughts. Izuku turned to look at the man and nodded his head before he realized that wasn't really an answer. It's, Midoriya Izuku. No. I'm fine, thank you, he answered nervously, looking down at the ground. Even though he said he was fine, the man still led him to the ambulance to run some tests. Kaken, who was already sitting there, stared at him but didn't say anything. Their eyes met for a moment but the blonde just turned away and grumbled something under his breath. The paramedics checked him over, asked him some standard questions and Izuku answered them as well as he could. Though he did notice Kaken giving him a look when they asked where he was living and he answered with his mom. Izuku did his best to ignore him. Even though they were just doing their job, it still felt weird, getting cared for. But then again, the All Might had told them to. And they also didn't know Izuku was supposedly quirkless, so that probably also helped. Right now he was just another patient. In the end, nothing was wrong and after giving him some water, they let him go. When he stood up, his eyes met with Kaken again. The boy seemed, as usual, angry. But he still didn't say anything. Kaken just grinded his teeth harder while he pointedly turned away from Izuku. Ever since Izuku's quirk manifested, Kaken wouldn't so much as go near him, avoiding Izuku like he was the plague. The other kids still bullied him. Still yelled at him, still hurt him and used their quirks on him. But after that day, Kaken had just stopped. And Izuku wasn't sure how to feel about that. It wasn't like Izuku missed the burns and the yelling. But even after 2 years, he still hadn't quite gotten used to whatever this was. Izuku took a shaking breath, bracing himself. Are you okay, Kaken? He asked carefully. None of your FNG business, Deku, Kaken snarled, still not looking at Izuku and instead just glaring daggers at the ground, fists clenched tightly next to him. But still, no explosions. Izuku decided not to test Kaken anymore and instead hurriedly started walking home. He was tired and just wanted to go home and cuddle with his family. But then, on his way to the park to leave his things, Toshi found him again. Only this time, the man revealed yet another big secret. The story of One for All and its legacy combined with the fact that All Might apparently wanted Izuku to inherit his quirk was so overwhelming that it left his mind reeling. Seemingly noticing Izuku's confusion, Toshi paused and kneeled down in front of Izuku, speaking softer. Young man, I have no doubt that no matter if you take this power or not, you will grow to be a fine hero. But if you say yes, I'd be honored to train you and give you this quirk. And at that moment, Izuku wanted nothing more than to confess everything. He wanted to run over and hug Toshi and thank him for everything that he and Shoyuta had ever done for him. But Izuku couldn't do that. So instead, he had just collapsed on the ground and cried, letting out a quiet hiss between his sobs. Even though Izuku had wanted to be the first quirkless hero, he also decided to listen to All Might's advice and be realistic. And realistically speaking, a quirk like All Might's would definitely help him save more lives, so of course he would take it. When Broccoli got home that night, he was excited to hear what Toshi had to say about their encounter. Would he tell Shoyuta about Izuku? How would he describe him? What was his side of the story? Izuku wanted to know. But to his utter disappointment, Toshi didn't say anything. And Izuku quickly became aware of just why, even after all these years, he hadn't been able to figure out the man's identity. They don't talk about hero stuff at home. Sure, Shoyuta mentioned the occasional patrol. And Toshi mentioned going out for hero work, too. But considering his bad health, Izuku always assumed that Toshi worked as a secretary or counselor for heroes or something. He never in his wildest dreams would have guessed that the man was the #1 hero, All Might. But while they never talked about specific details, he did hear Shoyuta gently ask Toshi about his time limit and that slime BSTRD while they were getting ready for bed. So at least Shoyuta seemed aware that Toshi and All Might were the same person, which was a huge relief for Izuku. He didn't know what he'd do if it turned out Shoyuta didn't know about having dated the #1 hero for years. But this just confused Izuku even more. Because if Shoyuta knew about the man being All Might, then why hadn't Toshi told him about One for All or his decision on making Izuku his successor? Isn't it kind of a big deal? The man had told Izuku that the quirk and its legacy was a closely guarded secret and all. But this was his partner of many, many years, for crying out loud. Was it really that important to keep it a secret that he couldn't even tell Shoyuta of all people? Why, there had to be a reason. That night, Izuku couldn't sleep. There were too many thoughts running through his head. He glanced at the door to Shoyuta and Toshi's bedroom. Shoyuta usually didn't want the cats to sleep on the bed, stating that, "You already have at least 10 other sleeping places, let us have this one." But they still left their bedroom door open, just in case Slushy or Broccoli felt lonely or wanted to sleep in there with them. With one last glance at his sleeping sister, Izuku jumped down from the couch and walked over to their room. He carefully looked inside and saw that they were both sleeping, Shoyuta hugging Toshi from behind. Oh, thank God they are both wearing clothes. Izuku thought with relief. He would rather forget that night he had sneaked in while they were busy. He shuddered at that memory, his fur standing on end. He'd be glad if he never had to see his dads do that ever again. Thank you very much. Shaking his head from those thoughts, Izuku sneaked closer to the bed and leapt up. The mattress barely moved from his light weight and he quietly crawled over to Toshi. He curled up next to Toshi, close to his injury. The sound of the man's heartbeat was very calming. It proved he was still alive. He was still here. Izuku closed his eyes. He hoped he'd still have many years left with his dad. Before he fell asleep, Izuku thought he could feel a hand gently petting him and he purred at the comforting feeling. After that fateful day, Izuku would regularly meet up with All Might at Takoba Beach twice a day to train. He had to get out of the house before the man left so he wouldn't clash into him on the way there. The first morning when Toshi walked up to Izuku, waving a hand at him, Izuku couldn't stop the stupid grin from spreading all over his face when he excitedly waved back. Because Izuku could finally wave back. It still hadn't quite sunk in yet that Izuku was standing next to Toshi. That he was actually there. And he could talk and interact with him like a person. It might seem a bit silly, but Izuku was much more starstruck over finally getting to spend time with Toshi than with the #1 hero. He couldn't believe his luck. It was around the end of the first week, when All Might handed him a food and training schedule, that things took a complicated turn. When Izuku read through the notes, he couldn't help but frown. He briefly wondered how he was supposed to fit this into his already strange life. The training he could do. Just make it home later than usual, or leave earlier in the morning. Or heck, even going out at night to train could work too. Just so long he didn't go over his time limit, he'd be fine. Tsufu though, is something wrong? All Might asked, and Izuku quickly wiped the frown away from his face. And no, it's all right, Izuku said, shaking his head. He gave his mentor what he hoped was a reassuring smile. Though the man looked completely unconvinced. With a small sigh, Izuku looked down at the sand underneath his worn-out shoes. It's just, I don't know if I can keep up with the food requirements. Oh, do you have any allergies? No, not really. It's more like never mind, he said weakly, shaking his head. All Might frowned at that. My boy, is there something you're not telling me? And there it was. A perfect out. An opportunity for Izuku to confess everything. He had let himself dream before. Had been imagining showing up as Izuku one day and Shoyuta and Toshi welcoming him with open arms and adopting him as their own child. But he also had nightmares, the fear of being rejected. And in those scenarios, instead of joy, they would look at him with disgust. And then they would throw him out, never wanting to see him again. And as always, the fear won. So Izuku couldn't tell him anything. Nope. Sorry. Jay just, don't have much food at home? But I'll get by, he said, forcing himself to smile as cheerfully as he could. For some reason, All Might looked very sad. You don't have enough food? He asked softly, a huge contrast to his normally bellowing voice. It sounded really close to how he would talk to Broccoli. Izuku blinked, a bit confused at the man's tone. I eat breakfast and dinner? I just don't have enough food for lunch, he answered with a shrug, hoping Toshi would just drop it. It really wasn't a big deal. And it wasn't like he could make lunch boxes at home. Shoyuta and Toshi would definitely notice that something was up if he did that. He hadn't exactly been eating much lunch while living with his mom either. Partly because he wanted to avoid running into the other students. But also because his mom never bothered keeping enough food at home for him to bring to school. She would buy herself lunch at her job. Izuku was old enough to figure it out, after all. This was at least how Izuku was used to seeing it. But now, with All Might frowning at him, Izuku hunched his shoulders, thinking that perhaps he had said something wrong. He was just about to apologize when the older man sighed, running a hand through his hair. That's really not good, my boy. Don't your parents look after you? He asked, sounding worried. Izuku felt himself freeze and he could see All Might's frown deepening as the man kept staring at him. He could definitely not tell him that he wasn't living with his parents. The man would freak out. Midoriya dash. It's fine. Really? I'm fine, he insisted, begging the man to just drop it. The last thing he wanted was for Toshi to start worrying about him. But can't I just keep to the training plan and eat like I usually do? Izuku asked, almost begged quietly. But to his dismay, All Might just looked more upset at that. I really don't recommend that. You need to build up muscles to be able to handle one for all. And if you train hard but don't eat enough, it will only have the opposite effect, the man explained, his voice leaving no room for argument. Izuku looked down at the ground, his whole body trembling. Will All Might not want me as a successor anymore? He felt like crying. Of all the ways he would get stopped from becoming a hero, the lack of food hadn't exactly crossed his mind. He heard All Might give a deep sigh and he flinched. This is it. Izuku thought with a barely suppressed sob. Look, young Midoriya. How about this? When we meet for our morning training, I will bring you a bento. Then, you can eat it at school and bring it back to me when we meet up in the evening. Does that sound all right? Izuku stared up at All Might in shock, his vision blurry. Why you don't have to do that? I want to do that. As your mentor, I have a responsibility over you. And if that means making sure you eat, then I'll gladly do that. All Might answered with a bright smile. Izuku couldn't hold back his tears anymore and he sobbed as he looked up at the hero. He'd grown used to kindness while being in his cat form. But no one had ever said something so kind to Izuku before. Thank you. Why you really don't have to do that, he cried, ducking his head and wiping his eyes. He felt a warm hand land on his shoulder and he looked up to see All Might smiling at him. It's okay, my boy. I'm here for you. At those words, Izuku felt something inside of him snap. And before he could think of what he was doing, he threw himself forward and tackled his dad in a tight hug, earning a surprised cough from the man. That evening, Toshi was sitting at the kitchen table, looking through various cookbooks. He was lying on the floor, watching on fondly while his dad took notes and mumbled to himself. Shoyuta walked in and curiously glanced over his shoulder. What are you doing? He asked, leaning against Toshi's back and wrapping his arms around his partner. At the soft display, Izuku smiled internally. He had grown to like seeing those soft moments. Broccoli let out a content purr and laid his head on his paws. continuing to watch his dad's. Oh, I was thinking about starting to make lunchboxes for us. You know, trying to eat more healthfully and all that. I was just wondering what to make, Toshi answered, scratching his cheek and looking a bit embarrassed. Shoyuta blinked at that, looking surprised for only a moment before a small smile appeared on his face. Who are you and what have you done to my Toshi? He asked teasingly, earning him a chuckle in response. Glancing back at the notes in front of them, Shoyuta hummed, but in all seriousness, I think that's a great idea. I'm really happy that you finally want to take care of yourself. Anything I can help with? And so, Shoyuta joined Toshi at the dinner table and they started planning the food. Not even once did Toshi mention Izuku or even hint that it was for someone else. Broccoli frowned a bit at that but decided to ignore it in favor of jumping up and laying down in Toshi's lap, wanting to be close. The man barely twitched at the added weight and just started absent-mindedly petting him, causing him to purr. You know, it's a bit weird how small he still is. Think there's something wrong with him? Shoyuta said softly. What do you mean? Toshi asked, sounding a bit confused. Broccoli, Shoyuta answered. At the mention of his name, Izuku looked up and found both of them staring down at him, hints of worry in their eyes. He tilted his head slightly in response. Toshi turned to look at Shoyuta. I mean, sure, he's a bit small. But why would you think something's wrong? He asked carefully. Shoyuta frowned and reached out a hand, scratching Izuku behind the ear. Well, when we found him, he was about the size of an 8-week kitten, he said, looking deep in thought. And in the 2 years he's been with us, he's barely grown at all. At first, I thought he was simply a small cat. But still, even in that case he's still very small, Shoyuta said, still petting Izuku while he talked. There was a moment of silence. Then, Toshi looked back to his notes and sighed. Thought I met a kid recently. Kind of reminded me of Broccoli actually, Toshi said softly. For a second, Izuku froze. But then he forced himself to relax, trying not to let anything show as he kept listening. Wondering where this was going. Oh, why is that? Shoyuta asked. And, to Izuku's disappointment, he stopped petting him. Instead Shoyuta leaned back and turned so all his focus was on Toshi. Well, for starters, he's very small. At first I thought he wasn't even a teen yet. But apparently I talked to him for a while and he said some worrying things. Shoyuta frowned at that. What did he say? He mentioned how he only ate breakfast and dinner. How there wasn't enough to bring to school with him. The way he said it made me think he'd probably lived like that for a long time. He didn't even seem bothered by it anymore. Toshi then cut himself off with a sigh and a shake of the head before he continued. Sorry. I don't know why I started thinking about that now. It got me thinking that maybe if he had enough to eat he wouldn't be so small. Come on Toshi, it ain't that bad. You make me sound like a runt. I'm still growing. Izuku bumped his head against Toshi's stomach, earning him a watery smile and a pet to the head. Shoyuta sighed next to them. Is that why you suddenly got so interested in eating better? Toshi blushed and looked away. Weiss. I realized how much of a difference a good diet could make and how I really should try to do better, he said softly. Shoyuta looked very happy at that and hummed, kissing Toshi on the cheek. Izuku politely looked away. He couldn't blame Shoyuta for being happy. For years, Izuku has heard Shoyuta trying to get Toshi to take better care of himself. The man must be so relieved to hear that Toshi would finally at least try. Do you think we need to feed Broccoli more too? Shoyuta asked softly, glancing down at the cat. I'm not sure. Sorry, I don't know why I started thinking about that boy, Toshi said sadly, shaking his head. Shoyuta leaned back, putting a hand on Toshi's shoulder. Hey, it's okay. Don't apologize. I get it, he reassured him, giving his shoulder a soft squeeze. Izuku just sat there, watching them and very much not getting it. He tilted his head as he listened, a bit confused. Was what I said really that bad? Izuku made a mental note not to say stuff that might worry Toshi in the future. He did not want to upset his dads any further. The next morning, Broccoli noticed, with a displeased frown, how Toshi had only prepared 2 bentos. And he only took one of them from the fridge, leaving the other one for Shoyuta. When Izuku met up with All Might and the man handed him the bento, he had asked if All Might ate the same too. But the man had simply waved him off, avoiding the question. This went on for a few more days before Izuku had finally had enough. That's why one evening, while being in the form of broccoli, he started following Toshi around in the kitchen. He was glaring and meowing at him, trying to show how displeased he was. Of course, the man just chuckled at him and thought he wanted more food, which Toshi actually gave him, much to Slushy's annoyance since she was on a strict diet and didn't get any extra. When Toshi reached for 2 bentos, Izuku quickly leaped up into the cabinet and grabbed a third one, putting it on the counter next to the other 2. Broccoli leveled the blonde with a flat stare and Toshi froze when their eyes met. Thanks to Nedzu, they believed Broccoli to have an intelligence quirk. But he'd never told them just how intelligent he is. And Izuku preferred not to show them this side of himself unless it was absolutely necessary. He hated making them uncomfortable. But right now, this was very necessary. Once Toshi was over the small shock, the man chuckled nervously and shook his head. "What are you doing?" he asked with a small smile, moving to place the bento back. But Izuku didn't let him. Instead, Broccoli just put a paw on the container and kept glaring at Toshi. That's when Shoyuta decided to walk into the kitchen. The man took one look at the scene before him and then, looking amused, he turned to Toshi and asked him what was going on. "I honestly have no idea. Broccoli won't let me put the bento back," Toshi answered, sounding very lost and confused. With a small smirk, Shoyuta raised an eyebrow at them and moved to grab one of the other containers. But Izuku just stopped him too, still glaring at Toshi and looking pointedly between him and the 3 containers. "I think he's trying to tell you something?" Shoyuta said, looking between them curiously. It was clear that Shoyuta knew Broccoli was probably much smarter than Nedzu had implied. And unlike his partner, he was regularly trying to test Broccoli. He would ask him questions or set up puzzles, trying to catch the cat off guard. And of course, Izuku tried his best to keep up the cat act. Though he had slipped up a couple of times, which always earned him a smug grin from Shoyuta. Over the years, it had almost turned into a game between them. And he just knew Shoyuta was enjoying this. It wasn't often that Broccoli showed this side of himself after all. But honestly, Izuku didn't really care how suspicious he acted right now. He just wanted Toshi to stop mistreating himself for him. "Is there something I should know about?" Shoyuta asked, looking at Toshi. The blonde man started visibly sweating, squirming in place while he avoided Izuku's death stare. "I might have not eaten the food," Toshi admitted sheepishly, leaning away. Shoyuta frowned at that. "You haven't eaten," he repeated, voice flat. Toshi flinched and looked away, rubbing the back of his head. Might have given them to someone else?" he said, uncertainty. "That kid," Shoyuta said, not sounding the smallest bit surprised. Toshi just nodded, still not looking at either of them. Shoyuta let out a deep sigh. "Toshi, you idiot. Why didn't you tell me?" "You're not mad?" Toshi asked, glancing at Shoyuta. That earned him a half-hearted slap to the arm. "Oh, I'm furious, all right. Furious that you would hide this from me. But for crying out loud, Toshi I would never be mad at you for feeding a starving kid," Shoyuta huffed, crossing his arms and looking almost offended. Izuku's ears fell back at that, his tail thumping against the counter in annoyance. "Hey! I'm not starving. You're just making it sound much worse than it is." Toshi rubbed his arm, looking away from the 2 sets of glares. Sorry," he mumbled. Shoyuta sighed again, running a hand through his hair. "Though I understand why you would do this. I also don't get it. Why are you giving this one random kid food?" Izuku's ears perked up at that and he sat up a bit straighter. "Are you finally gonna tell him about One for All? I, might have started training him? He wants to be a hero. Lots of kids want to be heroes. What makes this kid so special?" Shoyuta asked. But not unkindly, Izuku noticed he sounded curious. Izuku leaned forward, watching Toshi intently. "Come on, Toshi. Tell him that he reminds me a lot of myself when I was younger," Toshi said softly. At that, Shuta's eyes visibly softened. Izuku looked between them, feeling a bit lost. "You had a mentor who trained you, right?" Toshi nodded, eyes growing distant. "I looked at this kid and thought, I want to be to him what she was to me. Shoyuta gave a deep sigh. Well, that's nice and all, but you can't really be there for him if you straight up die halfway through his training. From now on, you need to bring food for yourself too, alright? He said sternly. Yes, thank you, Toshi said, giving Shoyuta a small smile. Good. Shoyuta nodded. And as for you, he then said, turning his gaze towards Izuku, who stiffened at being addressed. As thankful as I am for you trying to tell this big doof to take care of himself, you know the rules. Now get down from the counter, he scolded. Though Izuku could see the amusement shining in his eyes. Izuku quickly leaped down. Yes, sir. When he walked out of the room, mission a success, he heard Shoyuta sigh behind him. I swear that cat knows more than he lets on. After that day, Shoyuta would often ask about Izuku. He even asked a couple of times if he could meet him. But Toshi always found some sort of excuse why they couldn't meet. It wasn't until a couple of weeks later that Shoyuta finally snapped. They were sitting in the living room, lazily watching some nature documentary, when the subject of Toshi's student came up again. Why won't you let me meet him? Shoyuta had finally asked, sounding annoyed. Izuku, who was currently sprawled out half on top of Slushy, felt his ears twitch, listening. But he otherwise stayed still. It's not that I don't want you to meet him. It's just that, he's very skittish. You're blaming me now? Izuku thought, offended. He opened one of his eyes to give the man a half-hearted glare. Sure. Blame the kid, Shoyuta huffed, waving a hand. There was a pause, then, is the kid even real? You're not cheating on me, are you? Shoyuta jokingly asked. And even though he didn't sound serious, Toshi still sputtered and coughed up blood. I would never dash. Relax, Toshi, I was just kidding, Shoyuta huffed, handing him a tissue. While Toshi seemed to try to compose himself, Shoyuta leaned back more heavily against the couch, crossing his arms. Seriously though, why can't I meet him? You don't think I would be able to help the kid? Toshi looked extremely guilty. That's not it. It's just Namis. If you put the blame on the kid again, I swear I'm gonna lose it, Shoyuta said sternly. That I'm just worried, Toshi admitted quietly, leaning back and looking up at the ceiling. At that, Shoyuta raised an eyebrow, turning his head so he could look at the man better. About? He asked. Toshi's jaw tightened. He wants to get into you. Shoyuta blinked at that, letting out a quiet "no." There was a moment of silence after that, neither saying anything. Then, Shoyuta moved closer to Toshi, laying one of his hands on his own and resting his head on his shoulder. You think I'm gonna judge him unfairly? Shoyuta asked quietly. Toshi made a face. He's far from ready for the exam. I want your first impression to be good. Thanks, Toshi. Thanks a bunch. Shoyuta sighed, closing his eyes. Toshi, you godforsaken idiot. I'm a teacher. It's part of my job to see the students grow. I would never think less of him just because he's not ready yet, as you say it. Or is there something else? Shoyuta asked, leaning back and squinting his eyes at Toshi, who looked like he wanted the couch to swallow him whole. He's also quirkless? Toshi said with a sheepish smile. Shoyuta leaned back at that, eyes widening. Izuku felt his blood run cold, wondering how Shoyuta would react. There's no way he will convince Toshi to stop training me, right? Eraserhead wouldn't be against a quirkless hero, right? But then, just as Izuku started to panic, Shoyuta seemed to snap out of it and he looked at Toshi with a fire in his eyes. You need to let me meet this kid, he said sternly. What? But I dash. No. Tomorrow. I'm coming with you. I'm not discussing this. I don't care if you were a late bloomer yourself and can relate to him or whatever. You have zero teacher experience and I am gonna be there and make sure that everything's alright, Shoyuta said, his voice leaving no room for argument. Izuku blinked at that. Toshi had told Shoyuta that he was a late bloomer? Why not just tell him about one for all then? Also, what the heck, Toshi? Way to out me in front of the man. How will you explain me suddenly gaining a quirk now? It wasn't until they all went to bed that night, Slushy and Broccoli curled up next to each other on the couch, that it suddenly hit Izuku. Holy shit, I'm gonna meet Eraserhead tomorrow. Understandably, Izuku did not get much sleep that night, too excited for the morning. He would finally be able to talk to his hero. Izuku POV. True to his words, Shoyuta joined them for training the next morning. I just hope I don't make a fool of myself, Izuku thought, feeling very nervous when he saw his dads walk towards him across the beach. It was obvious that Shoyuta tried to act indifferent, giving his best, I don't want to be here and couldn't care less about anything attitude. And to most people it probably worked. But Izuku noticed how alert those dark eyes were. And he noticed how they were currently watching him. Izuku tugged at the sleeves of his school gym clothes, feeling self-conscious under the other man's gaze. He wanted his dad to like him, after all. Izuku didn't know what he'd do if Shoyuta didn't approve of him. All Might. Hello. Who is this? Izuku asked, shyly looking up at Shoyuta and shuffling a bit in place. This, Midoriya, is a good friend of mine. Izuku felt his lips tug a bit at the word, friend. You probably haven't heard of him since he works underground, but he's a pro hero who goes by the name Eraserhead, All Might said, gesturing to Shoyuta, who just nodded at him. Izuku really tried to hold back. He really tried. But after 2 long years of pent-up fanboying excitement, he suddenly exploded. After all, he was finally able to talk to his hero properly. Oh my god. Eraserhead? I am such a big fan. Your quirk and fighting style is so cool, and it's amazing how you fight basically quirkless. Can I ask how your quirk works? I know it works on multiple targets at once, but does it work through glass? Or is that why your goggles are such an interesting shape instead of having protective lenses? Oh, and what about your hair and scarf? How do they float like that? Is that actually part of your quirk too, or is it something else? And what about Dash? Both men looked a bit shocked at his outburst, and All Might awkwardly cleared his throat, stopping Izuku in the middle of his ramble and gaining his attention. Sorry, Izuku mumbled, embarrassed that he might have gone a bit overboard. That's all right, Eraserhead said, looking almost overwhelmed. Also, you can call me Aizawa. I'm off duty after all. Izuku smiled at that. Oh, okay, Aizawa-san. The name felt weird on his tongue, having grown used to calling the man Shoyuta for so long. But he was still happy that the man wanted to share his name with him. Aizawa cleared his throat, gaining his attention. So, All Might told me you are quirkless? Both All Might and Izuku winced at the bluntness of that statement. Always straight to the point. Aizawa, All Might hissed, earning him a raised eyebrow from the man. It's fine, All Might. Izuku said, looking down at the sand. I see. Well, that's exactly why I'm here, Aizawa said, standing a bit taller. Like you already said, I mostly fight quirkless and I don't know what All Might has been teaching you, but I thought I would come over and see if I could help. Oh, thank you, Aizawa-san. We've mostly just been weightlifting, trying to build muscles and working on my stamina. Stuff like that, Izuku said. Anything else? Any hand-to-hand combat? Self-defense classes or fighting techniques? Aizawa asked. And not really, Izuku answered honestly. Is that so? The man said, glaring slightly at All Might, causing the taller man to shrink back. Izuku wondered if he had said something wrong. This was exactly what I had been worried about, Aizawa sighed, rubbing his temple. There's more to fighting than brute strength. Especially if you don't have a quirk to rely on. Once again, Izuku found himself wondering why Toshi didn't just tell Shoyuta the truth about his quirk, and he glanced slightly at All Might. Truth is, Izuku really wanted to let Shoyuta in on one for all. But if Toshi didn't want that, then he guessed he'll just have to add it to his pile of many lies. What's one more, I guess? So, with that said, Midoriya, Aizawa said, gaining Izuku's attention, would you like me to teach you some basic hand-to-hand combat? Izuku felt his eyes light up and he eagerly nodded, unable to keep the giant grin off his face. I'd be honored to, Aizawa-san. He exclaimed, leaning forward excitedly. Aizawa suddenly ducked his head into his capture weapon and turned his head. The sight made Izuku freeze, recognizing the meaning behind those crinkled eyes. Is he laughing at me? He thought, feeling a bit offended. It wasn't until slightly widened eyes met his own that Izuku realized that he had said that out loud, and he squeaked, slapping a hand over his mouth, and apologized to the man. No, it's fine. I was just surprised you could tell, Aizawa answered, brows furrowing, and I apologize. I wasn't laughing at you. It was just that you really reminded me of someone I know, the man explained, his eyes crinkling a tiny bit again. All Might grinned at that, turning towards Aizawa and shaking his shoulder. I told you that they look alike. Izuku felt himself blush at that statement. He realized they were probably talking about, well, him. But not him. His cat form him. God, this is gonna get so confusing. It was much easier when our lives were separated. Wanting to change the subject, Izuku just grinned awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. So what's the plan for today, All Might and Aizawa a sensei? And so, Izuku's first lesson with Aizawa began. They started with just the basics. Holding a good form, finding your balance and stuff like that. After an hour of training with Aizawa, Izuku started his normal training with All Might and cleaned up the beach. At the end of it all, he was utterly exhausted. But exhausted. From that day on, Aizawa became a part of Izuku's training. He wouldn't join them every session. But a couple of times a week, the man would join them and teach Izuku how to fight properly and how to defend himself. And although the hand-to-hand combat lessons had started off gently, as soon as Izuku had the basics down and they started to actually spar, Aizawa was brutal. He'd heard Toshi, as well as some of their friends, tease Shoyuta about being a strict teacher. But nothing could have prepared Izuku for how ruthless the man was. Though Izuku also got the feeling that Aizawa was probably holding back on him, since he was so young. It made him shudder, feeling worried for his actual students. Needless to say, most sessions ended with Izuku having his butt kicked and quite literally eating sand. But no matter how many times the man threw him, Izuku always got right back up. He swore he could see an almost proud look in his teacher's eyes every time he got to his feet. Though that might just be wishful thinking. But Izuku did notice how he was lasting longer each time, something All Might encouragingly had pointed out. Which distracted Izuku just long enough for Aizawa to, again, make Izuku fall over and his face to painfully connect with the sand. Sorry, All Might called out sheepishly from his spot to the side. Aizawa sighed. You shouldn't let yourself get distracted. Even a second can be a matter of life and death. Izuku sat up and shook his head, making sand fly around him. Why yes, sensei, he answered, standing up and getting back into position. Aizawa was observant. Not to say that All Might wasn't. The man was the #1 hero after all. But Aizawa was also a lot more direct. And he wasn't afraid to point out things that All Might would be too uncomfortable to say anything about. So it really shouldn't have been a surprise when Aizawa started asking Izuku about his home life. As soon as they were done for the day, Izuku collapsed into the sand, his limbs trembling. He didn't know how long he was just laying there, trying to catch his breath. But suddenly, something cold was touching his cheek and Izuku startled and opened his eyes. Turned to see Aizawa crouched down next to him, holding a bottle of water against Izuku's face. The man looked slightly amused by Izuku's reaction. He hadn't even noticed the man had gone away to get them drinks and Izuku shakingly sat up, accepting the water. Tea thanks, Izuku said, smiling at the man gratefully. Aizawa just hummed and moved to sit down on one of the freezers behind Izuku. Where's All Might? Izuku asked, looking around and not seeing his other mentor. He got a call. Said he would be back soon, Aizawa answered shortly. Izuku hummed at that and took a few chugs of water before laying it down in the sand next to him. Neither said anything for a while. It felt a bit awkward being alone with Aizawa like this. Often, All Might would be the one to fill out the silence. And while he was broccoli, it wasn't like Izuku had to hold an actual conversation. Out of habit, Izuku started to nervously fiddle with his shirt, wondering whether or not he should say something. He didn't want to annoy Aizawa after all. Izuku got the feeling that someone was watching him, and he looked up to see that Aizawa was frowning down at him. Is something wrong? Izuku asked, trying not to lean away from the stare. I was wondering why you are always wearing your school gym clothes, Aizawa answered, pointing to the tears starting to form from all the use. Izuku laughed a bit awkwardly. I don't really have any training clothes. So I guess this was good enough, he said, staring down at the sand and fiddling with the material. He heard a sigh behind him, but the man didn't say anything else. Izuku's thoughts started to wander back to his mom. The truth was that he had clothes at his mom's place. But he wasn't about to tell Shoyuta that he hadn't been there in months and that all of his clothes were probably either sold by now or he had grown out of most of them. These really are getting kind of worn out though. I wonder if I could ask the school for a new one? But they'll probably just say no anyway. Little did Izuku realize that he had thought that last bit out loud. And neither did he know that behind him, Aizawa's frown deepened as he continued to watch him. Shoyuta and Toshi are acting weird. Broccoli was watching them from his place on top of the climbing tree in the living room. His two dads had been acting strange for a while now. Probably ever since Shoyuta joined in on Izuku's training? Or maybe Izuku was just imagining it. It felt like, no matter the form, Izuku and Broccoli had to constantly walk on eggshells these days. With how much he was interacting with his dad's mentors in both forms, all he could think about was how he was trying to not give anything away. He silently kept his eyes on his dads, wondering what they were up to. The two were currently sitting by the kitchen table, with Shuta's laptop in front of them. But from here, Izuku couldn't see what was on the screen. But he could still hear parts of their quiet conversation. Don't you think this is a bit inappropriate? It's not like he's our own kid. Shoyuta sighed, tapping his finger against the table. Nonsense. Considering our suspicions, it is only logical for us to do this for him, right? Shoyuta let out a deep sigh, leaning his head against Toshi's shoulder. I guess you have a point, he muttered, earning a grin from his partner. Besides, Shoyuta continued with a frown, we can't exactly let him keep using those every day. Especially if he doesn't have anything else to use in school. I'm just so sad that no other adults are stepping in to help him. He snarled the last bit, looking very upset. Toshi looked a bit sad at that and he reached an arm out to lay it around Shuta's shoulders. Well, then it's a good thing we are here now, right? He said softly, kissing Shoyuta on top of his head. That earned him a sad smile from Shoyuta. Yes, it is. Just what the heck are they talking about? Broccoli thought, squinting his eyes at them in suspicion. But just as he was about to climb down to go and find out, Slushy jumped up on the platform he was laying on. And before he even had time to react, his sister attacked him with her infamous cuddles. Slushy, no. Let me go. I was about to go on a mission. That tickles. His sister didn't care about his protests though and just kept cuddling him, holding him down with one paw and rubbing her head against his, purring loudly. Defeatedly, Broccoli laid down, accepting his fate. There was no escape from Slushy's cuddles, after all. He closed his eyes, letting the sound of Slushy purring and his dad's soft voices lull him to a peaceful sleep. The next morning, Izuku had completely forgotten about his dad's weird conversation. And for a few days, life continued as usual. That was, until one early morning, before the sun had even risen above the horizon and the wind was cold, Aizawa handed Izuku a bag. Here, the man said gruffly, all but shoving the bag at Izuku. Confused, the boy took the bag and looked between Aizawa and All Might, not really knowing what to do. All Might smiled at him. Open it, my boy. It is yours, he said gently. With a small nod, Izuku hesitantly opened the bag and pulled out the contents. His eyes widened and he looked up at the two men in shock. Why dash to this is dash why? All Might's eyes softened. Well, we noticed that you were in need of some new training gear and so, as your mentors, we took it upon ourselves to get you some, he answered, smiling brightly. We, weren't sure about the size and if it's the wrong one, we can always trade it for another one. Bibano dash. I can't accept these, Izuku said, clutching the brand new tracksuit to his chest. It's too much, he mumbled. Truth be told, Izuku hadn't owned new clothes in a long time. It wasn't like his mom bought him anything and he also didn't have any money to buy things for himself. If it wasn't for the fact that he lived with Shoyuta and Toshi and got food from them, Izuku wasn't sure what he'd be doing right now. He'd rather not dwell on it. He heard Aizawa sigh, breaking him out of his thought. It's no big deal, kid. Really. Just accept the DM gift and let's get started with the training, he said with a finality. It was clear he wouldn't take no for an answer. Izuku didn't like taking more from them. But he knew there was also no point in arguing with the man. So with a shaking breath and a trembling smile, Izuku looked up at them. Thank you, he whispered, begging his tears to not fall just yet. He didn't want to cry in front of his mentors. All Might already teased him for being a crybaby after all. You're welcome, my boy. Now, what do you say, ready to start training? All Might asked brightly, clapping Izuku on the back and almost making him fall over. Izuku just chuckled and looked up at the hero. Yes, sir. He answered, putting the bag and tracksuit away for later. After school, Izuku headed over to his secret hideout by the park. It was quite amazing how, even after 2 years, the rundown storage hut still stood just as untouched and unbothered as the day he found it. It laid a bit away from the main paths, surrounded by thick bushes and high grass. After looking over his shoulder one last time, Izuku removed one of the loose planks. He then dropped his backpack to the ground, took a deep breath and briefly turned into his cat form. Being small like this, sneaking inside the narrow space was easy, and as soon as he was inside, he quickly turned back. From there, all he had to do was reach out his arm through the hole and pull his backpack inside. It just barely fit through the hole, and he was careful not to rip it against the sharp wood. The storage hut was small and it had a single, dusty, window that worked as his only source of light. Mostly empty shelves were lining the walls. The only things having been left behind were some broken garden equipment and dirty tarp. But most importantly, it had a big vent. And inside the broken vent unit, there was a lot of space. Izuku's space. The boy smiled softly when he crawled over to the unit. And with a practiced twist, the side fell off, revealing his treasure. Admittedly, there wasn't much. Just some clothes, books, a single All Might action figure and of course, his school supplies. But it was his. And now, he had more stuff to add to it. Izuku couldn't keep the grin off his face when he turned towards his backpack and pulled out the bag he had gotten from Shoyuta and Toshi that morning. He opened the bag and took a closer look inside, grinning when he pulled the soft fabrics out. They had gotten him a dark green tracksuit, along with a few extra t-shirts and a pair of shorts. This is way too much, Izuku found himself thinking for probably the 100th time today. His chest ached while he gripped the material of the tracksuit close to himself. He had no idea why they had decided to buy him this. Part of Izuku wondered if they would still have done it if they knew who he was. That thought made him feel really guilty. It didn't feel like he deserved their kindness. Not after he had been lying to them and using them for years. But he also didn't want to be rude to them by not accepting the gift. After all, Midoriya Izuku had no reason to deny the gift, right? Broccoli was the one using them, not Izuku. That's why, instead of putting on his old PE uniform, Izuku carefully put on the tracksuit. When he pulled up the zipper of the tracksuit and looked down at himself, he couldn't stop the wide grin spreading along his face. Izuku hadn't even noticed he had started crying until he saw the tears hit the floor. He somehow managed to make it to the beach just in time for their training. As soon as his mentors had seen him arrive in the new training clothes, they smiled brightly. Or well, All Might smiled brightly. Aizawa had simply ducked his head into his capture weapon. But Izuku had noticed the way his eyes had crinkled when they landed on him. If either of his teachers noticed that Izuku's eyes were a bit red, neither of them mentioned it. Shoyuta POV. At first, Shoyuta hadn't been sure what to think of the kid. When Toshi confessed that he had started training some random, quirkless teen, Shoyuta hadn't known what he had been expecting. Taking on private students as a pro wasn't that uncommon, though very rarely someone high up the ranks did it. But sometimes, children or young teens did something heroic that managed to catch a hero's attention. And then the hero would take them under their wing until they could enter heroics in high school. And according to what Toshi told him, this Midoriya kid had rushed in to save another boy from that slime villain. The kid had apparently bravely put his life on the line when no other pro would act. And while Shoyuta couldn't agree that the pros had acted correctly, he still didn't quite agree with Toshi enabling what could potentially lead to a very self-destructive behavior. Especially after he had learned that the DMN kid was quirkless. So yes, when Shoyuta went with Toshi to meet his student, he wasn't sure just what, exactly, he was expecting. But he certainly hadn't expected it to be a tiny child. Toshi had told him the boy was, but Shoyuta found that very hard to believe. The kid was just too small and thin. It looked like the smallest of breezes would tip him over. But he didn't want to be too quick to judge. After all, Shoyuta, if anyone, knew that there was more to being a hero than having muscles. And no sooner than a few minutes of having met the kid, Shoyuta knew the boy might actually grow to be quite terrifying one day. The way his eyes had instantly locked onto Shoyuta when they entered the beach had Shoyuta pause. There was something weirdly familiar about those green eyes. The Diamond Kid even knew who he was too. Not many people knew about pro-hero Eraserhead. And Shoyuta liked it that way. He certainly was not ready for the boy to start going on a crazy fanboy rant about his hero persona of all things. Shoyuta tried to think back, trying to remember if he'd ever saved this kid on a mission or something. That would explain why the kid seemed familiar and why he knew about him as a hero. But trying to remember every single one of the people he had saved over the years was impossible and only gave him a headache. And it also just made him remember those he had failed to save, which is not something he wanted to think about right now. So with a sigh, he simply decided not to dwell on it. When they began their training, Shoyuta had warned Toshi about not getting too attached. Especially since the kid wanted to go to UA and could potentially be one of their students. But as much as Shoyuta hated to admit it, the kid was growing on him. Because for as tiny the kid was, he was also extremely strong-willed. And more importantly, he was smart. Every time the kid stumbled, he would get right back up, analyze what he did wrong and then do better. It had been a long time since Shoyuta had a student showing so much conviction and potential. And well, it was hard not to get attached. Even though Shoyuta was technically done with his part of the training, he still liked to stay and supervise when Toshi held his part of the program. That way, he and Tasho could also walk home together afterwards. It turned out to be a good thing that he had decided to stay behind this particular evening. Because no later than 5 minutes after Toshi's training had begun, the man had gotten an emergency call and had to leave early. Midoriya had insisted on staying and continuing to train on his own. At that, Toshi had seemed conflicted, which Shoyuta didn't blame him for. These tall and heavy garbage piles could easily send the kid to an early grave if they weren't careful. So of course, Shoyuta had volunteered to stay and supervise the kid. And so, here he was, leaning against an old truck on a beach filled with garbage while he made sure the kid didn't get himself killed. How did my life turn out like this? Midoriya threw another microwave at the back of the truck and the boy leaned his head against the side of the vehicle, taking a short breather. Shoyuta was leaning against the truck, his arms crossed, and considered him for a moment. They'd been training for months and not once did the boy falter or show any signs of wanting to give up. Even when he was pushed way over his limit, he still looked determined to do more. Not for the first time, Shoyuta wondered what motivated him. Most of his students would start to slack off long before they reached this point. Shoyuta turned his gaze to look out at the coast. The sun was already settling in the horizon, coating everything in an orange and pink hue. He found himself wondering if Toshi would be back soon. If the man was okay. Why do you want to be a hero? He found himself asking. Midoriya jolted from his spot next to the truck. But he didn't answer. Why do you want to be a hero? Shoyuta repeated, turning his gaze away from the water and instead looking directly at Midoriya, meeting those brilliant green eyes. When the question finally registered, the boy stood up taller, setting his mouth in a straight line. I want to save those without a voice, those who are shunned by society and who can't fight back. I want to be an underground hero who saves those who have given up on ever being saved. Shoyuta was honestly a bit taken aback by that. You want to be an underground hero? I would have imagined you would want to be like All Might. Like all the other DMN kids these days. Izuku just shook his head though. Don't get me wrong, All Might is amazing. But I know I can't be like him. Nor do I want to. He's trying to save everyone. But that's impossible. Those at the bottom are always left behind. So I want to be the one who picks them up. I want to be like Eraserhead. The kid said it with so much conviction, eyes basically burning with passion. And again, those eyes were so DMN familiar. Hey kid, I've been meaning to ask you for a while now. Have we met before? Shoyuta asked, studying the kid. Midoriya's smile faltered a bit at that, but he seemed to quickly recover. Actually. Why you saved me a few years ago, the boy answered quietly, looking away. Before Shoyuta could answer, Midoriya continued, I've wanted to thank you for so long but I never got the chance. Thank you, Aizawa-san. For saving me back then and for, well, everything, the boy said, meeting his eyes. Not sure what to say to that, Shoyuta just nodded. No problem, kid. Glad I was there to save you that day. And God, that diamond smile was dim and near blinding. I'm glad you were there too, Aizawa-sensei. Okay. Shoyuta could definitely see why Toshi had gotten so attached. This kid is adorable. After they had gone to bed that night, Shoyuta turned so he was facing Toshi. How much do you know about Midoriya's family? He asked quietly. Toshi looked a bit taken aback by the question and seemed to consider it. Not much, he answered slowly. I know he's mentioned a mother before, but never a father. For some reason, he prefers not to talk about his home life. Why? He asked, looking at Shoyuta. Show? Toshi asked, squinting his eyes at him. How would you feel about fostering? Shoyuta mumbled. Toshi sputtered at that. You can't be serious, he asked, a smile spreading on his lips and voice sounding amused. Shoyuta felt his face grow warm and he groaned, burying it in his hands. You can't blame me for wanting to take care of the kid. After all, you were the one starting to bring him lunchboxes every day, he muttered, lowering his hands. Yes, but well, I'm not the one who said, and I quote, don't get attached to the DM kid, Toshi chuckled. Shoyuta just huffed and rolled his eyes at that. Yes, I know, he sighed, but you've noticed it too, right? The kid never wears clothes other than those from his school or the ones we gave him. He could be homeless for all we know. I can't deny that I've also thought of the possibility, Toshi said softly, but if he does have parents then we need to find out more about them first. If there is no evidence of abandonment or abuse then there's not much we can legally do. Shoyuta let out a soft chuckle at that and scooted closer. So you want to keep him too? Have been since the start. Unfortunately, what they didn't know at the time, looking up Inko and Hisashi Midoriya would turn into a long journey filled with many dead ends and much frustration. Izuku POV. There were about 3 months left until the entrance exam. And honestly, the fact that Izuku had managed to get this far without any major injuries was a miracle. But of course, his luck would eventually run out. It was early in the morning and Izuku was finishing up his round of cleaning the beach when it happened. While carrying an old TV, one of those really thick ones, his grip slipped and he dropped it. And of course, it landed right on his foot. His worn-out shoes and the soft sand under him did very little to ease the fall, and it connected with his foot with a loud and painful crack. Immediately, Izuku doubled over in searing pain, screaming out. Aizawa and All Might were quickly by his side and they helped move the heavy TV away from him. Hey kiddo, are you okay? Aizawa asked, crouching down next to him and gripping his shoulder tightly. Izuku just shook his head, tears running down his face. I think it's broken, he sobbed, whimpering when he tried to move his foot only for it to explode in agonizing pain. How will I continue with the training now? Aizawa and All Might looked at each other, considering something. Then, All Might sighed and crouched down on Izuku's other side. It's gonna be alright, my boy. We know someone at UA who can help you, he said gently, gripping Izuku's other shoulder. Really? Izuku sniffled, looking up at All Might through tear-filled eyes. Aizawa was the one who answered, giving his shoulder a firm squeeze. Yes, really. But you'll probably not be able to attend school afterwards. Her quirk drains a lot of stamina, Aizawa sighed. Do you want us to give your parents a call so they can inform your school about this? At that question, Izuku froze and he cursed himself when he realized that both Aizawa and All Might had probably noticed. And no, that's okay. I can call in sick myself. We are allowed to do that, Izuku lied, ducking his head and keeping his eyes on the ground. They were not, in fact, allowed to do that. He'd just not call the school and take that mark. The school wrote him up for a bunch of other things he didn't even do anyway. So it wasn't like he had a spotless record to begin with. He could feel the distrust from the two heroes, and when he glanced up at Aizawa, the man's whole face seemed to just scream, I call bullshit. Izuku swallowed and looked down again, avoiding his gaze. It was All Might who broke the silence. The blonde cleared his throat, gaining Izuku's and Aizawa's attention. "Well, if you say so, my boy," he said carefully before moving to stand up. "Then I suggest we get going before classes at you start." All Might continued but then turned to look at Aizawa uncertainty. Aizawa? Should you or I? Izuku wasn't sure what he was asking and he just looked between them, confused. That was, until Aizawa sighed next to him and answered, "It's fine. I'll carry him. You have your time limit to think about after all. Better save it in case of an emergency." He paused and turned to look at Izuku. "If that's okay with you, kid?" Izuku felt himself blush, feeling embarrassed at having to be carried around like a small child. But then again, he couldn't exactly walk to UA like this. So, with a face that was on fire and eyes firmly locked down on the sand, he nodded. Aizawa moved so he was crouching in front of him, his back turned towards Izuku. "Think you can climb up?" The man asked, hands reaching back for Izuku to climb on. Moving around or putting any weight on his foot like this hurt, like Shoyuta would say, like hell. But with some help from All Might, Izuku managed to somehow climb up on the other hero's back. He weakly grabbed onto Aizawa's shoulders and ducked his face to hide it against Aizawa's capture weapon, feeling embarrassed. "Are you all right, my boy?" All Might asked next to them. "Fine," Izuku croaked out and ducked his head further. He was 14 for crying out loud. He was way too old to be carried around like a baby. Though he guessed he'd been carried by Shoyuta many times before this. Just this morning his dad had lifted him up and carried him around the apartment. There wasn't even any reason for him to be carried most of the time. Shoyuta just seemed to like carrying broccoli. And broccoli liked being carried. But that was when he was a cat and not a human. Now that I think about it, when was the last time someone carried me in my human form? Izuku tried to remember the last time his mom had held him, but he just came up with a blank. It was probably before I was diagnosed quirkless, he realized, and he quickly shook that thought away. It didn't matter anymore. Izuku was fine. He had Shoyuta and Toshi now. He is fine. Though when they started walking towards UA, Izuku couldn't help but feel a bit bad. Because surely the trip would have been easier on Aizawa if Izuku just turned into his smaller cat form. Swallowing his guilt, Izuku stubbornly stayed in his current form, keeping his head low. Sometimes he would glance up, only to immediately duck his head again and try not to blush when he caught glimpses of people walking by them, giggling and pointing. He thought he even heard a few comments about cute dads and their child. If only, Izuku found himself thinking, gripping the man's shoulders tighter. They reached UA, and despite the embarrassing circumstances, Izuku couldn't help but be starstruck as he took in the tall building. He hadn't even noticed he had been leaning back to get a better look until he felt a hand on his back, steadying him. "Careful, my boy," All Might chuckled. Sorry," he mumbled. "First time at UA?" All Might asked, smiling at him. Izuku nodded and looked up at the building again with a giant grin. He heard All Might chuckle. "Well, I can't blame you. It is quite an impressive sight. Not impressive enough that it's worth getting a concussion over. So try to not fall off," Aizawa grunted while he walked them over to the gate. "Why, yes, sir," Izuku answered quietly, forcing himself to look away from the building and instead looked down at what Aizawa was doing in front of them. The man tapped a card against a panel by the gate and pressed a few buttons. "Usually, guests aren't allowed in here, but if they are accompanied by a member of staff, they are allowed to enter," he explained. Almost as soon as Aizawa said that, the panel beeped and a neon green image of a waving Nedzu showed up. Izuku couldn't help but grin at the sight, especially when he noticed Aizawa roll his eyes at the image. And with that, they walked through the gate without any trouble. And Izuku was officially on UA school grounds. It was still early morning and the hallways were mostly empty. Classes weren't about to start for another half hour, but there were a few students tickling in and moving around. Most kept their distance when they saw them, probably because of the scowl on Aizawa's face. From what Izuku had gathered over the years, students seemed to really respect Aizawa. But that apparently didn't stop them from still giving the odd trio curious looks. Most ignored the thin form of Toshi and instead focused on Aizawa carrying Izuku on his back. "Hey, isn't that Aizawa-sensei? Who's the kid? Did you know he had a child? I didn't even know he had a partner. Wait, Then does that mean that blonde guy is his boyfriend? Seemingly having had enough, Aizawa turned around and gave the students a hard glare, quirk fully activated and all. The sight made them all immediately yelp and scramble away, letting out terrified sorries. Red eyes briefly met Izuku's own, and the boy found himself frozen in place. In all the years Izuku had lived with the two, Shoyuta had never tried to use his quirk on him. But Izuku couldn't deny he had thought about it. For years he'd wondered how Eraserhead's quirk would affect him. He held his breath, his heart hammering in his chest as he waited for his whole life to crash down on him. But to his utter relief, those red eyes only widened slightly before they quickly turned away without anything happening. Izuku felt himself let out a deep sigh of relief when Aizawa deactivated his quirk. "Sorry, didn't mean to scare you," Aizawa muttered and continued to walk. "Oh, it's okay," Izuku answered, too lost in his own thoughts to really hear what the man was saying. "So it doesn't do anything when I'm in human form? Or is it because I just changed a couple of hours ago? What would happen if he used it when I was a cat or was running out of time or perhaps was already over my limit?" The thought of Shoyuta trying to use his quirk on broccoli and Izuku turning back into a human made his stomach turn. Hopefully he'll never try that and we won't find out. They soon reached what he assumed was the nurse's office. And of course, being such a hero fan, Izuku had his suspicions from the start just who they were about to meet. But that didn't make it any less exciting. "Let's just hope she's here," All Might mumbled, knocking on the door. A friendly, "Come in," came from the other side of the door and the three stepped inside. All of the preparation in the world wouldn't have been enough for Izuku to not freak out at the sight of the elderly hero. And despite the pain he was in, he grinned widely, almost shaking in excitement. "Sorry to bother you, Re-dash. Recovery girl." Aizawa flinched at Izuku's sudden loud shriek right next to his ear, muttering something about loud brats. Izuku blushed and felt himself shrink back. "Sorry. I didn't mean to yell dash, I'm just, I am a huge fan. And it's really exciting to, and meet you," he said, suddenly feeling very shy. Recovery girl just smiled at him kindly. My, I certainly wasn't expecting to meet a fan here today." "Don't worry, dearie. Now, I'm guessing there is a reason for this visit?" All Might stepped forward, gesturing towards Izuku. "Ah, yes. You see, young Midoriya here got injured during training and hurt his foot. We think it might be broken. Could you heal him, please?" All Might asked. For some reason, he looked very nervous. Is he scared of her? Izuku wondered, frowning as he kept looking between his mentor and the small elderly hero. "Why?" Recovery girl stared at All Might for a while, then looked over at Izuku, who was still held up by Aizawa. "Training, you say?" she said quietly, a glint in her eyes as she seemed to study Izuku. But then she shook her head and smiled at them. "Never mind. Of course, I'll heal him. Aizawa, would you be a dearie and place him on the bed so I can get a look at him?" Aizawa nodded and moved to one of the beds. He carefully crouched so Izuku could sit down without hurting his foot any further. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei," Izuku said, smiling up at him gratefully when the man stood back up and stepped away. "Don't worry about it, kiddo," Shoyuta answered with a grunt, leaning back against the wall and crossing his arms. In typical Shoyuta fashion, Izuku's mind added and he had to bit back a snort. "All right, dearie, let's check on the damage, shall we?" Even though the nurse was gentle, Izuku still hissed when she pulled off his shoe, along with his now bloody sock. Izuku looked down at the shoe and sock sadly. "Good thing my shoes are already red," he thought dryly. A sock he could always afford losing, though he was starting to run out of them. But he really didn't know what to do once he couldn't use his shoes anymore. Recovery girl's sigh broke him out of his thoughts, and he glanced up at her. "Oh my, that is indeed broken, I'm afraid. I'm gonna heal it, but it will drain you of a lot of stamina. You will probably sleep for a few hours," she explained, and Izuku nodded. He'd already been told that once after all. Recovery girl then turned to look at the other two in the room. "That being said, have any of you informed the boys' school and parents about this?" Izuku grimaced at that, and before either All Might or Aizawa could answer, he cut in, It's fine, I'll handle it later." There was a sigh, and suddenly a phone was moved in front of his face. Izuku blinked at it in confusion before he looked up, meeting the eyes of Aizawa. You said they let you call in sick by yourself, Aizawa said, his tone challenging as he stared down at him. Izuku gulped. I have my own phone, he stammered, reaching into the pocket of his tracksuit and pulling out his phone. Should I mean, alright now? All Might was the one who answered. It would probably be best to inform them as soon as possible, he said gently. The man kept glancing at him and giving him concerned looks, and Izuku didn't like it. He hated seeing Toshi wear that expression. So, deciding to just get it over with, if only to ease some of his dad's worry, Izuku opened his contacts. Thankfully, one of his few contacts was for his school. With his heart beating in his chest, Izuku clicked on it and pressed the call button, putting the phone to his ear. Aldra Middle School, answered the monotone voice of the receptionist. Hi, this is Midoriya Izuku, F from class 3B. Was K kind of in an A accident and I'd like to call in sick F for today? He stammered, ducking his head and avoiding the looks from the three adults in the room. Kid, you can't be serious. Okay, thank you, bye, he said, quickly hanging up and putting away his phone. It was completely silent after that, and he pointedly did not look at anyone else, keeping his eyes firmly on the floor. He noticed his hands were shaking and he clenched them into fists on top of his lap, gripping the fabric of his tracksuit tightly. Aizawa took a small step closer to him and started saying something, but Izuku didn't let him. See, could you heal me now, please? Izuku asked quietly, looking up at Recovery Girl with pleading eyes. The nurse was looking at him with worry, and Izuku hated it. He hadn't even known her for more than 10 minutes and he had already messed everything up. His chest and throat clenched up and he bit his lip, willing his rapid heartbeat to calm down. After another moment of silence, Recovery Girl gave a deep sigh. Of course, dearie. Why don't you lie down? She answered gently, like he was a frightened animal, before guiding him to lie down and using her quirk on him. Immediately, Izuku felt completely exhausted. It was a good thing that he was already lying down, or he would have surely collapsed. Before everything faded to black, he swore he could hear the gentle voice of Toshi. Just rest for now, my boy. We'll come and get you in a few hours. Recovery Girl, Chio, POV. As soon as Chio was sure that the kid was asleep, she turned to the other two heroes in the room. So would anyone care to fill me in? She asked sternly, looking between them. Yagi looked extremely guilty, and she just knew that this tiny and sweet boy was who he had chosen as his successor. But judging on how the man kept worryingly glancing at Aizawa, Chio chose not to bring it up for now. Although she didn't agree on keeping the truth about his quirk a secret from his husband for so long, she also wouldn't be the one to bring it up in front of him. Surprisingly, the one who answered her question wasn't Yagi, but rather Aizawa. The kid wants to get into UA. We've been training him for months. Training went bad today and he dropped a TV on his foot. You can ask this idiot why he was carrying a TV in the first place, he sighed, nodding his head towards Yagi. That made her eyes widen and she gave Yagi a bewildered look. They are both training him to be All Might's successor? And the doof still hasn't told him about One for All? Oh, she had some choice words for Yagi later, alright. But for now, she had to focus on the problem at hand, namely this very obviously distressed kid sleeping in her office. And what about that call to his school? She asked, moving to sit down at her desk. Yagi and Aizawa glanced at each other, both looking upset. Again, Aizawa was the one who answered. Honestly? I have no idea. I had hoped he would have gotten cold feet and finally talked to us. I didn't think he would actually call them, Aizawa groaned, dragging a frustrated hand through his hair. We've been having some concerns surrounding young Midoriya's home life. We suspect that's why he'd rather not call his parents about any of this. Yagi said sadly. Chio frowned at that. You think he's being abused? She asked, drumming her fingers against her cane. Aizawa answered with a firm, definitely. No bruises that I've been able to see. But we've noticed clear signs of distress and neglect, he muttered, crossing his arms. Yagi glanced at Aizawa and put a comforting hand on his shoulder before he turned to look at Chio. We've, been trying to look for any proof of abuse or neglect, but so far it's been rather unsuccessful. From what we've gathered, his mom has a clean record and his dad is out of the picture but still provides for them financially. We've tried making worried claims against them but every time they get sent back with nothing to report, Aizawa said, gritting his teeth in annoyance. Chio hummed sadly at that. In a perfect world, finding no evidence would be a good thing and meaning there wasn't anything going on. Unfortunately, that was often not the case. No evidence, more often than not, just meant it was well hidden. But it was still strange though, how worked up these two were over this. She looked at them, taking in their worried expressions and tense postures. They both not so discreetly would glance at Midoriya. They almost looked like worried parents. And that's when it clicked. Hold on, you're not thinking of taking custody this lad, are you? She asked, barely believing what she was seeing. She would have expected this from Yagi. But Aizawa Shoyuta, Mr. Don't Get Attached, was actually considering fostering or even adopting a teen? Aizawa just shrugged. He's a good kid, he said simply, hiding his face in his scarf and looking at the boy with something close to pride in his eyes. Yagi smiled next to him and nodded in agreement. Chio put a hand to her forehead and sighed deeply. Oh dear. Yagi, what have you gotten yourself into? They were interrupted by the sound of the school bell ringing, indicating the start of homeroom. With a sigh, Aizawa moved away from the wall he had been leaning against and headed to the door. Well, that's my cue. Will you stay with him? He asked, looking at Yagi. Of course, Yagi answered with a bright smile, already moving to sit down next to the bed. With one last, rare smile, Aizawa walked out and Chio was alone with Yagi. Except for the heavily sleeping kid next to them. Chio didn't waste a second in bringing her staff down on top of the number one idiot's head, hitting him hard and making him yelp. Yagi, you absolute fool. Explain everything now or I am calling Gran Torino, she threatened, glaring at him. Yagi rubbed the top of his head with a pout. Was that really necessary? He asked, making Chio huff. Considering you apparently have decided to bring Aizawa, your own husband of several years, into training a kid to inherit your insane power without his knowledge? Yes, that was necessary. Honestly, Yagi, what are you thinking? She scolded, having stood up from her desk chair to pace around the room. You know why keeping one for all a secret is important, Yagi hissed. Though by the way he was avoiding her gaze, it was clear he was at least feeling guilty about this. I understand keeping it a secret from the public. But why you've decided to keep quiet from Aizawa all these years I will never understand, she sighed, shaking her head. She moved to sit down again. At least tell me the boy's quirk is something similar so the change won't be too obvious? Yagi didn't answer. Instead, he just hunched his shoulders and shrinked back. Chiyu squinted her eyes at him. Yagi, please tell me his quirk is at least a tiny bit similar to yours. The man was visibly sweating at this point and he pulled at the collar of his shirt. Well, young Midoriya's, how do you say it? He's, quirkless? He said quietly, the last word barely audible. Duh. Chio smacked Yagi on top of his head again hard. Izuku POV. He woke up feeling dizzy and disoriented. Ah, my boy. You're awake. How are you feeling? The sound of Toshi had Izuku sit up and he put a hand to his head when everything spun around him. Okay, I have hands. At least I'm still in human form. He looked over at Toshi, only to furrow his brow in confusion. All Might? Why are you also laying in one of the beds? He asked, scanning the man for any injuries where he laid in the bed next to his own. Don't worry about that, young Midoriya. I was just feeling a bit dizzy is all. All Might answered with a chuckle. Anyway, how are you feeling? Think you're ready to head out? The man asked, sitting up too. I'm fine, Izuku answered. He then looked around the room. Where's Recovery Girl? Then, how long was I out? He asked, noticing the sun shining brightly through the window. For some reason, All Might flinched at the mention of Recovery Girl, but he seemed to quickly recover. She had some errands to run around the school. And you've been asleep for a few hours. It's already past noon, he answered. Anyway, what do you say we head out of here? All Might then suggested, already on the way over to the door, seemingly eager to get out. Alright. Izuku called out, getting up to follow him. He moved to put on his shoes and froze when he noticed they had been cleaned and a new pair of socks were laying atop of them. Young Midoriya? All Might said worriedly, taking a step closer to him. Izuku quickly wiped away the tears before they could fall and put on the socks and shoes, smiling at All Might brightly. "I'm fine. Let's go." They headed out of the nurse's office and walked through the hallways. While walking, All Might eagerly pointed out different rooms and explained how, starting the next semester, he would be teaching heroics at UA. Izuku just smiled and nodded along, acting like he was hearing it for the first time and asking questions at appropriate times. He already knew about all of this after all, having been present during many conversations between Shoyuta, Toshi, and Nedzu at home. And when you speak of the devil... Further down the hallway, Izuku saw a very familiar figure walking towards them. And as soon as their eyes met, Izuku froze and the Nedzu's eyes widened just a tiny fraction, recognition shining in his eyes. "Oh no. Izuku POV. This can't be happening dash." Izuku's eyes widened and he felt his heart stop as he stared into the eyes of none other than the principal of UA High. It seemed like time slowed down for a moment. And neither of them moved. But then way too soon, Nedzu seemed to get over the shock. And the small mammal expertly smoothed out his features before walking towards them with a huge smile. At this point, Izuku considered just running away. Would it look weird if I just threw myself out this window? But he never got the chance to make his escape before Nedzu spoke up, trapping them in a conversation. "Ah, Yagi-san. I wasn't expecting you to visit us today. What a lovely surprise," he greeted the man. His eyes then traveled back to Izuku, who smiled nervously and shifted in place. "And who do we have here?" Nedzu asked casually, eyes never leaving Izuku's trembling frame. All Might put a hand on Izuku's shoulder, beckoning him forward. "This is young Midoriya, the student I mentioned taking under my wing," his mentor answered with a giant smile. And god dash, Izuku could see Nedzu's eyes lightening up with interest. Ever since they first met, all those years ago, Nedzu would regularly come over to visit Broccoli. Izuku would like to think that they are good friends by now. The mammal never seemed to mind Broccoli's lack of voice and would carry the conversation for the both of them. He'd even bring some games for them to play if Shoyuta and Toshi weren't home. So yes, Broccoli liked Nedzu. And if he had to pick a title for the older mammal, it would probably be that he was like an uncle. His very nice, although scarily intelligent, uncle. Who were currently looking at Izuku like he was a puzzle he's been wanting to solve for years. And which he also finally just found the last piece for. "I see. How interesting. It is very nice to meet you, Midoriya," Nedzu said politely, eyes staring into his very soul. "Likewise, Nedzu-sen," Izuku answered nervously with a small smile. As soon as those words left his mouth, Nedzu's smile widened remarkably. "Oh, I see you really are a hero fanboy. If you know my name without anyone even mentioning it," the mammal said, sounding very pleased. Izuku realized his mistake and he internally cringed at his own carelessness. Luckily, All Might, the oblivious and lovable fool he is, saved him. "What did I tell you?" He even knew about Eraserhead the moment he met him. The man chuckled proudly, shaking Izuku's shoulder. Izuku just laughed awkwardly and rubbed the back of his neck, wishing the floor would open up and swallow him whole. At the mention of Izuku having met Eraserhead, Nedzu looked even more intrigued. The mammal looked like this whole mess was the funniest thing he's ever seen. And Izuku realized that it probably was. Nedzu hummed, glancing between them and seemingly considering something. "That reminds me, Yagi-san, if you have the time?" Nedzu said, gaining All Might's attention. "There is a matter that could use your guidance in the teacher's lounge. 13 should be there right now. Would you mind taking a look at it?" All Might looked a bit unsure and glanced between Nedzu and Izuku. But before his mentor could answer, Nedzu continued. "Midoriya is free to join me in my office if he wants to," he said cheerfully, gesturing a paw towards Izuku. His calculating eyes then turned to look directly at Izuku again. "After all, I've been wanting to speak with him for a very long time," Nedzu continued, his smile growing impossibly wide. At that, All Might gave Izuku a worried look, as if silently asking him if he would be all right. "It's fine," Izuku reassured him. He trusted Nezu not to hurt him. And he'd rather not have All Might here for this inevitable conversation. All Might still looked a bit worried, like he was afraid to leave them. But with a hesitant nod, he was off, leaving Izuku alone with Nezu. For a moment, he and Nezu just stood there, in the middle of the hallway. They were both just staring at each other, neither saying a word. But after what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute, Nezu broke the silence. "Well then, if you would be so kind?" he said, motioning for Izuku to follow him. With a gulp, Izuku forced his feet to move and they walked in silence to the principal's office. They entered the office and Nezu motioned for him to sit down on one of the couches, already bringing out some tea. "Does he just store freshly brewed tea in here? How?" Nezu offered Izuku a cup, which he accepted with a stuttered, "Tea thanks." But Izuku didn't quite dare to drink from it yet. He'd heard the stories after all. After seeing Izuku hesitating to drink, Nezu chuckled and he took a sip from his own cup. The sight made Izuku relax some and he mirrored Nezu, taking a careful sip of his own tea. He hadn't really tried tea before, but it was honestly pretty good. Calming, somehow. The silence dragged on and Izuku sighed when it became clear that Nezu wouldn't be the one to break it. Izuku carefully put down the cup of tea and leaned back on the couch, fiddling with his trembling hands. Guess you have some questions?" he asked nervously, glancing at Nezu. "So you are not denying it?" Nezu said with a smile. Izuku just shrugged. "It wouldn't exactly be a good idea to deny it at this point," he admitted, "and I'm guessing you already had your suspicions?" Izuku asked. Nezu just smiled wider, putting down his cup of tea and folding his paws in front of him. "That is correct. The idea that you were a human in disguise did cross my mind from the very start. However, I never found any proof or an identity that would fit," Nezu said, shaking his head almost sadly. He then leaned forward, looking at Izuku intently. "I have to admit though, I am impressed by how long you managed to stay hidden. And hiding as a quirkless person of all things. Brilliant," he continued, actually sounding genuinely impressed. Izuku blushed at the praise. "But then," Nezu continued, "though, I have to say, not many people would be so bold as to lie to the #1 hero," he hummed, studying him. Izuku paled at that and flinched back as if he had been slapped. That was kind of a half-truth? I am supposed to be quirkless, I have the extra toe joint and everything," he stammered, gesturing to his feet as if that would help explain. I was actually quirkless until the day show Eraserhead saved me. I was 12 at the time and I'm still not sure how I got this quirk. It shouldn't be possible." He continued quietly. Nezu wasn't saying anything and Izuku took a deep breath before he continued. Besides, it's not like I would be able to fight in my other form. You've seen it. It's weak," he gritted out. "So I was always planning on being a quirkless hero. But then All Might showed up and offered his powerful quirk on a silver platter and I couldn't exactly say no to an offer like that, you know?" Nezu's smile had softened while he spoke. "You seem to care a lot about them," he pointed out. Izuku felt himself blush and nodded. Yes. They're like the parents I never had. Even if they don't know it," he mumbled the last part, looking away in embarrassment. "So neither of them know about you and Little Broccoli being the same individual?" Nezu asked. Izuku shook his head. "And you have no intention of telling them?" Again, Izuku shook his head, more violently this time. "Why?" Because Izuku felt his heart drop, panic settling in and taking over. "They'll hate me. They'll throw me out and stop training me and I can't go back to being alone and unloved. I can't. Not again." Izuku didn't even notice when Nezu got up, but the mammal was suddenly sitting next to him and patting his back. "It's okay, Midoriya. Here, breathe with me. Deep breath in, deep breathe out," Nezu said calmly, taking deep breaths of his own for Izuku to follow. After a few shaking tries, Izuku managed to calm down enough that it didn't feel like he would pass out. Thanks," he stammered, unable to look at Nezu. His hands were still violently trembling and he clenched them into fists on his lap, willing them to stop. Nedzu put a warm paw on top of Izuku's hand, patting it gently. It's all good, Midoriya. I promise won't tell them, and I won't force you to tell them anything either. He reassured him. Ah, really? Izuku sniffled, wiping away some of the tears that had started to fall. Nedzu nodded. Really? Until you are ready, this will be a secret between us, the mammal said reassuringly. Though, if you want to hear my personal opinion, I don't think they would ever throw you away. But I understand where your fear is coming from. And so, I won't push. So, why you're not mad? Izuku asked quietly. Nedzu just grinned at him in response. Of course not. Like I already mentioned, I find it quite impressive how you've managed to hide it so well. They spent some time talking after that, and Nedzu even had some lunch sent up to his office after Izuku mentioned not having eaten yet. Then, to Izuku's surprise and confusion, Nedzu pulled out some tests and forms, asking Izuku to answer them to the best of his abilities. Which Izuku did, though he didn't quite understand why. It was fun though. The tests were challenging but never too hard. But then Nedzu surprised him again by pulling out some students' quirk records and had Izuku do a quick, on-the-spot analysis. Nedzu claimed All Might had mentioned his hero analysis book and wanted to see what Izuku could do. Izuku, a bit flustered at having someone being interested in his notes, just nodded and got right into it. Why Nedzu seemed so interested in his hero notes he didn't know. But it was pretty nice having someone take interest in his silly hobby. Izuku quickly lost track of time. He just kept filling out notes regarding the students' quirks, their weaknesses, and how they could improve. Across from him, Nedzu sat quietly, going through the tests Izuku had done earlier. Aside from the sound of pen against paper and Izuku's muttering, the room was quiet. Peaceful. But then, Nedzu put down his pen and dropped a bomb on him. Say, Midoriya, how would you like being my personal student? Nedzu said, glancing at him. Izuku just blinked at Nedzu in confusion, putting down his pen too. But I'm applying for heroics? Nedzu just smiled at him. You would still be a student at UA of course and attend your normal classes. But you would also take extra classes with me, where we would be discussing analyses, strategists, and the work surrounding the underground of heroics. It's something I like to do with students who show a lot of potential. He felt his eyes light up and he smiled brightly at Nedzu. Ah, really? Wow, I'd be honored. He exclaimed excitedly. But then his smile dropped. But, me? I'm not is it just because I'm All Might's successor? For some reason, Nedzu almost looked amused by that. Not at all. Even if you didn't accept his quirk, I would still like you as my student. What I'm looking for isn't a strong quirk, rather a strong brain, he chuckled, climbing up on the desk and poking Izuku on the forehead. And just from what I've gathered through our short meeting and from the time we've spent together while in your other form, I can say for certain that I'd like you to be my new student. After all, it's been quite a while since I last had one. So what do you say? Izuku stared at him. I'd really like that. A lot, he answered, feeling his face light up at all the high words. Great. What do you say we start this Sunday? I'll have to check with Yagi and Aizawa so it won't interrupt your training, of course. That soon? Izuku found himself thinking. But then again, he needed all the training he could get if he were to be a strong hero. So he nodded determinedly. Yes, Nedzu-sensei. Deciding that that was enough work for today, Nedzu brought out some chess so they could play. Izuku smiled when he saw the game. Out of all the games Nedzu would sometimes bring home, chess was definitely one of his favorites. He hadn't known how to play it before meeting the mammal. So Nedzu had basically taught him this game from scratch. And although he still had yet to beat the principal, it was really fun to try. But Izuku had to admit, having thumbs certainly made playing this a whole lot easier. Something he had apparently said out loud and which earned him a small chuckle from Nedzu. It was somewhere in the middle of the third match, Nedzu having won the first two, but Izuku currently being in the lead this one, finally, his moment to shine. When the door to the office violently slammed open. There you are. Aizawa wait dash. Izuku jumped when Aizawa stormed into the principal's office, looking furious. Following closely behind him was a very anxious-looking All Might. Nedzu looked completely unbothered and just smiled at them. "Hello, Aizawa. What seems to be the problem?" he asked calmly. Aizawa ignored Nedzu and instead went straight to Izuku, eyes looking him over as if checking for injuries. "Nothing. We're leaving. I'm calling you later," the man gritted out, grabbing Izuku by the arm and pulling him to his feet. Aizawa-sensei?" Izuku tried to ask, but Aizawa just dragged him out of the office. By Nedzu-sensei. See you on Sunday," he called out over his shoulder just before the door closed behind them. As soon as those words left his mouth, Aizawa freezed. Then the man groaned and let go of Izuku's arm in favor of burrowing his face in his hands. We were too late. He's already corrupted you, hasn't he?" "Aizawa!" All Might hissed. From the other side of the door, they could hear Nedzu cackle and Aizawa visibly flinched at the sound before he grabbed Izuku's arm again and led them out of the school. While Izuku struggled to keep up with Aizawa's long strides, he could hear the man grumbling under his breath. "This is exactly why I hoped you two would never run into each other. We don't need another Nedzu student around here." Izuku frowned at that. Nedzu had mentioned having had students before too. Another? What happened to the last one? Aizawa suddenly stopped in his tracks, almost having Izuku crash straight into him in the process. "You're looking at him, kid," the man sighed, running a hand through his hair. "What?" Izuku's eyes widened. Shoyuda was Nedzu's last student? His teacher turned around to face him. There was a strange look in his eyes. Something Izuku couldn't quite place. "Just trust me on this. Nedzu is bad news. I don't want you taking any of his classes, as he calls them. At least not until you start at UA. You got it?" Aizawa said firmly, his voice leaving no room for argument. Izuku stared up at him, his mouth gaping. "What? You can't be serious. Nedzu wants to teach me," he said, yanking his arm out of Aizawa's grip and glaring at him. Now, that's not really our call to make, Aizawa." All Might tried to calm the other man, stepping between them with his hands raised in peace. Aizawa didn't even look at All Might and instead kept staring at Izuku, his face hardening. "I don't want you talking to Nedzu until you're a student of UA," Aizawa just repeated. "Please, no. That's so unfair. Nedzu is nice and I want to learn from him," Izuku argued, clenching his fists by his sides. It took every ounce of willpower he had not to stomp his feet like an angry child. He noticed both men grimacing at the word nice, and All Might glanced at Aizawa worriedly. "Midoriya, you have no idea what he's like when he's teaching. You're just too young." Izuku was getting more and more sad. He could feel his clenched hands shaking at his sides as he glared up at Aizawa. "You can't stop me," he said defiantly. Aizawa just sighed at that, closing his eyes and rubbing his temple. "I know I can't. But I'm warning you and telling you that I don't approve of it." "Well then, Aizawa-sensei, it's a good thing I don't need your approval," Izuku bit out before turning to walk away. "Young Midoriya Thank you for today, senseis. I can get home by myself just fine," he called out over his shoulder, hastily walking away before he said anything more he would probably regret. All Might sounded so sad and it almost made Izuku turn around. But Izuku didn't. He just kept walking. Izuku heard Aizawa sigh heavily. Just let him go. Later that evening, Broccoli was giving Shoyuda the cold shoulder, something that both his dads noticed but were quite unsure how to deal with. After he got home, his grumpy dad spent an hour on the phone with Nedzu, trying to talk him out of taking Izuku on as a student until after he started UA. But the principal hadn't budged, and according to what Shoyuda had grumbled out after the call, Nedzu had told him that, "If Midoriya wants to take my classes, then who am I to deny him?" After the call, Shoyuda tried to turn his focus to getting Broccoli to cheer up. He even tried to bribe him with treats, but Broccoli didn't budge and just huffed, turning his back to the man. And as if Broccoli's cold treatment wasn't enough, Slushy, his angel of a sister, stood right by Broccoli's side. She didn't even know why Broccoli was upset with their dad. But apparently she didn't need a reason. Because after she discovered that Broccoli was mad, she had simply decided to turn against Shoyuda too and be her little brother's bodyguard. Every time Shoyuda tried to get close, She would hiss at him threateningly, standing firmly between them. The whole thing seemed to frustrate Shoyuta, and in the end he had no choice but to simply back off and give up. So with a huff, Shoyuta fell back on the couch and glared at the floor, his arms crossed over his chest. "But you should be upset, you big old grump," Broccoli thought, watching Shoyuta out of the corner of his eye. Izuku knew he was being childish, especially since Shoyuta didn't even have a chance to know why Broccoli was upset in the first place. But he just couldn't help himself. Izuku was mad at him. And even if he was in his Broccoli form, he couldn't just pretend not to be upset. Shoyuta had basically wanted to ban Izuku from interacting with Nezu until he started UA, preferably even later. Broccoli had heard him straight up ask Nezu to not give him any lessons until he started his second or even third year. Which was so unfair. Nezu was his friend. He was basically his uncle and he liked the mammal. And Shoyuta was the one who introduced Nezu and Broccoli in the first place. So why couldn't Izuku get to hang out with Nezu too? Not to mention, Izuku had been more or less taking care of himself for all his life. He was really, truly grateful for the roof over his head and the food his dads gave him. And for literally everything else too. Really he was. But they had no right to try and control Izuku like this. To Broccoli, they may be his dads. But legally, they aren't Izuku's. To them, Izuku is just their student. So why the heck should they have a say in who Izuku can and can't meet? Izuku was determined to meet Nezu, whatever his dad said. He'd even sneak into UA and go as Broccoli if he had to. His focus turned to Toshi when the man entered the living room, a cup of tea in one hand and a coffee in his other. He handed Shoyuta the cup of coffee, which the man accepted with a gruff, "Thanks." "They seem really upset with you? Did you do something?" Toshi asked, glancing between Broccoli and Slushy, who were sitting on top of their climbing tree, and Shoyuta, who was frowning at his cup of coffee and leaning against Toshi's side. "Not that I'm aware of. It just seems all brats decided it's Hate Aizawa Day," Shoyuta pouted. "Oh my god, he's pouting? How upset is he right now?" Toshi chuckled a little and wrapped an arm around Shuta's shoulders. "Well, I can't speak for the cats, but I do understand why young Midoriya would be upset with you," he said, only earning a grumble from Shoyuta in response. Toshi sighed. "I'm really sorry about leaving them alone. Even though you'd warned me, I really didn't think he would ask Midoriya to be his student that fast." Shoyuta just sighed in response, leaning heavier against Toshi and sipping on his coffee. Toshi glanced down at the man and sighed too. That being said, he started slowly, seemingly considering his next words. "Are you really not budging on letting Midoriya see Nezu again? You know we can't exactly stop them if they want to meet, right? We're not his legal guardians," Toshi pointed out. "Exactly. Go Toshi go." Broccoli quietly cheered his dad on. "That I just don't want Nezu corrupting him," Shoyuta sighed, running a hand through his hair. Broccoli couldn't help but roll his eyes at that. How many times had he heard that line today? Too many. Here we go again. Midoriya is smart. I'm sure whatever Nezu throws at him, he can take it, Toshi tried to reassure him with a smile. "I know he's smart, I'm not doubting that. But you don't know the lessons he will put him through. The kid is too young. I was at least 17 and already a UA student when he started teaching me. Nezu rarely takes on personal students, but as soon as you introduced me to Midoriya, I just knew he'd want to make the kid his next project." Broccoli turned and glared at Shoyuta. "You're not my dad. He huffed, his tail swinging violently behind him. "Oh hey, Broccoli is actually looking at you again," Toshi teased, nudging Shoyuta. Shoyuta turned to look at Broccoli, meeting his eyes. "Seriously, what's gotten into you?" he asked flatly. "Well, Broccoli does like Nezu, so perhaps he doesn't like you talking ill about him? He's been acting cold since your phone call," Toshi replied. Shoyuta raised an eyebrow at that. Is that so?" Broccoli just huffed again and turned away. "Figure it out yourself if you're that smart, Mr. Nezu's ex-student." Shoyuta POV. A few days had passed since they visited UA and not much had changed. Shoyuta had talked to Nezu a couple of times, trying to make him reconsider or at least wait with the lessons for Midoriya. But there was no changing the rat's mind. Whatever the kid had done, it had left a big enough impression on Nezu that the mammal was determined to have him as his student. Toshi wouldn't stop apologizing to him either. And as mad as Shoyuta had been when he found out he had left Midoriya with Nezu, he also couldn't find the energy to stay mad at him. After all, Nezu is a longtime friend of Toshi and Shoyuta, though he'd never admit that. And Shoyuta knows he is kind of at fault here for never fully explaining why he didn't want the rat to meet Midoriya. Toshi couldn't have known. On the other hand, Midoriya apparently had no trouble staying mad at Shoyuta. But despite the kid's current distaste of him, Shoyuta still joined Midoriya's training throughout the week. And today was no exception. There was tense. But the kid at least tried to act civil with him. But never more than that. Midoriya would simply go through with his training, thank his teacher and then walk over to All Might, who he had no problem being friendly with. His partner always looked very uncomfortable at the change of tone, and even tried to encourage Midoriya to act friendlier with Shoyuta. Which obviously did not work. Shoyuta sighed when yet another lesson ended with the kid hastily walking away after giving a short bow and, "Thank you, sensei." As much as it annoyed Shoyuta, he also couldn't blame the brat for being upset. He is a teenager after all. And Shoyuta knows that if someone unrelated to him tried to tell him who he could and could not meet with when he was that age, well, needless to say, he would be pretty said too. But still, it hurt how the kid just cut him off like this. Shoyuta would actually prefer yelling or punching or literally anything else. Because then, at least Shoyuta would have a reason to correct that behavior. The fact that Izuku was this mad and still acted polite around him was frustrating. And then of course, there's the two cat brats at home too. For some reason, both Slushy and Broccoli were mad at him. And Shoyuta had no idea what he did wrong? They wouldn't let him come near them without Broccoli glaring at him. Or Slushy hissing at him, something she had never done before. And when Broccoli wasn't glaring or outright ignoring him, he was just being an overall brat. More than once, the minute he looked away, Shoyuta would find his things having been pushed off the table. Keys would constantly go missing and he had just barely managed to save his cup of coffee from being swatted from the counter this morning. It didn't seem like any amount of timeout worked. Immediately after being let out, Broccoli was right back at it, like he simply couldn't help himself and had made it his mission to make life harder for the man. Shoyuta has tried thinking back on what could have made them both, especially Broccoli, this mad at him, but he came up with a blank every time. It didn't make any sense. He'd even Googled cat teenage phase, for God's sake. But that too didn't quite feel right. They had gotten Broccoli over 2 years ago. Even if he would have been a newborn kitten at the time, he would be old enough that he would have already grown out of that phase by now. The idea that he would enter his teenage phase now just didn't make any sense. So there had to be another reason that he was so angry. And so far, the only logical explanation was the one Toshi came up with. Perhaps Broccoli picked up on his conversation with Nezu and, not liking Shoyuta bad-mouthing his friend, this was his way of protesting? But then, how do Shoyuta fix it? Would an apology help? Did Shoyuta have to apologize to his goddamn cat? Shoyuta buried his hands into his hands and groaned, feeling a headache building up. And what the hell is he supposed to do with the other, human brat? Tomorrow was Sunday and he just knew Izuku would go to meet the demon rat, whether Shoyuta liked it or not. "Are you doing okay?" Toshi asked, sitting down next to him where he was plopped down on one of the freezers. Shoyuta gave a deep sigh in response and lowered his hands. He looked over at his partner with tired eyes. "Never been better," he answered sarcastically. "I'm guessing it's about young Midoriya?" Shoyuta just hummed in response, eyes traveling over to where the kid was heaving heavy objects onto the truck. "You could try talking to him again?" Toshi suggested, but Shoyuta just gave a humorless snort at that. "Oh yes, because look how well that went the first time," he muttered. There was a pause, Toshi seemingly considering something. "I mean, I don't know much about these, lessons," he started slowly, "but maybe Nezu has gotten better? And I'm sure if you explain to young Midoriya that you are simply worried about him, he would understand." At that, Shoyuta let out a deep sigh. "Toshi, I love you, you know that. But there is no way the kid will listen to anything I say at this point." He's gonna go and he's gonna have to learn it the hard way, and there is nothing either of us can do about it. He muttered, running a hand through his hair and refusing to look at his partner. Toshi gave his shoulder a firm squeeze before he stood up. I still think you should talk to him. If not for his sake, then for yours. Say what you feel you need to say and then know you did all you could to stop him. And with that, Toshi walked back to Coach Midoriya, leaving Shoyuta with his thoughts. Sunday morning rolled around and it was freezing outside. It was winter now, after all, and their breaths were clearly visible with every breath they took. Even so, Midoriya diligently showed up to training. Though the kid was clearly distracted, Midoriya seemed even more skittish than usual and wouldn't meet Shuta's eyes, which promptly ended with the boy being caught off guard and thrown to the ground more often than he'd been in months. After what must have been the 5th defeat in the last couple of minutes, Shoyuta decided to call it quits. Okay, that's enough for today, he said, putting a hand up. At that, Midoriya frowned. What? But I can keep going, the kid said, keeping his stance. Shoyuta had to suppress the urge to sigh. No. You're clearly distracted right now and there's no use going like this, he explained. The kid looked ready to argue, but Shoyuta cut him off as he continued. Also, I'd like to talk to you for a moment. Midoriya clicked his mouth shut and looked up at Shoyuta, squinting his eyes at him. Okay? About what? He asked, already sounding defensive. This time, Shoyuta did sigh, and he gestured for them to sit down on the back of the nearby truck. Midoriya hesitantly followed him and sat down, keeping a clear distance between them. I know you are planning to go to Nedzu today, Shoyuta started. Almost as soon as he said that, he could see all of Midoriya's defenses getting turned up high. The kid sat straighter and hardened his stare, looking ready to argue. But Shoyuta wouldn't let him. Let me speak. I know it won't matter what I tell you. Because, let's be honest, it shouldn't be any of my business. And it isn't. But the thing is, I'm worried about you. So I'm just gonna tell you why I'm worried and why I think you should wait with Nedzu's classes. And then what you do with that information is entirely up to you. Sounds fair. Midoriya looked a bit surprised by this and just nodded, his shoulders dropping just a tiny fraction. Shoyuta took a deep breath, bracing himself. So the thing about Nedzu? He doesn't sugarcoat things. At all. He wants you to be prepared for the worst. And only the worst. Because if the worst comes to shove and you aren't prepared for it, it can be fatal. And while yes, that is true. In fact, this is what has saved me and many lives during my time as an underground hero. But the thing is, that kind of thinking? All the time? Especially at such a young age? Well, it messes you up, kiddo. Shoyuta glanced at Midoriya, surprised when he saw the kid actually looking at him. Not angry or hostile, just watching, curious. He took a deep breath and continued, letting his gaze wander to the ocean. Look, it's not that Nedzu is a bad teacher. He just has a tendency of taking things too far. For example, if he wants you to get better at analyzing, he'll have you analyze cases based on real events down to the very last horrifying detail. The pictures and stories for those cases are not pretty, he gritted out, feeling bile rise in his throat. When he started teaching me, I was 17 and a second-year student at UA. I already had some experience out on the field, and I still suffered through nightmares over things Nedzu had me review during his lessons. So, to summarize, did those lessons help me as a pro? But do I want him to teach those same lessons to someone who's just 15? Absolutely not. His hands clenched where he had folded them in front of him, and he took another deep breath, willing himself to calm down. I want you to be able to enjoy this time you have, before he gets his paws on you. Because after he starts teaching you, there is no going back. Do you understand? He hadn't planned for that long speech. And judging by the wide-eyed stare he got from Midoriya, the boy hadn't either. The kid looked at him like he had actually listened, which was honestly not something Shoyuta had expected. He had expected eye rolls, interruptions, or snarky replies. But instead, all he was met with was shocked silence. Just when Shoyuta started to wonder if Midoriya would say anything, the boy turned away and stared down at his lap. His whole frame was trembling as he wrung his hands through the material of his tracksuit. I know what you are trying to say. But I still, he stammered, trailing off and ducking his head. You still want to try? Shoyuta sighed, having expected that. Midoriya nodded, not meeting Shuta's eyes. Well, I tried, Shoyuta thought, pushing down his disappointment and instead turning his focus to Midoriya. Knowing there was no stopping this, he at least needed Midoriya to know he could fall back on him. He needed the boy to trust him again. I understand. And well, if you need anyone to talk to, then you know where to find me. All Might and I are both here for you, he said gently. And if you ever don't want to take those lessons or need a break, just tell Nedzu and he will understand. But if he doesn't, then you come to me and I will talk to him. The rat may be a sadistic bastard, but he does care about his students. Alright, Midoriya said, voice cracking and his shoulders trembling an awful lot. It sounded like he was trying not to cry. Shoyuta was just about to comfort him, a hand reaching out to lay it on one of the kid's shoulders, when Midoriya suddenly stood up with a quick, excuse me, and hastily ran off. He ran straight past a very confused Toshi and didn't even stop to greet him. Toshi called out a concerned, young Midoriya? But he didn't get a response, and then, just like that, the kid was gone. His partner turned to stare at him, looking completely lost. Shoyuta stared back, one hand still raised in the air from when he tried to lay it on Midoriya's shoulder. That what happened? Toshi asked, walking up to him and glancing back at where Midoriya had run off to. Shoyuta just shook his head. I'm not completely sure. I think he might need to be alone for a while, he sighed, clenching his fists in frustration. Let's just give him some space. Start of panic attack and dissociation. Skip ahead if you don't want the details. I messed up she'd I really messed up. Izuku sobbed harder, curling into himself where he hid amongst the trash, arms hugging his knees tightly against his chest and nails digging into his arms. He'd been so mean to Shoyuta lately. In both forms. He's been acting selfish to the man. His mentor. His dad. When all Shoyuta ever did was care for him. I don't deserve them. Neither as my dads or my mentors. The guilt was eating him alive, panic threatening to drown him. Why had he acted like this? Shoyuta deserved so much better than just some stupid cat brat plaguing his life. I thought Shoyuta was just being mean, but he had just been worried. Well, he shouldn't be worried. None of them should worry about me. Izuku felt so awful, like the scum of the earth. And the worst part was that deep down, Izuku knew he had been acting unfairly. I was just so angry. It wasn't fair to him. But I wanted him to know I was angry. But whether Izuku knew he was being mean or not, it didn't matter. Because the thing he hated most about his cat form, broccoli, well, it was much harder to control that part. Like, for example, if Izuku wanted to hug someone, he could often resist that urge. Barely. But he still could hold back. But if broccoli wanted a hug, well, then he hugged them. A lot. Consequences be damned. Same with other emotions. It's like all his self-control simply flies out the window when he's in his smaller feline form. Sometimes, it didn't even feel like he was in control of himself anymore. Instead, he would just float around in the background, watching it all unfold as his cat self did whatever it wanted and he had no way to stop it. I never wanted him to care but I want them to love me they should just leave me alone I need to hide I don't want them to leave just hide, go away, go away, go away His breathing was getting even more frantic and irregular. He couldn't draw in enough air and his lungs were starting to burn. Go away. Hands were clawing at his head, tugging at his hair while he gritted his teeth. Just go away, his mind being too dim and loud. Stop it. His ears were ringing, heart pounding, the world around him spinning, and it was all just too much I can't stay need to hide can't be a bother, don't run hide INDTO Izuku's lungs drew in a desperate sharp breath of air and, like a thread snapping, his mind screeched to a halt. The ringing stopped and was replaced by a heavy static as his eyes widened for barely a second before his whole face relaxed and his eyes became distant and clouded. His hands slowly, oh so slowly, lowered to his sides to rest in the sand, while his body let out a deep and steady breath. All of the anxiety, all the guilt, self-hate and panic. He still felt it all. But it also felt so far away now. Somewhere in the back of his clouded head, he could hear banging and screaming behind all of the static. Like something was trying to tell him to get up, to move and to run. But he paid it no mind. Instead, he just sat there, perfectly still like a doll, watching the world around him through unseeing eyes, his whole body tingling with static. And soon, he couldn't even remember why he had been so upset in the first place. End of panic attack. About 20 minutes passed and Shoyuta and Toshi started to grow really worried for Midoriya. The kid had been gone for too long. But just when they were about to go look for him, they saw the kid walking back to them. His eyes were distant and red from crying and he had obvious frozen tear streaks covering his cheeks. It was a heartbreaking sight. Before either of them could say anything, Midoriya was already walking past them. They watched on in shocked silence how the kid just silently moved towards one of the many garbage piles and started cleaning. He didn't even glance at them. "Wait dash," Shoyuta called out, heart aching when the boy, aside from stopping what he was doing, didn't react. "Midoriya, are you okay?" he asked as gently as he could, only to berate himself for asking such a dumb question. Of course the kid isn't okay. All he got in response was a short nod, before the boy moved again to continue cleaning. He was still not looking at them and it seemed like his body was moving as if on autopilot. Toshi and him shared a worried look. What the hell do we do? It was about halfway through the shift that Toshi seemed to reach his breaking point. The normally energetic boy was moving through each task as an empty husk, his eyes dull and distant, and it was getting too painful to watch. They had to put a stop to this. With an obviously strained smile and a small clap of his hands, Toshi stepped forward. "All right, good work, my boy. That's enough for today," he said as cheerfully as he could while walking over to stand next to Midoriya. It didn't seem like the kid even noticed they still had time left and instead just nodded and moved to grab his things, preparing to leave. Before that, there is something else," Toshi said, laying a hand on the boy's shoulder and stopping Midoriya in his tracks. The kid simply turned to look at him, though his expression didn't shift. Toshi didn't let the lack of response faze him though. And instead he gave the kid's shoulder a squeeze and flashed him another smile. He then started leading Midoriya somewhere, walking away from the beach while motioning for Shoyuta to follow them. All Shoyuta could do was grab Midoriya's bag and curiously walk after his husband, wondering what he was up to. The next thing Shoyuta knew, they were sitting inside a warm cafe together. Him and Toshi had been here a couple of times before. It was a secluded and small cafe, close to the beach. And with it still being so early in the morning, there were hardly any customers there, giving the place a quiet and cozy atmosphere. Shoyuta had to hand it to his husband. He really knew what the kid needed. At first, Midoriya hadn't even seemed aware of what was happening. He had just let himself be led over to one of the round booths and sat down, his mind being miles away. Shoyuta was no stranger to dissociation. As a pro hero, he often came across distressed people after all. And it always hurt seeing it happen. But to see someone so young doing it? It honestly broke Shuta's heart. He slowly sat down next to Midoriya, making sure not to get too close or startle him. Toshi had gone to get them some warm drinks while Shoyuta kept an eye on the kid. His husband soon returned with coffee for the two adults and hot cocoa, with extra marshmallow, for Midoriya. Shoyuta took note of the extra glass of water for the boy and gave an approving nod. Toshi put the drinks down on the table and sat down opposite of Shoyuta, so the kid was seated securely between them. When the kid didn't move, Shoyuta gently guided Izuku's hands to wrap around the warm mug of hot chocolate, and when he let go, the kid had simply held them there, unresponsive. But the longer they sat there, with Shoyuta quietly sipping on his coffee and Toshi filling the silence with chatter, talking about everything under the sky, Shoyuta could see the kid was starting to come back to them. He noticed the small fingers twitching slightly and glanced over, a small slimmer of hope filling him when he saw a shine return to the boy's eyes. After a moment, Midoriya blinked and he saw him draw in a sharp, yet quiet breath. Those green eyes flickered for a moment, looking up at his surroundings, before quickly turning back down with a frown. And then, after some time passed, he saw the boy seemingly notice the now lukewarm chocolate and take a slow, hesitant sip of the drink, closing his eyes. Shoyuta tried not to show any reaction, but internally he sighed with relief. And glancing over at his husband, he could see the man had noticed the boy coming back too, a teary, relieved smile spreading along his face. For a while, they sat like that, Toshi now talking more excitedly and trying to bring Midoriya into the conversation. And eventually it worked. It took a while, but Midoriya started talking again and he soon became more and more animated. Toshi and Midoriya started discussing some new anime that Shoyuta definitely didn't like watching. It was just that Toshi, and for some reason their cats, forced him to watch it. It was quite a huge relief seeing the kid being excited over something as silly as an anime. It was like once he started talking, there was no end to it. Like he had been wanting to talk about it but had been holding it all in for a very long time. But then, mid-sentence, Midoriya suddenly grew quiet again and Shoyuta watched him worriedly. I'm really sorry for how I've been acting lately. And for running away earlier. And for being just and dash. Why didn't deserve any of that? The kid stammered, keeping his eyes at the table. Oh kid, Shoyuta sighed sadly. Of course Midoriya would feel guilty for upsetting them. It's okay my boy, no need to apologize, Toshi reassured him, but do you mind telling us why you run away like that? We were really worried about you dash, he continued, laying a hand on the boy's shoulder. Don't dash, Midoriya suddenly choked, flinching away from Toshi's hand as if burned. Midoriya? Shoyuta asked, now really worried. No matter what, the kid would never shake off All Might. I'm sorry. Just dash stop dash. The boy sobbed, eyes pressed closed tightly as he started trembling. Stop what? W worrying about me. I don't dash, I'm not dash, why you are already doing so much for me and I can't dash. Midoriya gritted out, sounding close to panicking while he clutched at his chest. Oh. Shoyuta, again, felt a small piece of his heart break that day. Shoyuta knew the kid's self-esteem and sense of self-worth was bad. But he had desperately hoped it hadn't quite reached this level. He's just a goddamn kid, damn it. He noticed Toshi reaching out for the boy again and Shoyuta gently grabbed his hand, shaking his head. Shoyuta then took a deep breath and turned to look at Midoriya. You feel like you don't deserve it? He said softly. Midoriya tensed before he nodded stiffly, shrinking further into himself and hugging his arms. Even though Shoyuta had expected it, the confirmation still hurt. Okay, that is not good. Definitely something we need to keep an eye on. And put him up for a meeting with Hound Dog as soon as school starts. Toshi uncertainly looked at Shoyuta, as if asking what he should do. Despite them both being pro-heroes, it was clear that the underground hero was more used to dealing with these types of situations. Shoyuta just squeezed his husband's hand before turning his attention back to the kid. Midoriya, I want you to know that what you're feeling, it is valid and those feelings are real. But they are also not true. Because you do deserve kindness. You deserve to have people who care about you. Just as much as anyone else does. I'm really sorry if I overwhelmed you earlier. I didn't mean to scare you off. Midoriya just shook his head, clearly not believing him. And Shoyuta didn't blame him. He knew how those parasitic thoughts would cling to you. It would take more than some half-butted pep talk to get through this. I don't. It was just dash to the thought of someone, the kid stammered, ducking his head. It's okay. I get it. Trust me, I really do. The idea of someone actually giving a shit about you? Terrifying. He said, earning a surprised snort from Midoriya, which the boy quickly covered with a hand. Shoyuta felt his lips tug at the sound of the kid laughing and he continued, but well, whether you like it or not, you're stuck with us, kiddo. So better get used to it. That, again, earned him a shocked laugh, which evolved into more crying. This was when Toshi decided to step in. Not exactly the words I would use, but Aizawa is correct, my boy. We both care about you deeply. We're not going anywhere, Toshi agreed gently. Those words only made the kid cry harder, his body shaking with sobs while he hugged his arms tighter, knuckles turning white from the grip on his arms. They were getting some weird looks from the staff and Toshi tried waving off their concerned glances, stating that everything was fine. Not really knowing what to do, Shoyuta hesitantly reached out a hand to lay it on Midoriya's head, comfortingly petting those unruly curls. They were surprisingly soft. Kind of familiar somehow. To be honest, Shoyuta had fully expected Midoriya to flinch away from the contact. But to his surprise, the kid just threw himself forward and latched onto Shoyuta, hugging him tightly while he cried against his chest. Shoyuta stiffened and looked over at Toshi with wide eyes. What the F do I do? But Toshi, that traitor, just raised his phone and snapped a picture of the whole thing, grinning like an idiot with eyes shining from unshed tears. With a glare at his partner, Shoyuta forced himself to relax and he hesitantly hugged Midoriya back, trying to calm the crying teen. It took a while and they got a few more odd looks from the staff. But eventually Midoriya calmed down. Sorry, Midoriya sniffled, leaning back and looking embarrassed. Toshi handed him some tissues, which he accepted gratefully. It's okay, Shoyuta sighed. His uniform was drenched with tears. How was it even possible to cry that much? Beside them, Toshi cleared his throat, gaining their attention. Midoriya, my boy. I want you to answer this honestly. What happened today? Has it happened before? And how often? Toshi asked, looking at the boy in concern. Midoriya turned away and ducked his head, almost as if in shame. Sometimes, yeah. Especially before middle school. But it's gotten better. It doesn't happen so often anymore. He muttered, bringing his hands up to his chest and fiddling with them. It used to happen more often? Shoyuta asked, not liking how young the kid had apparently been when they first started. The boy nodded but didn't say anything else. Deciding to let it go for now, Shoyuta sighed. One more question. Are you safe? He asked, giving a pause. We know you don't like talking about your home or school life, but if you're not safe then we can help . But to Shoyuta and Toshi's utter dismay, the boy was quick to shut that down. I'm safe, he said quickly. But then he smiled a little, looking down at his hands and wringing them together in his lap. I live in a very happy home. I couldn't have asked for a better family, he said softly, voice filled with so much honesty and warmth. And you won't tell us anything more? Shoyuta pressed, not really believing him based on what they knew regarding the boy's eating habits and state of clothes. Like always, Midoriya pressed his lips together and shook his head, stubbornly keeping quiet. So with a sigh, Shoyuta dropped it. All right then. So what are you gonna do now? He asked, glancing at the clock. It was way later than when they would usually end their training. Midoriya began, trailing off as he looked away. I still want to meet Nezu, the boy mumbled, keeping his face down and wringing his hands nervously. But I don't think I want to take those lessons yet, he whispered, sounding almost afraid. As much as Shoyuta would have loved to hear those words earlier this week. Now they just filled him with guilt and regret. He might have gone too far and scared the kid too much. Because of me? He asked, trying to sound calm despite the lump forming in his throat. Without hesitation, the boy shook his head. No, because of me, he answered quietly. I don't think I want that right now. Not until UA, if I even get in, at least. But maybe I can still meet him and just discuss analysis or play chess or something. I really liked spending time with him, Midoriya asked carefully, looking up at Shoyuta almost pleadingly. Toshi and him glanced at each other before Shoyuta turned back to Midoriya. I'm sure he'd be fine with that. Why don't we accompany you to UA so you can talk to him? The relieved smile Midoriya gave him was almost blinding. Thanks Aizawa-sensei. Unsurprisingly, Nezu was a bit disappointed at having to delay the real lessons. But to Shuta's relief, he seemed happy just to have Midoriya visit him again. Well, if that's what you want, Midoriya, then I don't mind putting aside my lesson plan for now. Though now that you are all here, I want to show you something. It might give you all a better understanding of my choice of student. With that, Nezu pulled out a small folder and laid out some papers. Remember the tests I had you do last time you were here, Midoriya? He asked, glancing at the boy. Midoriya nodded, recognition lightening in his eyes. Truth to be told, they were quite basic IQ tests. And although they are not nearly enough to gain an accurate score, I can with confidence say that your results are well above average. I might even be so bold to say your score is that of a natural genius, Nezu stated cheerfully, patting the papers with a paw excitedly. Midoriya's face turned bright red, having apparently not expected that amount of praise. Beside him, Toshi laughed loudly and patted the boy's back, looking way too proud considering he had contributed nothing to the boy's intellect. So, you can probably understand why I want you as my student. Though, I will try to keep your human fragility in mind and we will wait until you are comfortable. Shoyuta had to resist the urge to roll his eyes at that comment. He had not missed the way Nezu's eyes had traveled to him when he said that. Human fragility, my butt. I assume you want to take the normal exam like everyone else, Nezu continued, but rest assured, even if you only get into general studies, which I have no doubt that you will, this spot as my student will always be open for you when you are ready. Midoriya looked like he was at a loss of words and just stared at Nezu, mouth agape. Thank you, Nezu-sensei. He stammered, giving a low bow and blushing furiously. The mammal just chuckled and patted the boy's head with a paw. Shoyuta felt some of his worry leave at the interaction, lips twitching up in an almost smile. Perhaps things will work out after all. Toshi and Midoriya started looking at the tests, Toshi asking about some of the questions while gushing about how smart the kid was, all while Midoriya looked torn between dying from embarrassment and relishing in the praise. Seeing his opportunity, Shoyuta met the eyes of Nezu and gestured to the door. His old mentor immediately understood and they carefully sneaked out. As soon as they were out of earshot, Shoyuta turned to Nezu with a scowl. Absolutely no code red scenario analyzing until the start of UA. Preferably his second or even third year or after being cleared by Hound Dog, Shoyuta said firmly, voice leaving no room for argument. Of course, Nezu answered cheerfully, seemingly unaware of the turmoil he could cause and eyes looking like they were already planning every way he could mold the kid into his perfect, terrifying pupil. Nezu, I'm serious. I know you have a hard time understanding humans, but the kid already has a lot to deal with and he doesn't need any more baggage dash. Now, Aizawa. Do you really think so lowly of me? I admit I might have taken things a bit far in the past. But you have my word that I won't bring those tests into the lessons until I am sure he's ready. I also agree with having him meet Hound Dog. I will speak with him and see that he has time for Midoriya as soon as school starts. Feeling like a weight was released from his shoulders, Shoyuta nodded. Good. Thank you, he sighed, running a hand through his hair. He glanced at Nezu, considering him. Also, if you could try getting him to open up more about his home life? The kid won't say a thing to me or Toshi, but maybe you'll have more luck. Shoyuta said carefully. As much as it pained him, they really were at a standstill. Shoyuta knew something was definitely wrong, especially after the kid's episode earlier today. But with every worry claim coming back blank, unless Midoriya spoke up or asked for help, there wasn't much they could legally do. Demon Toshi and his morals and his kidnapping is wrong, Shoyuta mentality. Things would have been so much easier if I got to do it my way. Nezu nodded, his smile widening slightly. I can certainly try and talk to him about it. Thanks. It's no problem. I understand you are just looking out for your son, Nezu said cheerfully, his eyes twinkling with amusement. He's not my dash, Shoyuta started, but at the pointed look Nezu gave him he clicked his mouth shut and sighed. Just keep an eye on him, Shoyuta muttered, ducking his face in his capture weapon. Always, Nezu answered with a smile, a weird look in his eyes. I can't believe I'm about to do this. Aizawa Shoyuta, pro-hero Eraserhead, was currently facing his worst opponent yet, namely a small kitten named Broccoli, whom he was having a stare-down with. For the past 5 minutes, Broccoli and Shoyuta had been seated on the floor opposite of each other, neither of them moving or saying anything. Toshi was watching them from the couch, a small grin on his face while Slushy was lazily lounging on his lap. Come on, Sho, Toshi encouragingly said, trying and failing to keep his amusement out of his voice. Shoyuta shot him a glare. You're just loving this, aren't you? With an annoyed sigh, Shoyuta glanced back down at the small green fluff of fury. Emerald eyes were watching his every move, waiting. Deciding to just get it over with, Shoyuta bowed his head slightly. I'm sorry for insulting your friend. I've spoken to Nedzu and it's all sorted out now. So can you please stop being mad? He felt ridiculous. Even though Broccoli clearly had an intelligence quirk, this was just humiliating. Thank God Shoyuta had the foresight to confiscate Toshi's phone before he decided to do this. His partner looked like he really wanted to record the whole DMN thing. Another moment of silence. But then he heard the soft pitter-patter of small paws against the floor. And when he looked up, Broccoli was seated right in front of him. The cat almost looked guilty, or well, as guilty as he could look. The next thing Shoyuta knew, Broccoli had flung himself at him, seating himself on his lap and bumping his head against Shuta's chest lovingly, letting out a loud purr in the process. Shoyuta felt his face break into a huge, relieved smile and he reached down to pet the kitten. I take it that means I'm forgiven? He chuckled. The answer he got was yet another buff against his chest and an even louder purr. They were soon joined by Slushy, who had decided to join in on the cuddles. She almost stepped over Broccoli in her hurry to climb up on Shuta's shoulder. Oh, so now you decide to forgive me too? Nice to see who is your favorite here, he grumbled, stroking Slushy under her chin. Toshi let out a laugh at that while the two cat brats just purred louder, seemingly happy cuddling with him again. Bonus. Okay Izuku. You can do this. You might have made up with Aizawa-sensei earlier today, but that doesn't mean that Broccoli can just magically make up with him too. You need to play it cool. Wait for him to say something. Anything. Just don't. Yet. Broccoli sat at the floor, almost vibrating in excitement when Shoyuta came home and sat down in front of him. Here we go. Any minute now. Any minute now. Oh my God, Shoyuta, please just say something dash. You like this? Needless to say, once Broccoli was cleared to cuddle with his dad again, he did not let him go. Neither of his dads seemed to mind when Broccoli and Slushy stayed with them for the night. Broccoli curled up on top of Shuta's chest and purred loudly. Izuku meant every word he had said that day. He couldn't have asked for a better family. Now he just needed to get into UA and everything would be okay. Right? Izuku POV. It was the morning of the entrance exam and Izuku was a nervous wreck. Sure, Izuku had noticed that he had gained some muscles while in human form. And Shoyuta had even commented that Broccoli seemed to have grown a bit over the last few months, too. But would it be enough? And worst of all, Toshi still hadn't told Shoyuta about One for All. It was tearing Izuku apart, having to keep it a secret from the man. Izuku had enough secrets as it was. He didn't want to have to keep another one. But on the morning of the entrance exam, Izuku met up with all might and he accepted the quirk. With Shoyuta being none the wiser. Swallowing a human hair wasn't that gross, considering he was used to grooming both himself and Slushy while being in his cat form. But it still felt weird. He just hoped he would get through the entrance exam in one piece. Shoyuta POV. Shoyuta stood in the examination room, overlooking the exam with all the other teachers. Toshi was also there, standing on the other side of the room and looking very nervous. And Shoyuta couldn't blame his partner, knowing they were about to send out a quirkless kid to fight a bunch of robots. Seriously, this exam is far from rational or fair. How the hell does any of this prove if someone is of hero material? He tried to focus on all the kids equally, but he felt his eyes move towards the screen showing a flurry of green and he frowned as he saw Midoriya run desperately through the city. The boy, despite his training, was clearly not on the same level as the other kids. I guess there's always the sports festival, he thought briefly. Shoyuta was determined to keep helping Midoriya with his training, if the kid wanted him to. Midoriya definitely had a lot of potential. Shoyuta could see why Toshi had grown attached so quickly. But then, the 0-pointer showed up and Shuta's heart nearly stopped when, instead of running away, the kid ran towards the thing, trying to save the girl trapped under some rubble. Shoyuta was just about to tell Nedzu to turn off the robot and end the exam. For FS sake, there are two kids about to get crushed dash. Why isn't the demon rat doing anything dash? When Midoriya suddenly flew up high into the air and punched the giant robot, destroying it with his bare fist. He stared with wide eyes as the boy plummeted to the ground and got saved at the last second by the girl he had rescued. Only when the kid was laying on the ground, bruised and unconscious but seemingly alive, did Shoyuta let himself breathe again. What the F dash was that? On instinct, Shuta's eyes turned towards his partner. And although Toshi looked a bit concerned, he didn't look surprised. The man almost seemed proud. Shoyuta felt his eyes twitch, a bad feeling growing in his chest, and he stomped over to Toshi to drag him out of the room by his arm. Aizawa? Where are we going? Toshi exclaimed. Shut up and follow me. We need to talk, Yagi Tashinori, he growled, dragging him through the hallways and into an empty meeting room. As soon as the door closed behind them, he turned to glare at Toshi. So, what the hell was that just now? I'm not sure. I'm just as surprised as you are. Toshi tried, but Shoyuta just growled at him, taking a step closer. Don't give me that bullshit. The supposedly quirkless kid flew high up in the air and punched a robot in the goddamn face, and you did not even look remotely surprised. You looked like you had expected it to happen. Toshi shook his head at that. And no, I expected him to go after the zero-pointer, but I wasn't expecting it to go like that. I swear. Shoyuta was just about to answer when he heard voices from outside and he sighed deeply, leaning back. We'll talk more when we get home. This is not over, he grumbled, turning towards the door. He heard Toshi sheepishly follow him. Ari? Sorry, Shoyuta, Toshi mumbled, hunching in on himself. Giving another sigh, Shoyuta glanced back at the man. Come on, let's go and check on the kid. It looked like he got hurt pretty badly. They arrived at the nurse's office almost at the same time as Recovery Girl. Two bots were carrying an unconscious Midoriya behind her. She didn't even look surprised when she saw them and just gestured for them to step inside while the robots laid Midoriya down on the bed. The boy didn't even stir at the movements. Recovery Girl noticed Shuta's staring and she followed his gaze to Midoriya and sighed. Poor kid, broke the bones in both of his legs and one of his arms. I healed him, but with that damage he must be exhausted, she said sadly with a shake of her head. He broke his bones? Toshi sputtered, eyes widening in horror. Shoyuta felt his own eyes widen at that information too. Yes, All Might. He did, she answered, voice uncharacteristically cold as she glared at the man. Toshi just flinched back from the glare, not saying anything. Recovery Girl sighed again. Anyway, I need to go and check on the rest of the exams. Luckily there don't seem to be any other serious injuries. Can I trust you to stay until I'm back? She asked them, already heading towards the door. Of course, Shoyuta answered. Toshi just nodded next to him, not meeting Recovery Girl's eyes. When the nurse left, he let out a visible sigh of relief. I know your relationship with Recovery Girl is strained, but that was weird, Shoyuta grumbled. She had seemed almost more mad than Shoyuta had been earlier. And that was saying something. That bad feeling Shoyuta already had just kept growing. Just what is going on? Did she know something that I don't? Toshi just sat down on one of the chairs and put his head in his hands, sighing again. Shoyuta frowned and sat down next to his husband, rubbing circles into his back. Seriously, Toshi. What's wrong? I can't help you if you don't tell me, he sighed tiredly. But Toshi didn't answer and Shoyuta didn't press further, just kept quietly rubbing circles into his back. It was perhaps 20 minutes later that they heard Midoriya beginning to wake up. Toshi was immediately on his feet, but Shoyuta put a hand on his arm and pulled him back down, not wanting him to overwhelm the boy. Green eyes blinked open and looked around, confused. Midoriya, my boy? Are you okay? Toshi asked gently. Izuku POV. Izuku woke up, feeling lost and confused. He heard someone ask him something and he turned his head to meet the eyes of Toshi and Shoyuta. They asked him something again and he just groaned, closing his eyes. What happened? Izuku found himself asking. There was some shuffling and he felt the mattress dip next to him. He opened his eyes and saw Toshi sitting on the edge of the bed, Shoyuta standing a bit behind him. You got hurt pretty badly during the entrance exam, my boy, Toshi explained, smiling wryly. Oh, because of the quirk? He found himself asking groggily. Quirk? Shoyuta asked and Izuku flinched, his eyes widening when he realized his slip-up. He glanced between the two. Shoyuta looked skeptical. but also really, really worried. Toshi just looked panicked, like a deer in headlights. At that moment, Izuku decided to do something very bold, and perhaps very stupid. But he'd lived with these two for 2 years now. He knew how much they loved and cared about each other, and Shoyuta deserved to know. So with the best fake surprised gasp he could muster, he looked at Toshi. "You didn't tell him?" Izuku asked, putting as much shock and regret into his voice as he could. "Tell me what?" Shoyuta asked, squinting his eyes and looking between them. "I am so sorry, Aizawa-sensei. I thought since you helped with my training that why you knew." "Again, know what?" Shoyuta snapped. "It's, not my thing to tell you?" Izuku said apologetically, glancing at Toshi. His mentor had shrunken back more and more during all of this. He looked so incredibly guilty. I was planning on telling you," he murmured, and Izuku had to bite back a snort and "yeah right" at that. "I don't think this is a matter we should discuss here. But I'll tell you later." "I promise," Toshi sighed. Shoyuta still looked sad, nails digging into the material of his hero costume where he kept his arms crossed. But after a moment he just gave a resigned sigh and nodded, letting go of his arms and dragging fingers through his hair. "Fine. We'll talk later," he said sharply. Izuku felt a bit bad for bringing it up. But really, this needed to happen. Shoyuta deserved to know the truth. He stubbornly ignored the small voice telling him what a giant and mean hypocrite he was and instead smiled apologetically at Toshi, muttering out a "sorry." The man just sighed again and told him it was fine and not to worry about it. Soon after that, Recovery Girl entered the room. "How are you feeling, dearie?" "I'm fine, thank you." "That's good to hear. We tried to call your mother to ask if she could come and pick you up. But unfortunately, she isn't picking up her phone. Is there anyone else we can call?" "And no, that's okay. Mom is probably busy at work. I can get home by myself," he smiled. Recovery Girl frowned at that. "I really wouldn't recommend that, dearie. You were hurt pretty badly, and even if you feel fine you can still get some side effects of my quirk. With how much you were healed, it is a wonder that you are even up right now." "I'm okay really. It's not that far and I'm used to taking care of myself anyway," he answered, shrugging nonchalantly. Izuku only realized his mistake after the 3 adults looked at him worriedly. "I'm walking you back home," Shoyuta stated. "What?" "No, seriously, I'm fine dash. Kid, that wasn't a question. No way am I letting you walk home alone after today," he said firmly, cutting Izuku off. Izuku ducked his head. "Why yes sir," he mumbled. "Are you also joining us?" Shoyuta asked, turning to Toshi. "If young Midoriya is fine with it?" Izuku nodded. "But we need to go and check on some things before we can leave. But rest up and then we'll come and get you," the man said, turning to leave the room, Toshi following behind him. When they were out the door, Recovery Girl shook her head almost fondly. "That man, always such a mother hen," she chuckled. Izuku let out a soft laugh at that and couldn't help but agree. The walk back to Izuku's apartment had been a bit tense. Toshi tried to make small talk with Izuku, but with Shoyuta still obviously annoyed next to him, it was clear that the man was uncomfortable. When they reached his apartment door, Izuku brought out his keys with trembling fingers, begging to whatever god was listening that his mom hadn't changed the lock. He let out a soft sigh of relief when the key went in and he turned it, unlocking the door with a click. "WL. Here we are. Thank you for, walking me home," Izuku said with a nervous smile, looking back at them. The 2 men seemed a bit relieved. Had they seriously thought I lived on the streets or something? "It was no problem, my boy. Make sure to get some rest," Toshi said kindly with a smile. As soon as the men disappeared from sight, Izuku went inside the apartment, looking around the place. It all looked the same, and yet different. He noticed that his mom didn't have any pictures of him up anymore. Not that there had been many to begin with, but now the number was 0. His room was also more barren than it had been the last time he was here. It looked even more like a guest room now. Most of his clothes and belongings were probably sold off a long time ago. With a sigh, Izuku picked up a plastic bag and grabbed what little of his things he had left and gathered them up, just a few clothes and books, deciding to bring them to his hiding spot in the park. As he walked out of his room, he noticed a pile of letters on the small table by the door. On the top of it laid an envelope he recognized. That was his biological father's monthly payment to his mom. For a moment, Izuku considered it. He reached out a hand and picked up the envelope. Even though his dad had left after he got his diagnosis, the man had never once failed to pay his mom, so she could afford keeping Izuku around. He briefly wondered if the man knew that she never used the money for that purpose. If the man knew any of the things Inko had put their child through? And if not, how would he have reacted if he found out? Would he have come back for Izuku? Would he even care? Not that it matters anymore. I have 2 new dads now. I don't need this one. But still. With a frown, he considered the envelope. This was supposed to go to Izuku, to make sure he was fed and clothed. So would it really be considered stealing if he took it? With a sigh, Izuku looked down at the battered, red shoes standing by the door. They really weren't looking good, all worn out and even having holes in them. Not to mention how they started to be a bit small and hurt when he walked. He didn't want to ask his dads for new shoes. Didn't want to burden them. But he also didn't look forward to walking around UA in those. UA provided the students with their uniforms, but not shoes. Making up his mind, he pocketed the envelope, picked up the bag and put on his shoes with a slight wince. Yeah, they are really getting way too small. Izuku gave one last glance over his shoulder, taking in the space he had grown up in and mapping it in his memory. With a trembling hand, he grabbed the doorknob and took a deep breath. Goodbye, Izuku whispered into the empty apartment, knowing he probably wouldn't step foot in here again. After Izuku had gone over to the park and left his things, keeping the money secure in his pocket, no way was he leaving that in the park, he headed home. When he got into the apartment, Shoyuta and Toshi were sitting down at the kitchen table. Broccoli curiously entered the room, but neither of his dads even seemed to notice him, too engrossed in their discussion. He recognized the story as the same one he had heard the first day he met All Might. His eyes widened when he realized Toshi actually meant it when he said he would tell Shoyuta about One for All. Not once did Shoyuta interrupt Toshi. His dad was simply sitting there, his arms crossed and listening intently, only giving small nods and sounds that showed he was still listening. The further into the story they went, the more tense the room got, until it was almost suffocating. Broccoli decided he couldn't be there anymore and he went to find Slushy. He could still hear them from the living room. And Toshi really ended up telling Shoyuta everything. Even things Izuku didn't know about. At the part of Toshi's dead mentor and her murdered pro-hero husband, it suddenly made a lot more sense why he had shielded Shoyuta for so long. And Izuku was starting to feel really bad for bringing this to the surface. He could feel the tension all the way from here. And even though it kind of made sense why Toshi had been scared of bringing Shoyuta into the dangerous secret of One for All, he could also see the clear hurt and anger in Shuta's eyes. The man looked heartbroken. But nothing could have prepared him for what happened after Toshi got to Izuku's part in this story. And his decision to make Izuku quirkless, young, little Izuku his successor. Needless to say, Shoyuta had not taken that part of the story well. And that evening was the first time Izuku ever witnessed a fight break out between the couple. Izuku hid further under the couch as his dads continued to argue with each other. Seriously, what were you thinking? He's just a goddamn kid. But if I hadn't given him the quirk, then he wouldn't have passed the hero exam. Toshi tried to argue. Then maybe he shouldn't have passed. Shoyuta snapped. Izuku felt his breath hitch at that, his eyes widening and his heart growing cold. That what? Shoyuta POV. If he wasn't ready, then he wasn't ready. You can't just throw a dangerous quirk on a kid and expect him to magically become the next All Might. I wasn't trying to dash. It doesn't matter what you were trying to do, Shoyuta gritted out. The fact is that you did something that could have gotten the poor brat killed. Toshi flinched back at the word, killed, as if he had been slapped. I am so sorry, Shodash. He stammered, tears running down his cheeks as he reached out a trembling hand towards him. Don't dash, Shoyuta bit out, taking a step back and glaring at him. Toshi immediately backed away and hunched into himself, whispering out another, I'm sorry. Shoyuta felt frustrated tears welling up in his eyes and he clenched his fists so hard he felt nails almost breaking the skin. He focused on the pain, trying to gather his thoughts so he didn't say anything he'd later regret. Like how you first pull this bullshit sob story about how you wanted to protect me, a grown-up pro-hero, from this effed-up curse of a quirk. And then right after, you tell me you dragged a goddamn kid into it? Don't you see how messed up that is? We were supposed to be a team. Shoyuta started, but was interrupted by a sudden growl that ripped through the air. Both men stopped to stare down at Slushy, who were sitting by their feet, looking visibly upset. The sight of their cat pulled Shoyuta momentarily out of his anger and he crouched down. Sure, it's okay, Slushy. Shoyuta tried to reach his hand out to her but Slushy just ran off into the living room, meowing loudly. Confused, Shoyuta stared after her. And that's when he heard another sound coming from the living room. Sounded like small whimpers? Frowning, he shared a glance with Toshi before they wordlessly rushed into the living room. On the way, he wiped away the tears that were blurring his vision. Slushy was lying next to the couch, looking under it. Her ears laid flat against her head and her whole body looked tense. Shoyuta slowly sat down next to her and looked under the couch as well, and then felt his heart nearly break at the sight of the little green ball of fluff. The kitten was curled up into himself and letting out small, unhappy whimpers and mewls with every ragged breath. Broccoli? Shoyuta asked softly, but he didn't get a response. Slushy made her way under the couch and curled up next to the little green bean, purring and bumping against him comfortingly. But he didn't even react. What's wrong? Toshi asked carefully, voice laced with worry. Panic attack. I think, Shoyuta answered with a frown. Didn't know cats could have those? Me neither, but I don't know how else to describe it, Shoyuta sighed, still keeping his eyes on the cats. They both winced at the next painful whimper and Shoyuta leaned down to try and reach for the kitten. He carefully laid his hand around the small body and gently tugged him towards him and out from under the couch. The poor guy was all poofed up and was staring at nothing with large, unblinking eyes, not reacting to anything happening around him. With gentle hands, he brought the kitten up to his chest, cradling him close to his heart and humming softly. Much like he had done that first time he found him all those years ago. He sighed in relief when he felt the tense body finally starting to relax against him. Broccoli even started letting out soft purrs along with the whimpers that sounded suspiciously close to sobs. Toshi Shoyuta sighed, glancing up at his husband who had moved to sit down next to him. To be honest, I don't know how to feel right now. I'm still mad. No, mad doesn't even begin to describe it. I'm FNG furious with you. And I'm hurt that you wouldn't tell me about this. Toshi hunched into himself more and more with every word, listening to every word. Shoyuta let out another heavy sigh and focused down on the small trembling kitten in his arms. But I also know how much your mentor meant to you, and how young you were when she and her husband were killed. So I guess I can understand where your fear was coming from. But still I'm just so effing mad I know Toshi blurted out, and I'm really sorry. I never meant to keep this from you for so long. But by the time All for One was finally dead it just felt like it was too late, like it had gone on for too long. And that it would only hurt you more if you learned of the truth after years of lying. Like you are hurting. Right now. I was stupid and I'm sorry and I understand if you want me to leave At that, Shuta's head snapped up. Don't you dare give me that bullshit, Shoyuta snapped. You're not going anywhere. Yes, you are stupid. You're a goddamn idiot. He gritted out, having to take a deep breath just to calm himself so he could continue. But if you think for a second that I'm gonna let you simply walk away after dumping all of this on me, then think again. It might take a while for me to forgive you if I even can, but at least let me try, damn it. I still want to try to be with you, even if you are the most stupid self-sacrificing moron I've ever met. Toshi looked shocked at that and ducked his head, tears running down his cheeks as he nodded. I still want to be with you too. Just tell me what I can do and I'll do it, he cried, looking at Shoyuta with eyes shining with such raw emotion that it hurt. Well, for starters, no more secrets, alright? We're supposed to be a team, remember? And just give me time. That's all I'm asking. Shoyuta sighed, letting his gaze fall down to the now asleep kitten in his arms. And as for the kid, there really was no reason to rush this kind of thing. He could have always gotten into general studies and then transferred later in the semester. I know, Toshi sighed. I'm really sorry for not telling you the truth about his training. But you should be, he answered with a glare. I'm just happy that I know about this now. I don't know how I would have reacted if a kid with a quirk that made his bones explode showed up in my class without any explanation or warning, Shoyuta groaned, getting a headache just thinking about it. You'd probably expel them on the spot, Toshi said, chuckling a bit while wiping away his tears. Probably, Shoyuta agreed, a small smile tugging at his lips. Izuku POV. When Izuku woke up, it was dark outside and he felt awful. He couldn't remember falling asleep. But when he woke up, he was lying in bed next to Slushy, Shoyuta and Toshi. Him and his sister were curled up in the middle of the bed, his dad sleeping with their backs turned to each other on opposite sides of the bed, with the cats in between them. Which was a bit weird. Usually they would cuddle together, and on the rare occasion Slushy or Broccoli slept in here too, the cats would sleep near the end of it. Broccoli blinked his eyes groggily and shook his head while he tried to remember how he got there. There had been a fight. There had been yelling. And then maybe he shouldn't have passed. The harsh words echoed in Izuku's mind and he felt his throat close up. That's right. Shoyuta hadn't wanted him to get in. He was probably hoping Izuku would be put in general instead. Izuku didn't know why he was even surprised at this point. Of course the man wouldn't want a quirkless kid in his class. Wait. It suddenly hit Izuku and his eyes widened. Wait, oh my gosh, I have a quirk now. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Broccoli almost jumped out of his own skin at the sound of another voice and he frantically looked around the room. But there was no one there. Just him, his two sleeping dads and his now awake and very grumpy sister. Sorry, Slushy, he thought, bumping his head against hers in apology. Slushy's response was to push him back down with one paw and purr, telling him to go back to sleep. He closed his eyes. In the back of his mind, Izuku swore he could hear something. There was a loud static, even louder than usual. And beyond that, it sounded almost like several voices. And they sounded really upset. He tried ignoring them, chalking it up to exhaustion, and instead focused on the sound of Slushy purring by his side. Only moments later, he fell back asleep, the buzzing in his head never ceasing. The next time Izuku woke up, it was bright outside and his dads were getting ready for the day. The air was tense between them. Neither were talking and Toshi soon left the room, Slushy following closely behind the man to get breakfast. Not feeling like getting up yet, Broccoli tried falling back asleep. But the room was just too bright and his head was too loud, the static having grown even louder. And so, with a yawn, he reluctantly stood up and stretched. Oh good, you're up. At the sound of Shuta's voice, Izuku looked up to find his dad walking over to him and crouching down next to the bed. How are you feeling? Shoyuta asked gently, scratching Broccoli behind the ear. Broccoli purred at the attention and leaned into the touch. But then, he remembered last night and he flinched away from the man. Shoyuta swore softly and Broccoli peeked up at him. His dad didn't look angry, but he looked really sad. Which was somehow even worse. Sorry. Do you need anything? Are you in pain? He asked carefully. After some consideration, Izuku shook his head. No need to play dumb right now. Shoyuta let out a soft sigh of relief at that. Okay. But you should eat and drink something. Want to join us for breakfast? He asked, a sad smile on his paler than usual face. It looked like the man had barely slept last night. Broccoli considered him for a moment. He was still hurt that Shoyuta apparently didn't want him in his class. The man had told Izuku he'd support him, that he cared about him. But even so, he would say something like that when he thought Izuku wasn't there to hear it. Which hurt. A lot. But the thing is, he still loved his dad. And Shoyuta still liked Broccoli. He had even comforted him after he had panicked last night. Guessed even if Shoyuta won't want Izuku anymore, there was no reason for Broccoli not to like him. So with that in mind, Broccoli carefully walked over to Shoyuta, standing so his front paws were resting against his chest, and bumped his head against his chin, purring softly and asking to be picked up. Shoyuta smiled at that and gently lifted him. "All right then, let's go eat," he said softly, carrying Broccoli out to the others waiting in the kitchen. The air around the kitchen was very tense and awkward. Not even Toshi tried to fill the silence. That's how bad it was. His dads needed to go to work at UA today, looking over the entrance exam and new potential students, as well as getting everything sorted for All Might's first year of teaching. But when it was time for them to go, they seemed to almost hesitate leaving him. Broccoli had made a show of eating his food and drinking some water, trying to silently tell them that he was fine and to just go. They seemed a bit calmer after that, and Broccoli and Slushy saw them out at the door. But as soon as the door closed behind them, Broccoli missed them both greatly. He didn't know how long he sat there in the hallway, watching the door. Slushy tried to cheer him up, but he just couldn't bother to move. This form was starting to hurt too. He knew he was going over his time limit, but he just couldn't find the will to care. He suddenly heard Slushy hiss next to him, and he turned around and looked into the kitchen, where she was staring. As soon as he saw what she was hissing at, he too shot up to his feet with a hiss. There, in the middle of their kitchen, stood a pale, translucent man. The man was dressed as if he just stepped out of bed. He had white hair and green eyes, and as soon as those eyes locked with Izuku's own, they widened. "You can see me?" the man asked, his voice raspy and almost seeming to echo in the room. "Oh hell no." Izuku had seen enough horror movies to know that those words were not something you ever wanted to hear another person say. So with a deep growl, he stepped between the thing and his sister, arching his back and feeling his quirk light up in sparks. "Oh oh no, don't do that. Here I'll just, He heard another voice call out from somewhere, "For F's sake What the hell did you do?" The man seemed to jump at the voice as much as Izuku did, and without another word he was gone, leaving an empty kitchen behind. Izuku blinked at the space the man had been in. What the heck was that? He thought, looking back at his sister with wide eyes. Slushy seemed just as, if not even more confused by the whole thing, and she kept growling at the now seemingly empty space. His head felt heavy, the buzzing giving him a splitting headache. This form suddenly became unbearable, and so, with a poof of smoke, Izuku changed back into a human, picked up Slushy and ran into the office screaming, "I need answers." He was scrolling through site after site on the family computer. Unsurprisingly, the internet was filled with theories about animals being able to see ghosts. Though no evidence. But I guess what we just saw should be plenty of evidence. But why haven't we seen them before? Izuku asked absent-mindedly, glancing down at Slushy who was curled up on his lap. And why would he look so surprised that we could see him? Wait, does one for all come with ghost vision? Maybe Slushy had seen ghosts all this time and it was just the first time for Broccoli? But no, that doesn't make any sense. Slushy had seemed just as disturbed as Broccoli had been. There was that static filling his head, growing louder and changing in frequency. And through it, Izuku swore he heard voices echoing around him. Till can't believe it. At a quirk this whole time. No? Izuku whipped around so fast it almost gave him whiplash. Hello? He asked quietly, looking around the empty room. Then, right next to his ear, he heard an amused, "Hello." And he screamed, falling off the chair. Slushy landed on her feet next to him, looking upset at the sudden movement but otherwise fine. But Izuku barely noticed her because there were several voices laughing at him in the still empty room. No, in his head, Izuku realized. What the hell? He gasped, bringing a shaking hand up to his aching head, staring straight ahead with wide eyes. But to his disappointment, but also relief, it suddenly got quiet, the buzzing abruptly being cut off, or at least silenced. And Izuku felt exhausted, his head feeling heavy like lead. For a while, Izuku just sat there, trying to calm his rapid heartbeat. Until Slushy meowed at him and pulled him back into reality. With trembling hands, Izuku picked up his phone and called the only number he could think of. All Might? Weird question, but Is one for all haunted? Toshinori POV. Toshinori had expected his student to have questions about his new quirk. But this certainly hadn't been what he had expected the boy to ask. All Might? Weird question, but is one for all haunted? Toshinori sputtered at that question. Why would you ask that, my boy? He asked, wiping away the blood he had coughed up. At the desk beside him, Shoyuta gave him a curious look. After a quick glance around the thankfully empty teacher's lounge, Toshi put the kid on speaker so both of them could hear him. I've been hearing the voices, I guess? And this morning there was this man standing in our my kitchen? He was kind of see-through-ish, and when our eyes met he asked me if I could see him before he just suddenly disappeared in thin air, the boy stammered, sounding quite shaken up. Toshinori felt cold dread settle in his stomach as he shuddered. He had never been good with scary stories or the supernatural. But then Midoriya continued, since I can't think of anything else having changed in the past 24 hours. I was wondering if it had something to do with One for All? Then if it's, haunted or something. Toshinori intelligently said. That does sound like ghosts, kiddo, Shoyuta answered flatly, earning a yelp from Midoriya. Aizawa-sensei? I didn't know you were there. The kid squeaked out, sounding even more anxious for some reason. But then Toshi realized he hadn't yet told him that Shoyuta knew about One for All. It's okay, young Midoriya. Aizawa know about the quirk now, he reassured their student. Oh, that's a relief, the kid said, though he didn't sound relieved at all. Sounded sad? Toshinori frowned at that tone. But then again, if the kid had seen what he believed to be a ghost, it wasn't that weird for him to be a bit out of it. Now about those occurrences, Toshinori said slowly, I can't say I've ever had anything similar happening to me. I had a dream once about the story of One for All. In it, the past users showed me the history of the quirk. But other than that, nothing. He heard Midoriya hum and Shoyuta frown beside him, crossing his arms and leaning back in his seat. Are you saying there's a possibility that the past user's consciousness is still inside the quirk? Shoyuta asked. Toshinori froze at that, his eyes widening. That might be it actually? He breathed out, recalling something his mentor had told him long ago. What do you mean? Midoriya asked carefully. Well, my mentor, she, once told me that all of the users were connected by the quirk. I always saw it as her being poetic, but perhaps she meant it literally? Toshinori said softly, scratching the back of his head in thought. Shuta's frown deepened. But why would Midoriya see them and not you? He asked. There was a sudden sharp intake of breath on the other side of the phone, and they both turned to it in worry. Young Midoriya Gotta go was all Midoriya said before he hung up, leaving the two staring at the phone as it beeped. They both glanced at each other and Toshinori swallowed nervously. So, haunted quirk, huh? Shoyuta asked with a wry smile, looking tense. I swear I didn't know. Toshi said hurriedly, waving his hands in front of him. Shoyuta sighed and leaned back further in his seat. Calm down. I believe you. Though we should probably check in with the kid later and see that he's okay. Agreed, Toshinori sighed, glancing down at his phone in worry. Just what is going on? Izuku POV. As soon as the call ended, Izuku got up and started pacing around the office. Slushy was watching him curiously before she stood up to follow, mimicking his movements and walking behind him. It has to be because I am a cat, right? But why didn't we see them before? If it were only me who saw them, then that would have been one thing. But why would you suddenly start to see them too, Slushy? It doesn't make any sense. Izuku rambled frantically. He suddenly stopped and Slushy walked right into the back of his legs, jumping back and shaking her head. It does make sense. He breathed out, turning to look at his sister, who just sat back and tilted her head at him. Just think about it. One for All is a power stock quirk, right? And so, with every user it gets stronger. Izuku pointed out. Slushy meowed and Izuku beamed at her, snapping his finger. Exactly. So what if the past users get more powerful too? Like they're spirits or something. And now with the transfer, they are finally strong enough to show themselves. Which is why they were surprised when I could see them, because no one had done that before, even though they've been here the whole time. He trailed off, looking down at Slushy with eyes widening with horror. Been here the whole time, he repeated, a hand moving to cover his mouth as his stomach turned. They know I've been lying to Toshi dash, to All Might dash, for years dash. Amen, right we do. A woman's voice suddenly called out and Izuku shrieked, jumping high into the air. There was a chuckle and Izuku embarrassingly lowered his arms from where he had thrown them up and covered his face. Finally, I got through, the woman said, sounding relieved. But sheet kid, you are easily frightened, huh? Sorry about that. Didn't mean to scare you. We are still getting used to this whole, someone can see and hear us now, situation, the woman then explained, letting out a chuckle. Now that Izuku had managed to calm down a little, he realized she didn't sound so scary. She actually sounded rather nice. Though the way her voice seemed to rattle and bounce inside his head felt a bit weird and unsettling. It was like he felt something moving inside his brain. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to shout, Izuku stammered, moving to plop down on the chair by the computer, his legs feeling like jelly from that sudden scare. He glanced around the room only to find it was empty. No sign of a ghostly figure, like the one he'd seen before, anywhere. Though he noticed Slushy staring rather intently at a corner of the room. If Izuku squinted, he thought he could see a shadow resembling a figure standing there. Though that might just be the light playing tricks on him. The woman laughed. It's okay, kiddo. But you know what you should be sorry about? Lying to my Toshi for years. She then said harshly. Izuku flinched and he heard a few more voices covered by static seemingly agreeing with her in the back of his head, though they were too muffled to really make out. It was making him dizzy. If this kept up for much longer he was gonna throw up. Izuku swallowed thickly, forcing himself to concentrate. I'm really sorry about that, Nana-sen, he apologized, bowing his head in shame. There was silence for a moment and then, how did you figure out my name? Nana said softly, sounding surprised. Oh, I heard Toshi talk about you yesterday. You were his mentor, right? And with the way you said Toshi was your Toshi, I figured you had to have been rather close to him. Was I wrong? He asked, suddenly feeling unsure and embarrassed for jumping to conclusions. No, you were correct. We all knew you were pretty DMN smart, kiddo, but I didn't think you'd figure that out so quickly. Izuku blushed. So you've been here the whole time? He asked quietly, picking at his shirt and playing with the material while he kept his eyes at the shadows standing in the corner of the room. Kind of. But well, not exactly like this. We'd mostly be seeing the world from either Toshi's eyes or right behind his shoulder, she explained, giving a slight pause as if thinking. We've never been able to manifest like Yoichi did earlier today or be seen or heard by others, really. She trailed off. Slushy walked up to the shadow and meowed and Izuku felt something, or someone, inside of him smile. Well, except for creatures like this cutie of course, she said fondly and Izuku saw the form moving down to crouch beside Slushy, almost as if it was trying to pet her. And to his surprise, his sister didn't seem bothered by the entity and instead moved closer, purring when they made contact. It frowned at the sight, looking at his sister in confusion. So Slushy has seen them like this the whole time? His thoughts were interrupted when Nana continued, but if you're asking if we've seen you before, then the answer is yes, kiddo. And let me tell you, we were not happy after you changed into our sweet little baby boi broccoli yesterday. Our whole worldview just got turned upside down. She huffed, several voices humming in agreement inside his head. Izuku laughed nervously at that. So at least Toshi and Shoyuta have no idea, then? Not that we know of, Nana sighed. But kid, listen. You really should tell them about all of this. The way you are going? It isn't good. We saw you going to what we assume was your mom's place yesterday. And then that hideout of yours too. You don't have to hide dash. I'm not telling them, Izuku rudely cut her off, standing up from the chair and glaring at the corner. Slushy backed it away, looking between her brother and the form. The shadow seemed to flicker, leaving an image of a beautiful but sad woman in its place before it flickered back. Kiddo, listen dash, Nana sighed, but Izuku had heard enough. He didn't need more people looking at him with those sad, pitying eyes. Especially ghosts. He could take care of himself just fine. No, I am not telling them. And don't give me the whole, they'll accept you spiel because I know for a fact that they won't. I'm not telling them and that's final, he hissed, the harsh words of Shoyuta still fresh in his memory. They don't want me. They only want their cat, he bit out, hating how his voice cracked at the end of that sentence. But it was the truth. Because even they love broccoli. And even if they for some reason cared enough for Izuku to consider taking him in, because there was no telling how they would react if they learned the truth. He had been lying to them, deceiving them and been using them for years. There was no way they would want him in either form if they learned about this. There seemed to be some conflicting emotions running through the past users, like they were unsure on what to do. But eventually, they settled down on something close to acceptance. They probably didn't want to start a fight with the person they were now stuck for the unseemingly future with, after all. Fine. We'll give you some time to think about it, Nana sighed, but we're not letting this go mid-dash. Wait dash, what should we call you? Izuku blinked and thought about it for a while. Izuku? You can call me Izuku. Or broccoli if I'm in my cat form. I never liked the name Midoriya anyway, he answered, wiping away some tears that had started to fall. Well then, it's nice to officially meet you, Izuku. Nana answered softly, her form flickering briefly and revealing a kind smile. Toshinori POV. He's not picking up his phone. Toshinori sighed, listening to the signal beeping in his ear for what must have been the 7th time in the last half hour. The kid probably was tired and needed some rest. Let him, and me, sleep, Shoyuta called from his sleeping bag in the corner of the room. But aren't you worried? He ended the call so quickly. What if he got attacked? Look, how I heard it, the kid didn't sound scared when he hung up. It sounded more like he realized something. He probably had some idea and had to write it down before he forgot it, Shoyuta grumbled, burying himself deeper into the warmth of his sleeping bag. Maybe I should go check on him? Just to be safe. Toshinori said softly, staring down at his phone in worry. There was a moment of silence. Before Shoyuta sighed, got up and walked over to Toshinori. After a bit of hesitation, his husband laid a hand on his shoulder, squeezing it reassuringly. Why don't you go home and rest? I still have some work to do in the afternoon. But there's no reason for you to sit here, not filling out any papers and worrying yourself to death. Shoyuta then sighed and let his hand drop from his shoulder. And listen, Midoriya will be fine. We'll call the kid again in the evening, all right? All right, Toshinori sighed. And for God's sake don't go to his home. The kid will never forgive you if he finds you sneaking around. Shoyuta then grumbled, moving back to his sleeping bag. Embarrassed, Toshinori left the office and headed home. Perhaps Shoyuta was right and he was just overly worried after all. It was strange though. The closer he got to their apartment, the more he felt a sort of pull, drawing him in. It almost felt like one for all. Izuku POV. He was sitting at the kitchen table, writing down his findings about OFA. It seemed like the past users could reach out and talk to him, even show themselves like Nana had done during their earlier conversation. Though it took a bit of concentration and energy, both for them to reach out and for him to hear and see them. It was easier if they didn't all try to reach him at once and instead sent out just one of them at the time. It also left him tired, nauseous, and with a massive headache, which was annoying. So far, he had managed to gather all of their names, though he hadn't managed to hold long conversations with anyone other than Nana. He could hear some of them though, their voices sometimes leaking out through the static. No one had managed to show themselves as clearly as Yoichi had done, either. Neither did they seem to know how exactly he had done that in the first place. Not even Nana, whose shadowy form sometimes flickered to reveal her true self, but never for more than a split second, had any idea why or how that had even happened in the first place. According to Nana, they had managed to follow Toshi around as shadows. But they seemed to have more range now. So far, They seemed to be restricted to about 5 meters away from Izuku, but he wondered if they would gain more range with time. While talking to Nana, Izuku also noticed more shadowy forms lingering around the apartment. His sister kept following them around, demanding pets and cuddles. Izuku suddenly remembered every time his sister would spend long moments staring at corners or looking over their dad's shoulder, and he shuddered, realizing it had been one of the vestiges, or perhaps even other ghosts, the whole time. Are there even other ghosts? Does this prove the concept of the afterlife? Or is this exclusive to One for All? Izuku let his head fall down on the table and he groaned. This wasn't exactly what I had imagined when I accepted the quirk, he muttered. His thoughts were interrupted when he suddenly heard the front door unlock. In a panic, Izuku grabbed his notebook close to his chest and transformed back into broccoli, wincing at the strain of going over his time limit. Not even a second later, Toshi walked into the kitchen, looking around. Izuku heard what sounded like impressed murmurs and applause in his already too loud head. Whoa, that was a close one. Didn't think you'd make it? Please stop talking, Izuku whined, ducking his head into his front paws and getting really embarrassed by all the attention. It was like he had a cheerleading group inside of his head. A rather loud and painful cheerleading group. Are you all right? Toshi asked, sitting down next to the chair that Broccoli was seated on. His dad slowly reached out a hand, letting Broccoli be the one closing the gap and rubbing his head against him. Welcome home, Toshi. Broccoli greeted internally, purring loudly while Toshi scratched him behind his ear. A couple of "ohs" could be heard through the static, and he did his best not to wince and to ignore them. How strange, Toshi muttered. I almost could have sworn I felt One for All in here. Izuku's eyes widened at those words and he gulped. Toshi then turned to him with a grin. You haven't seen a skittish teenager entering this apartment today, have you? He asked jokingly. Broccoli just tilted his head at him, acting ignorant to the question. Of course. Toshi just chuckled and picked him up. So? I was sent home on house arrest. What do you say about me, you and Slushy catching up on that new anime? His dad suggested, already moving them to the couch. And Broccoli really wanted that. But the thing is, this form was starting to hurt. A lot. So he really couldn't risk staying here any longer if Toshi was gonna be there too. With a pout, Broccoli jumped down from the couch, just in time for Slushy to take his place. He walked to the front door with a meow, or in his words, see you later, Toshi. Oh, all right then. Be careful out there, Toshi called out after him, sounding just a bit disappointed while he turned to pet Slushy instead. With really nowhere to go and no other plans, Izuku thought he might as well go out and look for some new shoes. He just hoped the money he had taken from his mom would be enough for a new pair. He wasn't sure how to afford them otherwise. Looking for new shoes was apparently a lot more tedious than he had thought it would be though. Why don't any of these stores have shoes for quirkless people? Same for people with quirk mutations. It's so stupid, he muttered under his breath, walking out of the third store in a row after not finding a single pair that would fit him. Why does it matter? Just pick one and be done with it. One of the vestiges said. Or does your cat quirk give you oddly shaped feet? Another one asked curiously. Izuku should really hurry up and try to differentiate their voices and names. Oh, and not exactly. I'm supposed to be quirkless? I have the extra toe joint and everything, he answered quietly, ducking his head and being painfully aware of some people giving him looks when they noticed he was talking to himself. That can't be right? I mean, you have a quirk. Nana exclaimed with a gasp. The first one, Yoichi, spoke up. Well, technically speaking, I was supposedly quirkless too. Both me and my brother had the extra toe joint and we both had quirks. Same with most of our generation. So the toe joint doesn't necessarily have to mean quirkless, right? A few others chipped in agreeing. Well yeah, but you are all from the first and second generations, Nana answered. It's different with generations born now. With how people and quirks evolved, the toe joint eventually disappeared with time. It's unheard of for someone in this time and age to have a quirk and still have the toe joint. And yet here we are. Izuku said dramatically, getting tired of them talking like he wasn't there. It was honestly giving him a headache with how they were going back and forth. His outburst gained him a few odd looks and he embarrassedly walked away before raising his phone up to his ear and stepping into the next store. He felt the vestiges giving him curious looks, and one of them asked, "What is that for?" Izuku sighed. "So it looks normal when I talk with you," he muttered, checking the shelves to see if they had any shoes for quirkless feet here. "Now people can assume I'm simply speaking on the phone." He was feeling tired, nauseous, his head hurt, his feet hurt, and he just wanted to be done with this. Honestly, by this point, with how rare these stupid shoes seemed to be, Izuku was considering just simply cutting off his diamond toe if that would make this any easier. But then, just when he was about to give up and move on to another store, one of the vestiges perked up. "Hey, isn't that it?" they said, the feeling of something pulling to his left making him look to where they were pointing. "Yes." Izuku let out a relieved sigh and walked over to the shelf. He really hoped the money he had would be enough, considering the price for special shoes were often quite overpriced compared to normal shoes. But to his relief, he had just enough to afford the bright red shoes. He even had a couple of 100 yen left to save or spend however he wanted. "Oh, thank God," Izuku sighed, feeling exhausted after having searched at least 4 different stores by now. "It's at least a good thing they are so brightly colored. Otherwise we wouldn't have found them so easily," one of them said, only to have someone slap them on the arm and them to yelp in surprise, causing Izuku to flinch in turn. "Hey, what was that for?" "It's not a good thing at all," Nana hissed. "It's so everyone will know of their quirkless status. It's discriminatory." "It's fine. I like red, anyway," Izuku said quietly, ducking his head and tucking the shoes close to his chest while he headed over to the register. "Was that the last pair?" a voice called out, making Izuku jump and turn around. He even hadn't heard anyone approach. There was a teenager standing behind him. He was maybe only a few years older than Izuku, with white hair, a dark hoodie, ripped jeans, and worn-out red shoes. Izuku felt his heart drop. "Izuku POV." The teenager stared at Izuku impatiently and Izuku shifted in place. He had never liked confrontations. I don't know? And maybe? What's your size?" Izuku asked politely, giving the stranger a wobbly smile. "We could, maybe ask the cashier?" The other teen muttered something and looked annoyed, scratching his neck as he seemed to consider Izuku's offer. Behind Izuku's eyes, he felt a massive headache building up. It felt like someone was continuously hitting him with a hammer and like he was about to pass out from the bruising pain. He absent-mindedly rubbed a hand against his temple, closing one eye and willing the pain to go away. Finally, the teen stopped scratching his neck and let out a deep and tired sigh. "Fine. Could you ask?" "I don't like talking to these NPCs," the teen grumbled, keeping his head low and glancing between Izuku and the exit, like he was considering running away. "Oh, of course. I'll ask them," Izuku said quickly, sprinting over to the cashier to explain the situation. Now, what is one of the things Izuku hates more than confrontations? Asking for something. But if it was for someone else, then he could probably do it. So with the other teen in mind, Izuku steeled himself. "Excuse me? Did you have another pair of these in the back?" Izuku asked a bit shakingly while he held up the shoes to show the size. At first, the lady seemed nice and smiled pleasantly at him. Until she took notice of the item he was holding. As soon as she saw it was shoes for quirkless people, she got this annoyed look on her face and Izuku felt his heart drop, knowing where this was going. "No idea, kid. Why don't you check the shelves?" she scoffed, giving him a dismissive wave and going back to the magazine she was reading. I did that, but this was the last one out there. Did you have any more in the back?" In the back of Izuku's head, he felt the vestiges starting to get mad. "Look, kid," the cashier snapped. "If there was none on the shelf, then there probably isn't any in the back. Now scram, you're wasting other customers' time." While scolding him, she threw her magazine down at the counter between them. Izuku flinched at the sound before he could catch himself, cursing himself for reacting like that. He then carefully glanced over his shoulder, where the teen was watching them from a few feet away. Other than that, the store was empty. No other customers in sight. "There are no other customers, ma'am," Izuku said quietly, trying so hard to still be polite, despite the lump forming in his throat and tears burning in his eyes. Just because he was used to this didn't make it any easier. Before either could say anything else, a hand slammed down on the counter, making both Izuku and the cashier jump and turn to the third person. "Listen here, you dumb NPC dash," the taller teen rudely cut in, leaning over the counter to glare at the lady. "Just go and take a goddamn look. We're the only people here and you're wasting our time with this bullshit. So unless you think your worthless life is worth more than some stupid shoes, you should just say," he snarled, tapping a finger against the counter as if to impact his every word. Izuku felt another pang of pain hit him in the head and he winced. The cashier's face turned red with anger and she opened her mouth like she was about to say something. But then she looked down and grew pale. Her mouth shut with a click, before she quickly scrambled to the back to look for another pair of shoes. Izuku was a bit shaken by this development and he slowly lowered his gaze to the counter, wondering what could have made her run away like that. Only to blink at what he saw. Because there, where the cashier's magazine had once rested, was a deeply carved handprint on the counter, filled with a thick layer of dust. A layer of dust that just kept increasing every time the teen tapped his fifth finger against the dusty wood, like a clock counting down the seconds. "Aren't you quirkless?" Izuku found himself, dumbly, blurting out. The teen's red eyes turned to glare at him and Izuku flinched back on instinct and slapped a hand over his mouth, cursing himself. His headache was now skyrocketing again and it was making it hard to think. "No," the teen just grumbled, turning back to the door that the cashier had disappeared through. "Boo, but the, shoes dash? Only one that fits me," he gritted out, his finger tapping faster. The sharp, tick, tick, tick echoing in the otherwise quiet store. There was some more muttering coming from the teen. Although Izuku had a hard time piecing the words together. "Fin bullshit dash, why couldn't someone else do this dash? Growing independent but, dash, why does none of these useless stores have any of these stupid shoes?" "Why, Izuku found himself agreeing, "It stinks," he said with a sad smile, feeling himself relax just a little. The teen wasn't mad at him. Just mad at everything else, it seemed. Which was honestly understandable. Though he wasn't sure he could agree with destroying the cashier's magazine like that. "So what about you?" The teen scoffed, once again turning to look at Izuku. "You quirkless or something?" "You, no not really. I have a quirk but well I am a late bloomer." He mumbled, avoiding the boy's eyes and fiddling with his hands. In the back of his head, he heard the vestiges yelling at him to shut up. They were screaming at him not to tell this sort of thing to strangers. Not to mention the fact that this teen could very well be a villain for all they knew. For just a moment, interest seemed to spark in the teen's eyes. "Huh? Still got a toe joint?" he asked. The headache came back in 10 folds and Izuku winced, pressing a palm against his temple. Why yeah?" Izuku answered. He could basically feel the vestiges facepalm inside his mind. The teen seemed to consider him for a moment, looking him up and down. "Is that so?" he then said slowly, going back to tapping his finger against the dust-covered counter. Izuku didn't dare open his mouth again after that. And they both stood in silence until the cashier, still pale and visibly shaking, got back with another pair of shoes. "After you," the teen said, stepping to the side and letting Izuku make his purchase first. Thank you," Izuku mumbled, ducking his head and avoiding eye contact. The cashier didn't say anything while she rang him up. As soon as he got the bag and receipt, the vestiges were telling him to leave now. Which he quickly did, almost tripping over his own feet in his hurry to get far, far away. The further away he got from the store, and the other teen, the more the vestiges seemed to calm down and his headache seemed to disappear too. When they were a few blocks away, Izuku finally found himself able to relax. Enough to slow down, and he let out a deep breath while he leaned against the wall of a building. "That was what just happened?" he asked between breaths. "That we're not sure, kiddo," Nana answered, her voice sounding thoughtful and almost far away. "You know," Izuku paused and turned so he was facing the street, his back heavily leaning against the wall. "That was the first time I met someone else wearing these shoes," he mumbled quietly, looking down at his own worn-out shoes and kicking a pebble on the ground. Wait dash really? Why yeah, it's like Nana mentioned, quite rare these days. To be quirkless, he sighed, pushing himself off the wall before he continued walking to his hideout, making sure to take some detours on the way. But the guy, he also had a quirk, right? Someone pointed out. So my theory about toe joints and quirks still stands. Yoichi exclaimed. Did I guess so? Izuku muttered quietly, not really sure what to think anymore. Something about all of this just didn't add up. And considering the conflicting feelings he could feel coming from the vestiges, he would say they thought the same too. He went to the park and changed into his new shoes, leaving his old ones inside his hideout, in case he ever needed an extra pair for emergencies. When he stepped out of the hideout, he just took a moment staring down at his new shoes, grinning brightly. Then, Izuku experimentally took a few small steps and did a twirl and even a few jumps, laughing at the bounciness in his steps. They feel so different. Izuku giggled, and they don't hurt. He cheered, making another twirl. That's good, kiddo. They aren't meant to hurt. Nana said softly, sounding sad. Realizing what he had just said, Izuku came to an abrupt stop and ended up tripping over his own 2 feet, tumbling into one of the nearby bushes. Bitch, he whined, sitting up and dusting himself off. Leaves and twigs were falling off of him. You okay? Nana asked, her almost translucent form flickering to life beside him. Why yeah, I'm fine, Izuku said, turning his gaze away from the woman and instead up at the bright blue sky. I should probably get some training done. Especially now that I have new shoes to run in, he continued, shakingly getting up from the bush and dusting himself off some more. You're really gonna train even on your day off? Nana asked, her shadowy form floating after him. Of course. I need all the training I can get, Izuku answered simply. After all, you all saw what happened during the entrance exam, right? He said, while he started doing some simple stretches to warm up. Actually, we weren't exactly conscious during that time. One of the vestiges answered. Yeah. The transfer was still pretty new. We woke up by the time you left the infirmary. Another one added. Oh, Izuku paused. Anyway, I need the training, he then said with a shrug, not going into any more detail while he continued to stretch. Nana flickered out of sight and there was a moment where the vestiges seemed to be discussing something. The feeling of something moving around in his brain, along with the static of their voices, were making him shudder. He wondered if he would ever get used to this. Then, they seemed to come to a decision and he heard Nana speak up, coming back into view next to him. Anything we can help you with, kiddo? Izuku grinned. Really? You'd help me train? He asked excitedly, turning to look at the hero. Nana's form flickered and Izuku noticed that she looked a bit taken back by his enthusiasm, before her form flickered again and she smiled gently at him. Of course, it's not like we have anything better to do, she answered with a shrug. Please teach me? Izuku answered excitedly. He was very glad for the seclusion of his hideout, or else people would probably think he was crazy for talking to the air like this. In the mindscape, Nana POV. While Nana stood off to the side, keeping Izuku company, while also keeping him distracted, the others were gathered in the middle of the mindscape, talking amongst themselves. Okay, so what the F is going on? Diagoro burst out, hitting the side of his chair with a clenched fist. Yeah, why could he use your quirk, Hikage? What's up with that? All eyes turned to look at Hikage, who looked the most confused out of all of them. The man wore a frown on his scarred face as he was staring thoughtfully down at the floor. Honestly, I have no idea, he answered slowly, looking up at the others, but it is undeniable that Izuku could use danger sense, even though he seemed unaware that he was using it. Just what kind of successor did Toshi manage to find? Nana groaned, trying her best to listen in on their conversation while also keeping an eye out on their precious little green bean outside. For some reason, and maybe because Nana was the closest in line to the ninth, it seemed like the connection worked easiest for her. However, it was still exhausting having to keep contact with the outside for so long. But it was worth it if it meant they could speak and interact with their newest host. The question now is what this means for One for All. There are so many unknown factors surrounding this newest holder, Yoichi said thoughtfully. Never before have we managed to communicate with them, nor have they ever had access to our quirks. Just what makes Izuku so different. You mean, broccoli, right? And said, his eyes crinkling slightly in amusement over his collar. Oh, don't get started on that sheet again. I'm still set off about that. Diagoro groaned, putting his head in his hands. Nana and a few others chuckled. Diagoro had always been a big softie for little broccoli after all. Now it at least makes sense why broccoli never seemed to notice them like other animals did. At first, they had simply thought the kitten had been ignoring them. But now they knew it was because he hadn't even seen them. Should we tell him about danger sense? I mean, we should obviously tell him, right? And asked, looking around the room. We should, Hikage sighed, but let's just let things calm down for a bit first. The boy has only had his quirk for a little over a day and I doubt he can take any more surprises right now. Nana agreed. She didn't want to scare the kid off. They were already on thin ice after they tried to push him to talk to Toshi and Shoyuta earlier. She sighed deeply, wondering how Toshi was doing right now. She was a bit sad over not getting to be connected to her son anymore. But then again, she thought, glancing at the half-formed vestige of Toshinori sitting on one of the chairs, it's not like it's goodbye forever. Wait a minute, Diagoro suddenly yelled, standing up. What? Is Toshinori and Sho our dads now? There was a moment of silence while everyone seemed to process this, before chaos broke out. Nana felt her own brain blue screen and she lost contact with Izuku for a moment, but none of them even seemed to notice, too busy screaming at each other. Holy shit dash, Sho went from our daddy to our dad. Diagoro laughed, hard enough that he was bent over and clutching his stomach. Diagoro! That is highly inappropriate. Nana scolded, feeling a blush creep up her face. Yoichi suddenly stalked over to Diagoro and laid a hand on his shoulder, smiling a bit too calmly. If I ever hear you make that joke in front of little Izuku, he said slowly, making the rest of them go quiet, I will find a way to banish you. Diagoro swallowed thickly and nodded, looking a bit pale. I won't, he said faintly. Good, Yoichi said, still smiling, patting Diagoro's shoulder before he turned and walked back to his seat. Izuku POV. They trained until it was dark outside. Nana was helping him and keeping him company. For the most part. There were a few moments where she seemed to get cut off. But then she would soon be back, mostly in her shadowy form. However, Izuku noticed her human form getting more and more visible by the hour. In the back of his head, Izuku could hear the other vestiges talking, though it all sounded like muffled static to his ears. It really was a shame he couldn't hear them clearly like this. It would be nice to know what they were talking about. The sun had gone down hours ago and Izuku was laying in the grass of the park, catching his breath. Isn't it time you headed back? It's getting pretty late, one of the vestiges, Hikage, said. I changed my form pretty late today. Want to be sure I have enough time for the night and tomorrow morning, Izuku muttered under his breath. So you really can't control it? Another one, which he was pretty sure was Diagoro, asked. Nope, Izuku said, popping the pea and closing his eyes, resting for a moment. He laid there for a few more moments, just enjoying the silence, until another voice dragged him back out. Shouldn't you be at home? Izuku sighed and was ready to answer whichever past user was speaking this time. But when he opened his eyes, he froze. Because standing over him was none other than Aizawa-sensei. Izuku yelped and scrambled to his feet. Aizawa-sensei. Hello. What are are you doing here? He asked, dusting himself off embarrassedly. Aizawa raised an unimpressed eyebrow at him. I'm patrolling. What are you doing here so late? He asked, looking Izuku up and down. I was training? Training? This late at night? Why yes, I figured, after the entrance exam dash, that I need all the extra training I can get. Since, I can't exactly control my quirk yet, he answered sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. Aizawa sighed. While I can agree that it's good to train, there always has to be a limit. And training alone. In a park. At night. It is certainly overstepping that limit, he scolded him gently. I'm not exactly alone, Izuku mumbled, before he could stop himself. Aizawa paused and stared at him, and Izuku's eyes widened when he realized what he had said. I mean why you know what I told you over the phone earlier? Well, it turns out the past users oh shoot, I really should tell All Might about this, shouldn't I? Is it too late to call him? Izuku scrambled to get his phone, only to realize the battery was dead. Oh, he mumbled, darn it. In front of him, Aizawa sighed. So that's why you didn't answer, he muttered, making Izuku look up and then immediately look back down, feeling embarrassed and ashamed. Sorry. I must have forgotten to charge it, he mumbled, putting his phone back into his pocket. He'd have to remember trying to charge it tonight after his dads went to sleep. It's okay. It wasn't anything urgent. Just try to remember keeping it charged from now on. Alright, Izuku answered, keeping his head low and looking at the ground. So anyway, Aizawa said slowly, what did you mean by you weren't alone? Izuku flinched. Of course he wouldn't let that go. Oh, turns out the past users, they are still here? In the quirk, he said, tapping his head with a sheepish smile. I've kind of spent the day talking to them. Aizawa kept staring at him and Izuku chuckled nervously, letting his hand drop in favor of rubbing the back of his neck. Why, I probably sound crazy, alright? His teacher sighed. A little bit, yes, he said, but considering how crazy this whole quirk situation is, I'm not sure I'm even surprised anymore. Haunted quirk? Sure. Why not? He grumbled, crossing his arms and ducking his head into his capture weapon. Izuku chuckled at that. He heard the vestiges do the same, fondness warming their chests. Well, they all seem to like you, if that makes you feel any better, he said, before he even had time to think about it. Wait, they know who I am? Of course. Toshi wasn't able to see them, but they were still there, Izuku answered easily with a smile. Toshi? Aizawa asked with a frown. Izuku froze. Oh shit. That's what Nana calls All Might. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to . It just felt natural after hearing her call him that all day. He stammered, waving his hands in front of him and desperately begging his teacher to fall for this lie. The man put a hand up to his temple and groaned, how about we talk more about this in the morning? I'm sure All Might is dying to know more about this too. Especially if his mentor is somehow still here, he sighed, looking and sounding very tired. Sorry. I probably shouldn't have told you this before him, Izuku said quietly. It's fine. I did ask you after all, Aizawa sighed again. Anyway. It's late. Come on kid, let's get you home. Oh, that's okay. I can walk there myself. Izuku was quick to decline. I insist. I insist too. I can take care of myself. And like I just said, I'm not alone. Izuku argued, crossing his arms and leveling his teacher with a stare. Can the ghosts protect you against an attack? Aizawa asked, raising an eyebrow. Izuku paused for a moment, thinking about it before slowly shaking his head. No? But I can? Please, you don't have to worry about me. What if someone else needs saving and you weren't there to help them because you were with me? His teacher seemed to consider him for a moment. Fine. But at least let me walk you out of the park. This place isn't safe at night, Aizawa muttered, eyes scanning the dark area around them. Okay, sensei, Izuku sighed, uncrossing his arms and letting his shoulders slump in defeat. They walked in silence for a while and Izuku glanced at Aizawa. That are you? What was that? Nothing, it's stupid. Midoriya? Izuku bit his lip and fiddled with his hands. Are you? This is probably stupid, but I just... Are you happy? That I got in, Aizawa stopped at that and stared at him. Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? He asked, sounding genuinely confused. But I heard you . Realizing what he was about to say, Izuku clammed up. Heard what? Midoriya? Heard what? I heard that you expel people with no potential. And I can't even control my quirk yet? It feels like maybe I shouldn't have passed. Aizawa in a sharp breath and suddenly, hands were firmly gripping Izuku's shoulders, making him look up in surprise. Midoriya. I am very happy that you passed, he said sternly, leaning down to meet Izuku's eyes. But honestly, I'm also terrified. This quirk seems way too much for someone so young. But I will do my best to guide you and we'll figure this out together, alright? Why you're not expelling me? Izuku asked quietly, unable to help himself. Why the hell would I spend months training a student only to expel them the moment they manage to get into the school? That would be highly illogical. I believed in you when you were quirkless and I believe in you now, he said, giving his shoulders a squeeze before letting go and standing back up. However, if I hadn't known about this quirk of yours, or met you before the school started, that might have been a different story. But now, knowing what I do? No, I won't. But that doesn't mean you get a free pass, kiddo. I still expect you to give it your all and to behave. Think you can manage that? He asked, raising an eyebrow at him almost challengingly. Weiss-sensei. Izuku responded automatically, standing a bit straighter. Good, Aizawa said with a nod and turned to continue walking. But Izuku just couldn't get his feet to move, something else weighing heavily on his mind. Noticing he wasn't following, Aizawa stopped and looked over his shoulder. Kid? He asked. Izuku bit his lip and took a deep breath. I'm really sorry that I caused you and all my trouble. Are you two gonna be okay? Aizawa looked confused and he turned to fully face Izuku. You have nothing to apologize for. And yes, why wouldn't we be? He asked carefully, raising an eyebrow and watching him. I mean, you were surely you were mad at him, right? And I just want to know if I ruined everything, he mumbled quietly, fiddling with his hands and avoiding the man's gaze. No kid, it's fine. All Might is a big boy and can decide who he wants and doesn't want to tell about his quirk, Aizawa sighed. So you're not breaking up? At that, Aizawa's eyes widened. How did you dash? He wheezed before he seemed to catch himself and he cleared his throat and shook his head. Never mind. Of course you'd know about that, with that quirk and all, he grumbled. No, Midoriya. We're not breaking up. And even if we did, it wouldn't be your fault, he sighed, running a hand over his temple. Izuku felt relieved at that. So you still love him? You won't leave? He asked, taking a step closer and leaning forward, hope swelling in his heart. You won't leave us? Aizawa looked at him funnily. I am pretty sure I just told you 5 minutes ago that I'm gonna help you with your training. So no, I'm not going anywhere. And neither is All Might. Despite the man not answering his first question, Izuku still felt relieved and he smiled at him. Jeet. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa seemed to consider him for a while before he let out a deep sigh. You're a strange kid, you know that? He said, shaking his head and uncrossing his arms. Izuku just smiled sadly at that. I know, he said. More than you could ever know. After they said goodbye, Izuku walked through the dark streets with no destination in mind. Shoyuda had seemed like he was telling him the truth about believing in him, but he had also sounded honest when he spoke about Izuku behind his back last night. So really, wasn't he just trying to save Izuku's feelings? He shook his head. This is all so confusing. Izuku just had to work really hard to make sure his teacher would one day be proud of him. Like really, honestly, proud of him. That way, Izuku wouldn't have any room for doubt anymore. Too deep in his own thoughts, Izuku missed the soft sigh inside of his head and the voices telling him that he's already proud of you, kiddo. Izuku POV. The next morning, Broccoli was eating breakfast together with his dads and sister. Thankfully, his dad seemed to be on speaking terms again, so the breakfast wasn't nearly as awkward as it had been yesterday. Shoyuda and Toshi both had the morning off and Izuku had the rest of the week free from school, since high schools around the city still had entrance exams left. Shoyuda let out a frustrated groan which made Broccoli look up from where he was drinking some water on the floor. He noticed his dad was frowning rather intently at his phone. Still no answer? Toshi asked, worry laced in his voice. His phone had no battery last night, but he promised to charge it. I just hope nothing happened to him after we said goodbye, the man grumbled. Shit, I knew I should have made sure he got home safe, Shoyuda said through gritted teeth as he tried calling again. Broccoli's, eyes widened with realization and his ears twitched as he finally picked up the low, barely noticeable sound of vibrations coming from the other side of the apartment. He had heard the sound all morning but had just assumed it came from one of the neighbors. But it was coming from his phone. His phone, which was currently hidden under one of the cabinets inside his dad's office while charging. Immediately, Broccoli took off and darted into the office. He heard his dad mutter something when the call didn't go through again, and Broccoli wasted no time gently pushing the door closed behind him. Shortly after moving in with his dad's, Izuku had noticed a power outlet that was basically unusable. It was unusable for humans. The outlet was well hidden behind and under one of the large file cabinets in his dad's office. The space beneath it was just big enough for Broccoli to squeeze through and to put his phone on charge. It wasn't easy, per se. But after a lot of trial and error, he had managed to learn how to plug and unplug the device while still in being cat form. He gently put his teeth around the thickest part of the cord and held his paws on top of the phone, putting his whole weight on the device. Then he pulled, and with a pop, the cord unplugged from the device. Letting out a small sigh of relief, Broccoli started crawling out from under the cabinet, pushing his phone in front of him over the carpeted floor. When he finally got out, he rustled his fur and sneezed, "Din, it is dusty under there," he thought, shaking himself again and making the rest of the dust fly off of him. And now to the tricky part, Broccoli thought, looking around the room. Usually he did this during the night, where he would be covered in darkness and his dads were asleep. But now he had to risk it. After making sure that the door was pushed closed enough that no one could see him, Broccoli sat down and took a deep breath. And then, with a puff of smoke, he transformed into a human. Izuku could feel the vestiges' confusion and panic when he transformed. "Kiddash? What are you doing? I thought you didn't want them to find out?" Instead of answering their frantic questions, Izuku just quickly grabbed his phone close to his chest and transformed back into his cat form. The device, as always, disappeared along with his clothes. "There we go," Broccoli thought in relief, letting out a sigh of relief when he saw the door was still pushed close. "That I am still hella confused how that works," Diagoro muttered. "Yeah, does it like go inside of you? Like in your stomach or something?" Broccoli cringed at that. "Don't ask me. I'm just as confused as you are," he answered. Honestly, as fascinated as Izuku was with quirks, this was one of the things he'd rather not dwell too much on. The thought of carrying items around inside his body and organs made him feel nauseous. So instead, he had decided years ago to just be grateful that it works. Even if it didn't work on heavier items, like his shoes or bag, he was still glad that he could carry around small items and clothes. The idea of having to run around naked every time he changed into a human was not fun, and something he was very happy he didn't have to deal with. When Broccoli returned from the office, his dads were both dressed in civilian clothes and were getting ready to head outside. Broccoli's eyes widened and he ran towards them, meowing to get their attention. "Oh, there you are. We're just going out to check on the problem child. Need to see he is actually alive. We'll be back later," Shoyuta explained, pulling on his jacket. Broccoli panicked, but he knew that he could do nothing to stop them. And without another word, his dads went outside, leaving him and Slushy alone in the apartment. He jumped up on the windowsill in the office and waited until he could see them round a corner. And as soon as they were out of sight, Broccoli rushed outside, going in the opposite direction that his dads had went. When he was far enough away from the apartment, and slightly out of breath, Izuku transformed back into a human and leaned against the wall of a random alley. He quickly pulled his phone up and winced at all the missed calls and messages. No wonder they were worried. Swallowing nervously, Izuku called Toshi, thinking he was probably the easiest to trick out of the two. The vestiges nodded in agreement inside his head. It barely rang once before the man answered. "Young Midoriya? Are you all right?" The man asked frantically. Izuku flinched at the worried tone in his mentor's voice and he took a deep breath. I'm fine, all might. I was out running and I forgot my phone at home," he lied, pushing down the guilt of once again having to lie to his hero. "Oh, I see. Well, I'm glad to hear that you are all right. Me and Aizawa were actually on our way to go and check on you. Do you want us to pick you up?" "Pick me up? Why? Izuku asked, feeling confused. Have I missed something? There was some mumbling on the other side, before Izuku heard a click, and it seemed Toshi put him on speaker because Shoyuda was the next to speak. We tried to call you to ask if you wanted to train at UA this morning. If you want we can pick you up on the way, Shoyuda explained, voice as bored and monotone as ever. Though there was also a slight edge to it, one Izuku probably hadn't noticed if he didn't already know how worried the man had been. Izuku's eyes widened when he realized what the man had asked, and he shook his head, before he realized that they couldn't see him. No, that's okay. I'm not at home anymore and I only went back to get my phone after I realized I forgot it. But I could meet you outside of UA? He suggested, heart racing in his chest. Izuku was silently begging the men to take the bait and not go to his mom's apartment and look for him. That would be a disaster. There was a moment of silence before the two agreed, and they soon ended the call. As soon as they hung up, Izuku slid down the wall and let out a sigh of relief. That was way too close, he groaned, dragging a hand through his hair. It would be much easier if you just, I don't know, told them about all of this. Nana suggested, appearing next to him. Izuku glared at her transparent form and she leaned back, raising her hands in peace. I'm just saying, she said with a small smile. Izuku sighed and stood up. Don't we need to go so we won't be late? Kiddo? Shouldn't you get your shoes? Nana asked, causing him to pause and look down. Sheet, he swore. The vestiges gasped inside his head and he glared straight ahead. I'm allowed to swear, he muttered, quickly raising the pace towards his hideout where he kept his shoes and backpack. The whole way there, the vestiges kept complaining about their little green been growing up too fast. And the whole time, Izuku felt his face grow more and more red. Why didn't this quirk come with a mute button? Izuku grumbled, his bare feet hitting the pavement as he started running. By the time he reached UA, his dad's mentors were already standing by the gate. Sorry I'm late, Izuku called out, running towards them. His lungs were literally on fire from having ran the whole way and he was breathing heavily. It's all right, my boy, All Might reassured him with a smile. Aizawa, on the other hand, did not look so forgiving. I am pretty sure I told you to keep better track of your phone. We thought something might have happened to you, he told him sternly. Izuku flinched. Sorry, sensei, he mumbled, looking down at the pavement in shame. He really didn't have an excuse for having missed all those calls. It wasn't like he could say, I was spending time with you too and forgot the time. Aizawa looked at him for a moment, before he sighed. Anyway, let's go. No use standing here and wasting any more time, the man muttered, turning around and leading the way through the gate. And with that, they headed to one of the training facilities of UA, namely Gym Gamma. Izuku had already been to UA quite a few times by now, but he had never been to this specific gym. So he was understandably excited. But on the way there, Aizawa suddenly stopped. And All Might and Izuku, who had been walking behind him, came to a stop as well and looked at him curiously. Aizawa turned around, a conflicted expression on his face while he looked between them. Before we begin, you should probably tell All Might what you told me yesterday, the man said carefully. Izuku went rigid, having ashamedly kind of forgotten about that. Next to him, All Might looked confused. Tell me what? He asked, glancing between them. Aizawa sighed and gestured for them to follow him. At the side of the gym, there was a secluded part of the building with a bench against the wall. The man gestured for them to sit down. It might be best if you sit down for this, he said, almost gently. All Might swallowed and glanced between them nervously one more time before he did what Shoyuda told and sat down. Izuku sat down next to him and Shoyuda moved to stand by the side of the bench and lean against the wall. So, tell me what? All Might repeated, looking at Izuku. Well, why when I called you yesterday and asked you about the quirk? All Might nodded. Turns out that they are, he trailed off, not being able to find the right words. How had he been able to explain this to Shoyuda? Something about telling All Might, telling Toshi, felt so much more scary. I don't want to hurt him. Come on, kiddo, he deserves to know, Aizawa said, almost exactly at the same time as Nana did, making Izuku jump. Izuku took a deep breath and braced himself. They are still here. All of the past users, they are here in the quirk. And they can see and hear us. Even now. And, Nana says hi. He rambled, smiling sheepishly. His mentor just stared at him. Are you sure? He asked, much like Aizawa had done the night before. Positive, he confirmed. Then one of the vestiges whispered something and he smiled. Shoyuda was the one who proposed to you, but when he asked you to marry him, you started crying because you had wanted to be the one to propose and had bought a ring too. It's the same rings that you are wearing to this day, Izuku told them, recounting the events. It wasn't until after he said that and saw the slight, uncomfortable look on Aizawa's face that Izuku realized how creepy he probably sounded, and he was quick to backtrack. I am really sorry. I didn't mean to sound creepy or rude. I promise I won't pry into your lives. Nana just told me that so you would believe Dash. Before Izuku could let another word out, All Might was suddenly hugging him. Izuku let out a loud oof at the impact and blinked in confusion. I am sorry? Izuku tried again, feeling scared that he had upset the man. All Might just hugged him tighter and shook his head. It's all right, my boy. I'm not mad. I'm just dash happy. Thank you for telling me this, All Might said, his voice rough and sounding like he was fighting back tears. Izuku hesitantly hugged the man back. It was the first time anyone had ever initiated a hug in years, and he wasn't sure what to do. But soon enough he felt himself starting to shake too, and he clutched on to All Might, letting out a sob as he buried his face against his shoulder. She wants you to know that she is sorry, Izuku shakenly said, trying his best to repeat Nana's words while she said them. He could feel barely their touch from Nana's hand, stroking his hair encouragingly, and he took a deep breath. And she is really proud of you, they all are. And you couldn't have chosen a better success dash. Hey, I'm not saying that. He laughed tearfully, shaking his head. All Might chuckled to, and way too soon, the man leaned back, ending the hug. I think I agree with them on the last point. I'm proud of you, my boy. Izuku's eyes widened and he looked away with a small frown. Why, you can't possibly mean that. I couldn't even use the quirk without my limbs breaking the other day, he said, curling into himself and gripping the bench next to him tightly. Immediately, All Might and the vestiges told him not to worry about it and that no one expected it to go smoothly on the first try. Izuku kept curling into himself even more, his shoulders hunched up almost to his ears. While I don't agree with how everything was handled, Aizawa drawled, making Izuku look up at him, I do agree that you shouldn't beat yourself up over not being able to control the quirk. It would be completely irrational to expect someone to master a quirk so soon after they got it. Next to him, All Might smiled brightly and turned to Izuku. Exactly. That's why we are going to train, my boy. You will see that you will have mastered the quirk in no time, he told him encouragingly and ruffled his hair, gaining a small laugh from Izuku. But don't get impatient, Aizawa added. We will train here at UA, and only here, where we are close to Recovery Girl and can supervise you and make sure nothing breaks, neither in your body or in the facility. Sound good? Yes, sensei, Izuku answered, feeling a bit better and determined to start training. Good then, let's dash. Before Izuku could hear the rest of that sentence, one of the vestiges suddenly called out, gaining Izuku's attention. Izuku, wait. We need to tell you something. The boy blinked in confusion. And when All Might got up, Izuku stayed seated on the bench. Hikage, right? What's wrong? He asked, frowning at the whirlpool of words and emotions coming from the vestiges. They seemed to be arguing about something. Some of them were telling Hikage to be quiet, while others argued that they need to know. Izuku frowned. Feeling confused and overwhelmed, what are they talking about? Kid? Aizawa asked, laying a hand on Izuku's shoulder and snapping him out of it. What's going on? All Might asked, sitting back down next to Izuku. I'm not sure. Izuku answered, shaking his head. Guys? What's going on? He asked, looking down at the ground and trying to concentrate on the back of his mind. Finally, they seemed to have come to some sort of agreement and Hikage's voice cut through the rest. It's about my quirk. Your quirk. Izuku repeated, noticing Aizawa and All Might watching him. He must look insane right now. Just other than One for All, I also had a quirk called Danger Sense. Danger Sense? Izuku once again repeated, nodding his head. He remembered that from his notes he took yesterday. Exactly. And just like the name suggests, it let me sense where there was immediate danger. But now, it seems like you might have it too. Izuku froze at that. What? Why would you say that? Because yesterday, in the store, it activated. You know those headaches? Those were no regular headaches. It was my quirk warning you of danger. Danger dash? You mean that teen? But wait, even if that's true, why would I suddenly be able to use your quirk? He asked, his mind spinning with all this new information. Kiddo? What are they saying? We have no idea why any of this is happening. All we know is that it seems like you can access and use my quirk, maybe even the others too. So you should brace yourself because they might activate in the future. Midoriya. Izuku jumped and looked around, meeting the worried eyes of Aizawa and All Might. Aizawa had moved to kneel in front of him and was gripping his shoulders. Izuku hadn't even noticed him move. Talk to us, kid. What's going on? Aizawa said, his worry clear in his voice and his mask slipping just a little, reminding Izuku of Shoyuta. I'm not sure but, Izuku trailed off and swallowed nervously, it seems like I will develop more quirks? He said, feeling confused. His dad's eyes widened and next to them, Izuku heard All Might start coughing before letting out a loud, "What?" I'm not sure how, Izuku continued, but, apparently one of the past user's quirks, Danger Sense, activated yesterday and now they seem to think I will be able to use the rest of their quirks, too? Aizawa groaned and buried his face in his hands. Izuku felt really bad for him. In just a few days, the poor man's whole world had gotten flipped upside down. When his dad finally looked up, his eyes were tired. Are you sure? He asked. No? Not really? All I know is what Hikage just told me. But, they seem pretty sure. His dad nodded, before standing up and facing All Might. And did you know about this? Aizawa said, glaring at the other man. The blonde immediately threw his hands up and frantically shook his head, leaning back further into the bench. I had no idea. I didn't even know about the vestiges until today and I never developed any more quirks. All Might explained, eyes and voice pleading Aizawa Aro believe him. The vestiges can confirm that All Might didn't know. Izuku quickly cut in, repeating what they were telling him. They didn't even know it was a possibility until yesterday. As soon as Aizawa's eyes traveled from All Might and over to Izuku, the blonde let out a deep sigh of relief. Izuku felt an ache in his heart at how strained their relationship seemed now. He hoped they would be able to mend things soon. For a moment, they were all quiet, until Aizawa let out a heavy sigh. So these new quirks. Tell us about them, the man said, moving to sit down on Izuku's other side on the bench. Izuku smiled nervously and pulled out his travel-sized notebook. In it he had some notes on the vestiges. Oh okay, I don't know the details but I do have their names here. So, he said, clearing his throat and opening the first page of his notes that he took yesterday. In line from the first to the 8th we have Yoichi, Quirkless, the second user who won't tell me his name, Quirk, Gearshift. The third won't tell me his name either but his quirk is called F.A. Gene. Then we have Hikage, which has the Danger Sense quirk, which so far only gives me massive headache when danger is near. After him came Diagoro, who had a quirk called Black Whip. Then we have N, with his quirk Smokescreen. Izuku trailed off after that and glanced up at All Might, who smiled sadly at him. Then we have Nana Shimura, who had the quirk Float, his mentor continued. Alright, Izuku nodded. Then, of course, we have All Might and lastly me who are both quirkless. So all in all 5 new powers? Aizawa asked, rubbing the front of his head and looking like he wanted to sleep for the next 10 years. Izuku smiled sheepishly. I guess? All Might rubbed the back of his neck. Well, that certainly is a lot to take in. But I'm sure it will be fine, my boy. We'll be here to help you all the way. Right, Aizawa? The man asked, glancing at Aizawa worriedly. The dark-haired hero just sighed again and lowered his hand before he looked up at All Might and Izuku. We'll help you, kid. Don't worry about it, Aizawa reassured him, patting Izuku's shoulder. Izuku smiled tearfully at them, though inside he felt really guilty. How much more will they have to deal with because of me? But instead of voicing this guilt, Izuku forced the smile to stay on his face. Thank you both of you, he said, ducking his head. What do you say we actually try and get some training done? Aizawa said, standing up and motioning for them to follow him. Izuku jumped to his feet. Yes, sensei. In the end, they managed to train for only barely an hour before Aizawa and All Might had to head over to a staff meeting. Miraculously, Izuku had managed to come out of the lesson without breaking any of his bones. But at the same time, he hadn't really managed to do anything. Despite trying to visualize the most mundane and silly things, he just couldn't get the quirk to work correctly. Am I doing this wrong? The next few days were spent with much the same lack of progress. And every day, Izuku grew more and more frustrated. The vestiges were staying inside of his mind and encouraging him, but Izuku still felt so useless. Why couldn't he just do this? Every time he would flare up OFA, it would start to overflow and burn, making him want to cry out in pain. Before eventually, Aizawa moved to cut it off before the boy could hurt himself. So far he had only broken one bone in his right arm. And that was mostly his own fault, because he had deliberately tried to use it when he knew Aizawa wasn't looking. Something that his teacher had been very upset about as soon as he heard the crack and ran to his side. Needless to say, Izuku had gotten an hour-long lecture, both from Recovery Girl and his teachers, as well as the vestiges inside of his mind. Speaking of the vestiges, this wasn't anything Izuku would admit, but it was a bit scary every time his quirk got erased. Not because of the lack of power, but because everything would go quiet as his connection to the vestiges would abruptly get cut off. The silence never lasted more than a second before Aizawa gave him back his quirk though, so Izuku never felt the need to tell Aizawa about it. It was probably silly, anyway, being scared to be alone in his own head. But when you've grown used to having 7 other people living in there, well, as loud and endearing they can be, he also has quickly learned to grow used to it. And having them gone, for even a second, felt downright awful and wrong. Izuku was having a hard time remembering a time before One for All. The vestiges' minds were always there at the edge of his own and keeping him company. It was around the last day before Izuku had to go back to his middle school when they finally made a breakthrough. Unsurprising to anyone, it was Aizawa who came up with the idea. What happens if you try spreading the quirk all over your body? Izuku looked up at him and furrowed his brows in confusion. You say that it feels overwhelming when you try to use it in one limb. So why not spread out the power? Who knows, maybe it will make it more bearable? The boy's eyes lit up and he eagerly nodded before taking a stance and trying to do just that. Imagine it flowing through your whole body, he repeated. After a while, Izuku felt that same electric pulsing surge through his legs, then further up and spreading all the way up to his head and to the top of his fingertips. It didn't hurt. Not as much as it did when he concentrated it in one single area. But it certainly didn't not hurt either. He heard All Might gasp beside him, "My boy Dash, you're glowing?" Izuku opened his eyes in confusion and looked down at his hands. And sure enough, green sparks were dancing around his limbs. Something that never happened to All Might. Might be all the recess energy? Your body is still pretty small, Nana suggested. Izuku tried to move his head to nod, only to flinch and immediately get his quirk erased as he fell to the floor, panting and in pain. Are you okay? Aizawa and All Might asked, running towards him. Why yeah, I think I'm fine, Izuku shakingly answered and stood up, wincing slightly. It just hurts trying to move. I see, that's not good. Let's visit Recover Girl, shall we? All Might said gently, laying a careful hand on Izuku's back and leading him outside. Izuku just nodded and let himself be moved, feeling a bit upset that the plan hadn't worked. Hey now. No need to look so upset, my boy. I would say that was definitely an improvement. We'll keep working on it, All Might said encouragingly. That's right, that was a step in the right direction. Aizawa agreed, looking down at his phone and probably texting Recovery Girl to tell her that they were on the way. Recovery Girl was not thrilled to see him again for the second time in less than a week. But she was also relieved when she confirmed he at least hadn't broken anything this time, which made healing a relatively simple process. Aizawa looked at the clock and sighed. You should probably head home for the day. After all, your school starts again tomorrow, right? Make sure to get some rest before then. Izuku had to fight back a wince at the thought of going back to school. He was not looking forward to seeing his classmates or Kaken again. But it was only a few more weeks before high school started. And then he wouldn't have to see any of them again. Or well, he'd probably see Kaken since he most definitely got into the hero course, but hopefully they won't be in the same class this year. The next morning, Broccoli headed out before his dads went to work. He stayed in cat form all the way to the park, dragging his paws and dreading every step he took that led him closer to his school. Hey kiddo, are you okay? School can't be that bad, right? Yoichi said gently. Broccoli didn't answer and instead crawled into the shed that he used as his hideout. There, he pulled out his school uniform and got changed, his hands and body moving on autopilot as his mind was somewhere else entirely. When he went to grab his shoes, he paused. Izuku then shook his head and went for his old, worn-out shoes instead. He crawled back out before he pulled them on, only to wince at how they hurt, being way too small on his feet. Kiddo, Nana asked, why are you not using your new shoes? Don't want them to get destroyed, Izuku answered quietly, before putting on his backpack and slowly making his way to school. Why would they get destroyed? Daigoro asked. Izuku sighed and gripped his backpack tighter. You'll see. Katsuki POV. The UA results came in yesterday. And surprising to no one, Katsuki had gotten first place on the entrance exam. The rumors had already spread among all the extras in school. Surely because of his loud mouth of a hag who no doubt told everyone she came across. Not that Katsuki was complaining, soaking in all the praise. Though it was a bit annoying how repetitive it all got. Yeah, he was the best. What else was new? Just stop standing in his way and let him get to class, damn it. Before homeroom even started, the speakers around the school buzzed to life. Could Bakugo Katsuki please come to the principal's office? We'd like to congratulate you for getting accepted into UA High's hero course. A few cheers followed that announcement and Katsuki raised his head, grinning widely. He had just started to stand up when the speakers sparked to life again. Oh, we seem to have another student who also got in. Midoriya Izuku. Come to the principal's office. There was a loud click as the speaker turned off and everyone's eyes, including Katsuki's, turned to the nerd. Deku shrunk into himself, shaking pathetically, before he shook his head and literally stormed out of the classroom. All Katsuki could do was stare after him as he ran. Around him, the extras started whispering among themselves. Deku got into UA? No way. He must have cheated. You think the principal is gonna expel him? Definitely. And he'd deserve it. Cheating to get into UA? How low can you sink? Katsuki grit his teeth and stormed off. How dare Deku steal Katsuki's moment like that? Izuku POV. What the hell is wrong with this place? Izuku tried to tune out the Vestige's angry rant while he made his way to the principal's office, having to take the long way around because he kept noticing staff members or students down the hall. That's just how it is, Izuku mumbled, ducking around another corner when he noticed a teacher walking his way. After that announcement, he did not trust anyone not to hurt him and he didn't want to take any risks. This is how people always treat Quirkless. Most probably assume I cheated by now and will try to bite my head off if they get the chance. But you didn't cheat. Doesn't matter. I'm Quirkless. I couldn't possibly get into UA on my own, Izuku muttered, moving faster when the coast was once again clear. But you're not Quirkless? You have a quirk. Izuku sighed. Look, it's complicated. I got my quirk when I was by then, in the eyes of everyone here, I was already and would always be quirkless. And no way was I going to change into a cat here just to prove them wrong. Not after some of them almost killed me the first time I transformed in front of them. The Vestiges flinched at that last statement but didn't say anything else. Though Izuku could feel them moving around, probably arguing and holding one of their many secret meetings in that void they often mentioned. Izuku finally reached the principal's office. And unsurprisingly, Kaken was already there. Of course Kaken would arrive first. After all, he could just waltz right over to the office without having to go the extra mile of avoiding everyone and fearing for his life. "What took you so long, Deku?" Kaken snapped, stomping his feet impatiently. Izuku swallowed and avoided the other boy's eyes. Sorry I'm late," Izuku mumbled, keeping his head low as he shuffled over to the principal's desk. Inside of his mind, the vestiges were seething. What kind of principal overlooks that blonde's behavior? He basically called you useless right in front of him. "So, now that Deku is finally here, we can begin," the principal said. "He calls you Deku, too? That's it. I'ma burn this place to the ground. Izuku, I demand some torches and pitchforks. We are going on a hunt." Izuku winced at the loud volume of the vestige's angry outburst and tried to concentrate on what the principal was saying. Most of it seemed to be about how proud Aldra was for a student to get into you. It didn't take a genius to notice how the principal was only talking about Kaken. "Now then, Bakugakuin, you may return to class. Again, wonderful job getting into UA. You are the pride of this school. Oh, and Deku? A word." Kaken glared at him before storming off, leaving Izuku alone with the principal. "Okay, Deku. Here is what's gonna happen," the man said, folding his hands on his desk. "You are gonna contact UA and tell them that you decline your spot. Under no circumstances can I let you ruin our school's reputation by cheating to get into such a high-prestige school." Izuku blanched. "What? But sir dash I didn't dash." "Enough of the lies, Deku," the man said sternly, glaring at him over his glasses. "You are stealing a hero spot from actually worthy students. Stop being so selfish." Izuku felt a lump form in his throat and his eyes teared up. He begged himself not to cry, not in front of the principal. "Wait a minute, dash, the principal?" An idea formed in Izuku's mind and his lips tugged up into a smile, which he quickly hid by ducking his head. I understand, sir. May I call them right now?" Izuku asked softly, trying his best to stifle his laughter by making it sound like he was close to tears. "That would be great." The principal nodded. "I'm glad you are at least able to see reason," he said, leaning back in his seat and looking pleased with himself. The vestiges seemed to sense where this was going and started snickering, cheering him on. Biting his lip, Izuku brought out his phone and scrolled through his few contacts. The #1 hero, an UA hero course teacher, and of course, the principal of UA. All great candidates. Deciding to bring out the big guns, Izuku chose the last one and started a video call. He waited 2 beats, his heart racing, before Nezu picked up. "Hello, Midoriya. What a pleasant surprise. But aren't you supposed to be in school right now?" The mammal said kindly, sitting by his desk and working on something. From the window behind the small principal's desk, you had a clear view over UA. "Perfect. Hello, Nezu-sensei," Midoriya said cheerfully, making sure to angle his phone so his middle school principal could see the rodent. And as soon as the man recognized the well-known and feared hero, he paled. "You see, Nezu-sensei, I was supposed to be in class. But then I was called to the principal's office," Izuku innocently explained. "Oh, did he want to congratulate you for getting into UA?" Nezu asked, picking up the cup of tea next to him and taking a slow sip. "Not really," Izuku said carefully, giving a pause and making the man beside him sweat. "He did congratulate another student who also got in, though." Another pause. "But he actually told me to call UA and decline my spot in the hero course. Isn't that right, principal sir?" Izuku said sweetly, turning the camera so Nezu could see the now terrified man. "Is that so?" Nezu said calmly, placing the cup back on the table with a clink and folding his paws in front of him. "And why, if I may ask, do you want the second top student to decline their offer to my pristine establishment?" he asked. If I may be frank with you, Nezu-sir, there is no way that Midoriya could have gotten into you. I am very sorry to inform you that he must have cheated. I deeply apologize and I promise that he will face immediate expulsion as a suitable punishment. I'll have to cut you off right there, Nezu said, raising a paw. To others, he looked calm. But Izuku had known him long enough to recognize the feral rage burning behind those dark eyes. Midoriya did not cheat. Why would he need to do that? He is a remarkable young man with an IQ level on par with a genius, after all. I would know, since I have been keeping him as my personal student for months. Of course, his remarkable level of intelligence is something you would already be aware of. If your school clearly didn't change his scores on all the tests. And yes, I have gone over his results, as I do with all of my upcoming students. And quite frankly, sir, I find your staff's excuse of marking all of his tests with probably cheated, just to be able to give him a much lower grade, despicable. The man grew, if possible, even more pale and swallowed nervously. Inside Izuku's head, the vestiges were having the time of their non-life. And Izuku would be lying if he said he wasn't enjoying this himself. He had to bite his lip to stop himself from smiling. But even so, you have to be aware of his quirkless status? The man stuttered. You can't possibly want him in your school? He'll only bring the other students down with him. Are you saying that being a quirkless person is somehow a problem? Nezu asked calmly. The man seemed to realize this wasn't working and he backtracked. Oh, of course not. I am merely worried about the other students' well-being. Thank you for your concern, Nezu cut him off, raising a paw. But may I ask you which one of us is classed as the most intelligent creature alive? And which one is a middle school principal who, may I add, is showing clear favoritism and quirkist behavior? That is not . You will not expel Midoriya, Nezu said, his voice leaving no room for arguments. In fact, if you punish him in any way, I will know. And I will do much more than simply bring an end to your school, as well as your whole career as an educator. Are we clear? The man swallowed. Why, sir? Good, glad we could come to an understanding. Nezu answered pleasantly. Oh, and Midoriya? The mammal then chirped cheerfully. Izuku jumped and turned the screen so it was once again facing him. Why's Nezu-sensei? Nezu smiled at him, one of those rare, genuine smiles. Congratulations on getting in. And thank you for calling me. Oh, thank you, Ned-sensei, he said, feeling himself smile at the kindness of his uncle teacher. And with that, they ended the call. His soon-to-be ex-principal looked utterly defeated, staring down at his desk with haunted eyes. Izuku swallowed nervously and pocketed his phone. Thank you for your time, sir. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to go back to class, he said politely with a bow, just like how Nezu taught him. The man didn't even react and Izuku quickly made his way back to the classroom. The rest of the school day continued much like a normal day would, only slightly worse. After all, most of the students and other staff were still very upset that he had cheated his way into UA. Katsuki POV. This is getting effing ridiculous. The whole day, the whole FING day, people had been throwing more insults at Deku than they had been throwing praise at Katsuki. And it was honestly psing. Who the F cared if Deku managed to get into UA? They would kick him out as soon as they realized how useless he was anyway. As soon as school ended, he stomped his way outside, his bag hanging from one shoulder and heading straight home. He was sick and tired of all these goddamn stupid extras. But then, when he walked down the steps by the entrance, he heard, again, someone throwing insults at that useless Deku. Katsuki growled, and before he knew what he was doing, he changed direction and stomped his way over. Around the corner, at the shadowy part of the school ground where he used to drag Deku to beat him up, stood Deku and 4 other extras. The nerd was backed into a corner, a clear bruise on the side of his cast-down face. You really think you are special, huh? How low can you sink? Cheating to get into UA. We should report you and let them know just what kind of weak liar you are. The extra closest to Deku then grabbed the front of his uniform and slammed him back against the wall with a loud slam. At that moment, an image, one Katsuki always tries so hard to repress, flashed before his eyes. A small cat. One of the extras kicking it against the brick wall. The awful cracking noise it made at impact. Then it just laid there. Not moving. Not breathing. They killed it. They killed it. They killed Death. Katsuki didn't even notice moving before he was suddenly in front of Deku. In a flash, he grabbed the extra's arm with a snarl and twisted it, making him cry out in pain. "Hey, what the hell, Bakugu?" one of the others shouted. Katsuki let go of the disgusting extra, pushing him hard so he fell back against the others. Explosions went off in his hands and he snarled at them. "Why the F? Do you think that you useless extras reporting to UA would do jack's hit? If you think UA would accept cheating, then you must be dumber than rocks." "Oh come on," he clearly dash. Katsuki cut the BSRD off with another threatening explosion. "I am not effing happy about this useless nerd getting in either," he roared, making them all flinch back. "But you know what? We have to effing deal with it. And at least I got into UA. You're just a bunch of worthless extras going to some boring lame but high school. So what the F kind of right do you have threatening this guy?" The others stared at him like he had gone insane. "You can't seriously be defending Deku-dash." Katsuki growled again and let out another explosion. "Wanna see how effing serious I am? Now scram before I kill you." The extras quickly scrambled away without another word. Katsuki was breathing heavily, rage still burning hot beneath his skin. He didn't even understand why he was this angry. All he knew was that he was so furious that it felt like he would die. F-dash. He swore, letting out another explosion into the air. "Kaken? Are you okay?" The voice of Deku had Katsuki pause and he whirled around to face the nerd. Deku was still leaning against the wall, the bruise on his face looking even worse up close. And he was looking at Katsuki like he had grown a second head. "Are you okay, Kaken-dash?" Deku tried to ask again, but Katsuki cut him off with a snarl. "I'm fine. Just fantastic," he said, letting out small explosions in his hands. But then that stupid image of that worthless pathetic cat showed up again, and he closed his fists with another swear. Izuku POV. Izuku frowned at Kaken. That had been weird. In fact, Izuku couldn't remember Kaken protecting him like that since since before they turned 4. His focus turned down to the blonde's shaking fists, where smoke fizzled out. For some reason, despite Kaken having let out multiple explosions, Izuku had barely flinched at the sound. In fact, unlike 10 minutes ago, Izuku felt completely safe right now. It suddenly clicked why that was, and his eyes widened in realization. For 3 years, Izuku was always afraid that Kaken would start hurting him again. But even now, even when the blonde's explosion went off so close to him earlier, danger sense never activated. In fact, as soon as Kaken showed up, danger sense had almost immediately quieted down. "You won't hurt me," Izuku said faintly, staring at the blonde with wide eyes. He didn't realize he had said it out loud until Kaken let out an offended sound and stepped closer, probably to look threatening. "What the F did you say?" Kaken snarled. Izuku just kept staring at Kaken. And for the first time, Izuku really looked at him. The boy looked mad. In fact, he looked ready to murder him. But the new quirk in his mind told Izuku otherwise. Kaken had no intentions of hurting him. "You won't hurt me," Izuku repeated, more confident now. "You haven't hurt me in years. And you won't do it now. Right? What the F? Why did you stop?" Izuku asked, taking a step closer to Kaken, who took a step back. Kaken's eyes widened and he started shaking. "What? Why did you stop hurting me? I can understand why you started doing it. That makes sense. Why stop? What changed?" Izuku pressed, his voice shaking just a little. He wanted to understand. Kaken stared at him like he had started speaking another language entirely and took another step back. "What the hell are you Deku, what the F dash?" he snapped. Izuku didn't say anything and glanced down at the blonde's hands. And sure enough, no explosions. "We're both going to Izuku said slowly, looking back up at the boy. "I'm going to be a hero just like you," he said as calmly as he could despite the nerves jittering in his body. That seemed to be Kaken's breaking point. No. You'll get thrown out the first week. Don't lump us together, Deku." And with that, before Izuku could answer, Kaken turned around and stormed off. Wow. Anger issues much? That's taking it lightly. What's the deal with that, Kaken, anyway? Izuku shook his head sadly as he watched his old childhood friend go. He then crouched to gather his things that were scattered across the ground and put them back in his worn-out yellow backpack. It's a long story, he said, moving to stand up and heading towards the park. Izuku, we're dead. We literally got all the time in the world. Izuku laughed quietly at that and brought out his phone to press it to his ear. Okay, Izuku said, taking a deep breath. See, well, it all started when we were 4? He then proceeded to tell the vestiges about his childhood. Izuku told them about Kaken, how they had been friends, until they weren't. He explained how he had grown up getting bullied for being quirkless, by students and teachers alike. And then, he told them of eventually gaining a quirk in the middle of a beating, which led to Shoyuta saving him and bringing him home. The vestiges never once interrupted. Instead, they just listened politely and threw in a couple of questions here and there or made small commentary when he grew silent. One of his favorite comments was how Kaken reminded them of Diagoro's old dog, an angry Pomeranian named Pompom. That comment made Izuku snort at the mental image of Kaken as small and fluffy dog. Overall, it felt nice having someone to talk to. The next morning on his way to school, Izuku got a call from Nezu. "Good morning, Nezu-sensei." He answered cheerfully, glad for the distraction. "Why are you calling this early?" "Good morning, Midoriya. I was wondering if you could come and meet me at UA?" Nezu answered, sounding suspiciously more cheerful than usual. Right now? I'd love to, but I have school," Izuku answered, slowing down his steps. "Indeed you have. But not there," Nezu said even more cheerfully. "I figured since your old school is closing by the end of the semester and you only have your final exams left, you might as well come over and do them here with me. No need to waste weeks in that place. I bet we can even finish your exams in one afternoon." Izuku's head was spinning. "Wait, Nezu, what did you do?" he asked, stopping in his tracks. Nezu chuckled. "Oh, nothing much. I just let the right people know about your school's activities. Now can I expect to see you in my office by 8 a.m.? Yes. Well, of course. I'll be there." Izuku answered by pure instinct, mind still reeling. "Wonderful. See you soon, Midoriya." And with that, the mammal ended the call with a click. Izuku lowered his phone and just stared at it with wide eyes. "What just happened?" he whispered. Sure, he had expected Nezu to take down his middle school. After all, this was Nezu we were talking about. Of course he wouldn't leave his old school alone. But Izuku just hadn't expected it to happen this fast. The vestiges seemed just as confused as he was. But after the shock wore off, they started laughing and cheering. Nana appeared floating next to him, clutching her stomach and falling over in midair. "Oh man, you gotta thank the rat for us, Aizu. He's a true hero." Izuku let out a nervous laugh and checked the news on his phone. There, he noticed how most of the recent local stations had articles in form of middle school closing next semester due to quirkist behavior, principal facing criminal charges. "Yeah, he truly is," Izuku agreed, smile growing impossibly wider while he pocketed his phone and turned around, walking towards UA. Izuku POV. The day arrived where Izuku would finally be an official UA Hero Course student. Sure, he had, technically, been a student here for months, since he had been studying under Nezu and all. But he had not been in the Hero Course before. He honestly couldn't believe that this was actually happening. It felt like a dream come true. While Izuku walked through the halls, he couldn't help but skip a few steps, happy to be able to wear his new shoes safely without being scared of anyone destroying them. After all, this was a new start for him. If anyone asked, Izuku could say with pride that he had a quirk. And even if they pointed out the brightly red shoes, he could blame it on them being the only ones that fit, like that other teen had. He was free from being a useless Deku ever again. Or at least that was what he thought. Until he opened the classroom door and saw Kaken, who was already picking a fight with their fellow classmates. Great, Izuku thought, suppressing a sigh. Guess that nickname won't be going away anytime soon. The vestiges agreed, making their clear distaste for the blonde known inside of Izuku's mind. His day continued to go from good to sour, to worse after Aizawa-sensei arrived and told them they would do a quirk assessment test. And Izuku understood why they would do it. He knew it only made sense to test everyone's current limits with their quirks. But still, for him, it felt like a slap to the face. Because although his training with OFA was moving forward, it was doing so at a snail's pace. After 2 weeks of training to control the quirk, Izuku could still barely move a muscle while in his full cowl mode. And trying to use OFA in a single limb only ended with him almost exploding his bones. Which led to Aizawa, All Might and the Vestiges strictly telling him not to use one for all until he, under Aizawa's supervision, could use it without risking hurting himself. And again, he understood why they told him that dash. But it SCG because he had finally gotten a quirk suitable for heroics. And instead of using it, he had gotten banned from even so much as activating it. Not to mention the other quirks had yet to show themselves. Well, except for Danger Sense, which had proven to be quite useful while avoiding bullies at his old school. But it wasn't useful here. Getting a migraine was kind of not going to help him run faster or jump further. And for not the first time, Izuku couldn't help but feel useless. The Vestiges kept trying to cheer him on and they kept telling Izuku that he was doing fine. They were pointing out how his overall score was above at least 2 others, and reminded him that even if he got last place here, Shoyuta would never expel him. But with every test, Izuku kept growing more and more frustrated. Everyone else was using their incredible and amazing quirks. And here he was, having multiple ones but unable to use any of them. Useless. When it was time for the ball throw, Izuku felt completely on edge. He knew he was currently close to last place and he felt like such a failure. The itch to prove himself was starting to grow too strong to ignore, and he felt himself getting panicked at the idea of Shoyuta regretting his decision of wasting his time on him. What if Shoyuta changed his mind about not expelling me? Or dash, or what if he lied? That thought had Izuku's stomach twisting into knots and he felt like throwing up from how anxious he was feeling. It was at that moment that Nana appeared in her transparent form, looking at him in sympathy and worry. "You're doing fine, kiddo," she told him. "Shoyuta believes in you, and so do we. Don't worry about all that or on everyone else and just focus on yourself." Despite Nana's advice, Izuku turned his gaze away from her and over to his teacher, who was watching him with what others would probably call a bored expression. But Izuku saw that Shoyuta was frustrated. He noticed the way the man's brows were furrowed, and saw how tense his jaw was. And immediately, Izuku turned away and ducked his head, gripping the ball tightly. "He's disappointed in me," he muttered quietly, feeling his chest ache with his ever-growing panic. Nana sighed next to him. "Izuku, sweetie. No, he's not. He's just worried you're gonna get hurt again. You're doing fine, kiddo. Just keep doing your best, alright?" Izuku gritted his teeth and gripped the ball tighter. He felt frustrated tears welling up in his eyes. Because what the hell was the point of doing his best, if it wasn't even his best at all? Izuku was certain he could do so much more, so much better, if he just tried. So, steeling himself and ignoring the Vestiges' frantic warnings, Izuku called on One for All into his arm and got ready to throw. The last thing he saw was Nana's panicked expression next to him. Before, nothing. Izuku blinked. He recognized this. Aizawa had erased his quirk. But for some reason, unlike every other time, he didn't give it back. His mind felt blank and empty and wrong and he couldn't breathe. He couldn't think and he's all alone dash. Aizawa-sensei was saying something, while still erasing his quirk, but Izuku didn't hear him through the ringing in his own ears. The boy turned to his teacher with wide, panicked eyes. "Give to them back. Please." He cried out, clutching his chest and head desperately. Aizawa's eyes widened slightly, before the words seemed to register and the man quickly deactivated his quirk and let One for All come back to Izuku. Immediately, Izuku was flooded with reassurance from the Vestiges, Nana appearing next to his side once again and petting his back. "It's okay, Izuku. We never left. We're all here." "Ria? Midoriya?" Aizawa's voice cut through the sound of the Vestiges and Izuku flinched. He took a shuddering breath and looked back up at his teacher, who was looking at him in concern, as well as the rest of the class. So much for a new start. Now I probably look like a pathetic freak. I'm fine, Aizawa-sensei. Sorry. Jay just got a bit scared of how cute quiet it got, he stammered, giving his teacher a shaky smile. For another moment his teacher just kept staring at him. But then, the man gave him a slow nod. All right then. You'll get one more shot at the ball throw. And don't destroy your body. Remember why Nedzu took a liking to you in the first place? The man said, giving Izuku a pointed look. Izuku flinched and muttered out, yes sir, before turning to look at the ball in his hand. Then, Izuku got an idea and he glanced up at his teacher. Just to make sure, as long as I stand in the circle, anything is allowed? He asked carefully. Aizawa-sensei nodded. That was all confirmation Izuku needed, and he felt his lips tug up in a small smile. He had a few ideas that might work. Izuku looked back over to his classmates, his eyes traveling over them. Before his eyes locked with Uraraka, who he had kind of befriended after their shared traumatic experience at the entrance exam. Hey, Uraraka? Could you come over here please? He asked, smiling nervously at his confused-looking classmate. Shoyuta POV. Shoyuta felt like slapping himself. He had known Midoriya for months now. And he knew the boy had panic attacks. And yet, he hadn't thought twice when he activated his quirk and kept it active. He hadn't expected that panic attack. And for that Shoyuta felt awful and stupid. Because in hindsight, it should have been obvious. From what Shoyuta could tell, Midoriya seemed to have quickly grown close to the past users of their quirk. They seemed to have become an anchor of sorts for him, and Shoyuta had noticed a major improvement in Midoriya's mental health with each passing day. So of course the kid would panic when that support suddenly got ripped away from him. The only question was why he never said anything during training? This was far from the first time Shoyuta had used his quirk on the boy. Even though those times only lasted for a second or so. But still, why didn't the boy tell him how anxious it made him? Then Shoyuta would have made sure to never use it longer than absolutely necessary. Sadly, the answer to that was obvious. It was probably because Midoriya, quite simply, was a self-sacrificing problem child. Shoyuta curiously watched while Midoriya asked Uraraka to come over to the circle. The girl seemed confused at first, but after glancing at Shoyuta, who didn't do anything to stop them, she hesitantly walked over to Midoriya. Midoriya then whispered something to her. And then they both grinned excitedly, looking like two problem children that were going to give Shoyuta a lot of headaches for the next 3 years. The next thing Shoyuta knew, Uraraka had used her quirk on the ball and Midoriya effortlessly launched it into space, earning him an infinity score just like Uraraka. And Shoyuta was so proud. Izuku POV. After the ball disappeared into space, Izuku turned and grinned at Uraraka, giving her an high five. Which, in hindsight, was a bad idea. Luckily he only floated for about 1 second before she realized what had happened and cancelled her quirk. Izuku easily landed on his feet and they both laughed. He honestly couldn't remember ever laughing together with a classmate like this. It felt nice. But then, reality crashed down and he heard the rest of the class complain and call what he did cheating, and Izuku immediately felt his heart drop down to his stomach. He was just using someone else's quirk. How is that allowed? Agreed, that is not very heroic at all. That can't count as him getting points, right? He was cheating. Beside him, Uraraka gave him an almost guilty look and he shot her a shaky smile. Enough! Aizawa growled, activating his quirk against the clung of students that luckily Izuku was not standing near, effectively shutting them up. Teamwork is essential in heroics. So knowing your own limits, when to ask for help as well as how to lend a helping hand to others, are all very important traits for a hero to have. If you can't step off your pedestal and work with others, then you are not fit to save anyone, Aizawa told them all sternly. But even so, to not take the test seriously and instead rely on his classmate to give him free points can't possibly dash, Ida tried to argue, but was cut off by Aizawa glaring at him. Do I need to remind you all that Midoriya asked me, your teacher, for confirmation before he did anything? Nothing Midoriya just did was cheating. Both him and Uraraka show great potential if they can already corporate this well. So instead of throwing out false accusations, You should instead watch and take notes. At the end of Aizawa's speech, the class glanced over at Uraraka and him. With every word coming from the older man's mouth, Izuku felt more and more like just disappearing through the ground, and he hunched into himself. Kaken, especially, was glaring daggers at Izuku. But just like the last time they spoke all those weeks ago, Danger Sense was being quiet. And that made Izuku relax just a little, knowing none of them would at least try and hurt him. Luckily, they quickly moved along after that, and the test after that was the flexibility test, where they were supposed to try and reach their toes while sitting down. Which, honestly, seemed just way too easy to be considered a real test. Unlike the ball throw, they went up to the mats 4 at a time, and Izuku shuffled over to one of the mats at the edge, away from the others. Then, at the mark, he reached forward until his fingers reached his toes. But he started growing nervous, because surely this couldn't be it, right? The others had seemed to be struggling and like it hurt. But Izuku didn't feel any stretch whatsoever. So with a frown, he stretched further, effectively folding himself in half. He heard a couple of gasps around him, which made him glance up to see most of the others staring at him. Izuku blushed at all the attention and ducked his head again, wondering why they were staring. "Whoa, kid, how are you not breaking? Guess you really are a cat, huh?" Izuku frowned slightly, counting the seconds in his head. Just a few more seconds. "What do you mean?" He whispered, barely loud enough to hear it himself. But before the vestiges could answer, Aizawa called the next group, and so, Izuku got up to his feet. He noticed the other 3 groaning and grimacing, and he gave them worried looks. "Did I do it wrong? I mean, is it supposed to hurt?" As if being able to read his mind, Nana appeared next to him and chuckled. "Nah, kid, you did it right. And you did it more than perfectly. I'm sure this will move you up a few spots." Izuku ducked his head at that, not really believing that at all. "It wasn't anything special," he muttered, keeping his head low and standing off to the side. "But it was still a test, and you absolutely nailed it. Don't sell yourself short, shorty." "Still growing," Izuku grumbled, crossing his arms with a pout. The vestiges just laughed in his head. Too lost in his own head, Izuku didn't notice the girl with dark short hair, nor the boy with several appendages, glancing at him. The results came up on the screen, and just like the vestiges said, Izuku ended up several places above last place. No doubt thanks to the infinity point he got from Uraraka and his highest score on the flexibility test. But Izuku barely had a moment to feel happy because he heard a sob break out a few feet away from him, and he looked towards Hagakure, who came in last place. He swallowed and glanced at their teacher in worry. Izuku knew about Shoyuta expelling students seemingly left and right, but he knew that Shoyuta only did so if the student was completely hopeless. Surely he wouldn't expel someone like Hagakure for coming last in this test when her quirk was so valuable in so many ways? And thankfully he didn't. Instead, he had told the students that it was a logical ruse. At that point, among the screams of some students, Izuku had just started laughing. He just couldn't help it. It was just such a Shoyuta thing to say. Shoyuta POV. Shoyuta, to everyone's disbelief, didn't actually enjoy expelling his students. It was just what he did when someone was deemed with zero potential and would be a danger to either others and themselves. So even though Hagakure came last, it would be stupid of Shoyuta to expel her when the girl still showed so much potential, both with her quirk and her drive. So no. Shoyuta did not expel her. That didn't mean everyone else was safe though. Among his students, one of them was already walking on thin ice. Not because of their quirk or power, but because of their garbage personality that grated on Shuta's nerves. Again, don't get him wrong, these students are still young and have plenty of room and time to grow. Like Bakugu, who had clear as day anger issues and an inferiority complex. Those could be fixed. But sometimes, some of them are just beyond saving. And that is why, when Shoyuta saw the little sheet GRPNG, one of the female general course students, in the middle of the hallway, he knew this was one of those cases. Immediately, Shoyuta wrapped the boy up in his capture weapon and dragged him away from the girl. The student turned towards him and thanked him profusely, her face red and tears shining in her eyes. Shoyuta just waved her off. "Let the staff know if anyone tries something like that again." That level of inappropriate behavior is unacceptable at UA, he said, turning to the brat he had captured when he finished speaking. The girl bowed before rushing away, leaving Shoyuta alone with his student. You have 1 minute to convince me not to expel you. Go, Shoyuta said, releasing the grip he had around the boy's mouth so he could speak. Mineta sputtered and looked at Shoyuta like the man was insane. W? Expel me? But I didn't even do anything. The boy cried. Shoyuta crossed his arms and raised an unimpressed eyebrow. 40 seconds? He counted. The boy paled and backtracked. I just mean I didn't do anything bad. Girls always fall for heroes and should be happy when we touch them. It's our right as heroes. Surely you get that, right? Being a man yourself. I'm gay. Shoyuta cut him off, his mood turning more and more sour with every word coming out of this little sheet's mouth. 10 seconds. Mineta pulled a face. You can't be serious? I made it through your stupid test. You can't just dash. Time's up and you're out. Go report this to the principal's office and then leave. If you're not off the school grounds in 1 hour, I will call security and you will be escorted out. What? That's so unfair. I get expelled just for that girl? The boy cried out, clearly missing the point. Zero potential indeed. No, not just for that girl. I'm expelling you for every other girl you might run into while pretending to be a hero, Shoyuta told him sternly. And sadly, but not unsurprisingly, the brat didn't seem to understand at all, pulling a face. Now if I were you, Shoyuta continued, I would start thinking about your behavior and what to say to Nedzu. If you behave, he might even agree to not ban you from every hero course in the country. But I doubt it, since he saw the whole thing, including our conversation. Now get out of my sight. And with that, Shoyuta walked away and continued towards his classroom, ignoring the wailing of the brat behind him. As soon as he opened the door and saw that the rest of his remaining students were already there, he started speaking. Mineta Minoru has been expelled for inappropriate behavior, he told them, walking up to the podium. A few shocked gasps could be heard, but other than that, the class grew quiet, all eyes turning to look at Shoyuta. Let this be a reminder to show each other respect. You are here to learn how to be heroes. The absolute bare minimum for that is to be a decent person. Which means that if I ever catch one of you in any way or form assaulting another person, you are out. Are we clear? A chorus of terrified, yes sensei, echoed through the classroom, most students looking really nervous. But they should take it seriously. He thought, happy to already have this level of respect from them. Shoyuta also noticed some of the female students relaxing a little. Even though this class hadn't been here for long, it was clear the boy had already made them feel uncomfortable and unsafe. Which never should have happened in the first place. But hopefully they will be able to feel safer now with Mineta gone. And maybe someone else more worthy could take his space. So no, Shoyuta did not enjoy expelling his students. But sometimes, it also felt really satisfying taking out the trash. The same day after school. Izuku POV. Izuku hesitantly stepped into the small office, staying close to Nedzu's side. The office was small and cozy, one half looking like any other office, with the obligatory desk and bookcases, both decorated with framed photos and potted plants. On the other side of the room stood a dark blue armchair and a matching couch facing each other. There was also a small coffee table in between, covered in what looked like a bunch of different fidget toys and pamphlets. And also packets of tissues. Lots and lots of tissues. Izuku's attention got dragged away from looking around the room when Nizu cleared his throat and started speaking. Good afternoon, hound dog. Here is Midoriya Izuku that I've been telling you about. Midoriya, say hello to Hound Dog, our school's very own therapist. Nedzu introduced them cheerfully. Hello Hound Dog. I'm a big fan. Thank you for having me, Izuku squeaked out, giving a deep bow. Hound Dog barked out a laugh, making Izuku, despite his best efforts, flinch. It took everything in him not to hiss and bolt out of the room. What can he say? Living as a small cat has made him a bit weary of dogs. No need to be so formal, Midoriya. Please, come sit down, the hero said, gesturing to the couch while he himself sat down on the armchair. And don't worry. I've heard all about your situation from Nezu already, both regarding your quirks as well as your living situation. Izuku shot Nezu a betrayed look while he sat down, but the mammal simply stood there and smiled at him, shrugging his shoulders casually. It felt necessary for Hound Dog to know about everything so he would be able to help you and your headmates better. I assure all of you that Hound Dog is trustworthy, his mentor told him. And even though Izuku trusted Nezu and could see his point, he still didn't feel completely okay with him telling someone else about his secrets. And neither were the vestiges. Hound Dog cleared his throat, gaining Izuku's attention. No need to worry, Midoriya. I understand the gravity of your quirks being kept a secret. And I assure you, as a licensed therapist, I will keep everything said within these walls to myself. Izuku gave him a small, hesitant nod. Well, I guess this is where I should leave you two alone, Nezu said, patting Izuku's knee before turning around and walking back towards the door. Before he left, he gave Izuku one last encouraging smile. You are all safe here, Midoriya. I promise. And with that, Nezu left the room, leaving Izuku and the vestiges alone with Hound Dog. As soon as Nezu closed the door, Izuku felt the vestiges stir inside of him, restlessly moving closer to the front of his mind. I don't trust this guy, the third muttered. Oh come on, he seems nice. Nana answered. I agree with third. I also don't like how Nezu told him our secret. We don't know anything about this hero, the second huffed, shuffling around Izuku's mind in irritation. What is happening inside of you right now? Hound Dog asked gently, leaning forward in his seat and watching Izuku with curious eyes. Izuku blinked in surprise. He hadn't even noticed that he had zoned out. Oh just a lot of talking, he answered, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly and avoiding the hero's intense gaze. From the vestiges? Izuku froze before he remembered that Hound Dog knew. And then he nodded, keeping his head low, gaze locked onto the carpeted floor. Hound Dog hummed and leaned back. And what is it like when they talk? Can you hear their words or feel their feelings? There was a sound of a pen clicking and Izuku noticed in the corner of his eyes how Hound Dog had brought out a notepad. Izuku took a deep, shaking breath, trying to gather his thoughts and distinguish them from the other 7 people currently talking inside his mind. It's kind of like I can sometimes hear their voices. But mostly it's just a constant static, with a few sentences leaking through. And, I can feel their emotions pretty well, too, I guess? More so than actual words. Izuku paused thoughtfully, frowning down at the floor. It's also kind of like something is pulling at my brain? Like parts of my brain are moving around? It's kind of making me dizzy, to be honest, he admitted. The vestiges froze at that, letting out gasps of surprise. Wait, what? We didn't know that. Why didn't you tell us, kiddo? Izuku shook his head with a frown. Wouldn't matter. Not your fault, he muttered softly, ducking his head further. I don't mind if you want to speak with them in front of me, Hound Dog told him gently. Izuku's head shot up at that, not realizing that the man had heard him. Oh, okay, he answered uncertainty, fidgeting a little with his hands. His gaze traveled to some of the fidget toys on the table and his fingers twitched. But he didn't want to be a bother and ask if he could try them. So what were the vestiges talking about when Nezu left? You looked a bit upset? Hound Dog asked curiously, bringing Izuku's attention back to him. There was a disagreement, Izuku said carefully, hunching his shoulders and biting his lip. Hound Dog hummed, jotting something down on a notepad. About? He hummed, looking back up at Izuku. They, don't all trust you, he said awkwardly, avoiding the man's eyes and pulling at his fingers as he fidgeted some more. Well, that is not surprising, Hound Dog said, making Izuku look at him in surprise. We just met after all. And you all just learned that Nezu shared your secret with someone you didn't know. It is understandable for them not to trust me and even be upset. Izuku shifted uncomfortably in his seat. You're not mad? He asked, glancing between Hound Dog and the door, his whole body tense. Hound Dog smiled at him, looking just a tad bit terrifying with all his sharp teeth and yet somehow still kind. I assure you, Midoriya, that nothing you or the vestiges can do would make me mad at you. I'm here to listen and to help, not to get mad, Hound Dog told him patiently. Izuku felt his head spin. This was Hound Dog, a hero that was known for having a temper. And here he was, being so patient and calm. How about we try to get to know each other better? I must admit that I am very curious about your headmates. But I am also curious about you, Midoriya. Or do you prefer being called Izuku or even Broccoli? Izuku, he was quick to say. I don't like the name Midoriya. Broccoli is the cat's name. Not mine, he muttered, looking away with a frown. All right then, Izuku. But that's an interesting wording. May I ask if you see yourself and your cat form as different people? Izuku's frown deepened. I don't know. Kind of? I mean, I know we are the same person, but Broccoli is also just so different. I don't really feel like I'm Broccoli while I'm like this, he said, gesturing to himself. Well, it sometimes feels wrong thinking I'm Izuku while I'm Broccoli? Is that weird? Izuku asked hesitantly, glancing up at the hero. The man just smiled at him. No, not at all, considering your circumstances. But I'd like us to try and figure out just why you might have come to see it this way. Would you mind telling me how you got to live with All Might and Eraserhead? Izuku shifted uncomfortably. Where to begin? He mumbled. Start from the beginning. What were your biological parents like? Hound Dog helpfully suggested. Izuku bit his lip, hunching further into himself. Will they get in trouble? He asked quietly, glancing up at Hound Dog. Not unless you want me to take action against them. Without your consent, or unless you are in immediate danger, my snout is shut. That made Izuku smile just a little, and he took a deep breath. He felt the vestiges growing quiet and moving closer, probably listening intently. After all, Izuku had never told them about his parents before. I'm an only child. My mom, Inko, is a nurse, and my dad, Hisashi, was a businessman last I heard of him. He left some time after my quirk failed to appear. I don't really have many memories about him, since he was rarely home after I turned 4. But I remember he used to hum lullabies whenever I couldn't sleep or I was sad. He also used to sneak me snacks whenever Mom wasn't looking, Izuku said, a small smile tugging at his lips despite the sad memories surrounding the man leaving. And your mom? Izuku's smile fell and he grimaced. Inko used to be nice. I would say it all took a turn after Hisashi stopped coming home. After he left, she, kinda started blaming me for that. Sometimes, during the nights, she would drag me out of bed and sit me down by the kitchen table, saying we needed to discuss everything I had done wrong. Which, to sum it up, was basically just existing. He felt the vestiges growing mad inside his mind, hot anger almost consuming him, and so he was quick to continue. She would never yell at me, or dash or hurt me. She would just go on these hour-long rants about how awful and ungrateful I was, and how Dad left because of me and stuff like that. He then felt himself growing colder, the memory of sitting in that kitchen still feeling fresh in his mind. The soft cushion of the couch did nothing to ease the memory of the hard wooden chair he had to stay seated on for those late hours. If I tried to talk back or started crying, she would tell me how I needed to stop getting so worked over simple discussions. I, still have a hard time dealing with that word. It's like as soon as someone say they need to discuss something, I just freeze. Hound Dog nodded and hummed in sympathy. That's understandable, he said softly, lowering his notebook and giving Izuku his full attention. I hope you understand that those were not discussions. That was emotional abuse. And from the sounds of it, it has become a trauma for you. At the word abuse, Izuku jerked back in his seat. Isn't that a bit extreme to call it that? She was just talking. It wasn't like she yelled or hit me or anything. And those discussions only really happened in the early years. It kind of got less and less common after I stopped coming home that much. By then, she was mostly just ignoring me, he said, his voice growing more and more quiet towards the end, suddenly not so sure what to think. Hound Dog sighed and shook his head sadly. Izuku, I want you to please listen when I say that what you are describing is clear emotional abuse. as well as what sounds like neglect. Izuku gripped his arms tightly, hugging himself. I guess. The neglect part one had already suspected. He mumbled. But even that wasn't really that bad, he was then quick to add, shaking his head frantically. Really, she was just ignoring me. Can you describe some of the things she did when she was ignoring you? Just, not talking to me while we were home? Or waking me up in the morning. Stuff like that. In elementary school, I would often wake up and she had already left to go to work. But after I learned how to set an alarm, it stopped being a problem, he said, shrugging as he looked away uncomfortably. Then he frowned again, remembering something. Or, I guess it was a problem. Since I wasn't really allowed to eat without permission. I tried at first making some things, just a bowl of cereal or a sandwich in the mornings. But she would mark everything in the kitchen and notice if I ate. And then she would get mad. So I usually had to go hungry to school. At least our elementary school gave us free lunches, so I had one meal a day. Only one? What about dinner? Izuku shrugged again, keeping his head low, same as with breakfast. Inko marked everything so I wouldn't be able to steal it. I just go to bed hungry. Kid, that is seriously messed up. Izuku flinched at the loud volume of Nana's voice echoing in his head. What? It's not that bad, he defended quickly, feeling a bit dizzy. Sure, it got a bit bad after I entered middle school dash, since they didn't offer us any lunches but dash, but then dash, I started getting sneaky, he said, smiling at the memory. You see dash, I started to copy her marks and switched hers with mine, Izuku explained, mimicking the way you would hold a pencil and started drawing some lines in the air. That way, I could sometimes eat small meals in the morning and even before she got home from work. She never even noticed since I made sure never to take too much. He said, grinning proudly. He had felt so smart once he figured out he could do that after all. And then, soon after that, I met my dads, Shoyuta and Toshi, who were feeding me every morning and evening and were super kind. And then I started living with them, Izuku told him, his cheeks hurting from smiling so much and his feet kicking a little underneath him. I even found a secret hideout to store all of my things at so they wouldn't even notice I was there. Oh dash, but don't ask me where it is because it is a secret, he told Hound Dog sternly, looking at the hero with a pout. Of course, I won't ask you to expose your secret hideout, Hound Dog reassured him. Izuku nodded approvingly. Good. Wait dash, where was I? He said, tilting his head and tapping a finger against his chin. His head felt funny. We were talking about your mother? The hero helpfully said. Oh right. Thanks, Izuku said with a grin. So yeah, I stopped going back to my mom's place a few years back. Toshi and Shoyuta were so much kinder than her anyway, he said with a shrug. He was feeling restless, his legs were kicking back and forth beneath him and his eyes traveled around the room before they landed on the table. Curiously, he picked up one of the colorful toys. It was a weird-looking cube and he started playing with it, turning it around in his hands. And as soon as he did, his eyes lit up and he smiled brightly when he noticed that the cube seemed to fold in, out and around itself, making a satisfying clicking sound every time it changed shape. He smiled at Hound Dog and showed the magic cube to him. The hero smiled back kindly and Izuku happily continued to play with the cube. Anything else you want to tell me? Hound Dog asked. Izuku thought for a moment and hummed, the cube folding and clicking in his hands. There is also Slushy. Did you know about her? She's my big sister and she is the cutest. Izuku exclaimed excitedly, a huge smile on his face. That sounds nice, Izuku. I am glad you have such a kind family. Hound Dog answered with a gentle smile, writing a bunch of stuff on his notepad. Izuku hummed happily, his legs kicking back and forth while he leaned back on the couch. His gaze turned briefly from the cube and over to the notepad, wondering why the hero was taking so many notes. His attention was turned back to the moment when Hound Dog spoke again. The hero put down the notepad and laid it in his lap. Forgive me for asking, but something seemed to change in you while we were talking. Can you tell me what happened? Izuku kept his gaze down at his hands and he tilted his head. Huh? What do you mean? Well, for one, your mood changed quite abruptly, Hound Dog explained, holding up a claw. as well as the tone of your voice and your mannerism, he counted, raising another 2 claws on his raised paw. Oh, Izuku just said simply, his hands still playing with the clicking cube. The sound and repetitive movement were somehow calming. What are the vestiges saying right now? The what? Izuku asked, looking at Hound Dog curiously. The vestiges, Izuku. The past users of One for All. Izuku simply frowned at the hero and his hands twitched, stopping what they were doing. He was starting to feel sick, like he was gonna throw up. What? He asked, rubbing a hand to one of his eyes and pressing down, trying to fight back against the dots now clouding his vision. You don't know who they are? Izuku shook his head, trying to remember. His brain started to hurt. It felt heavy and like it was moving inside his skull. Like something was pushing him away. The whole room tilted and Izuku felt so dizzy, like he was about to fall over. He didn't even notice dropping the cube. Ku? Can you tell me what happened? What? Izuku asked, feeling exhausted. The vestiges were talking loudly inside his head, making it hard to think. Sorry, I think I zoned out for a moment. What were you saying? Izuku asked, ashamed that he had apparently zoned out in the middle of a conversation again. He shuffled a bit in place and noticed a weird cube laying next to him on the couch. Curiously, Izuku reached down and picked it up, noticing it folded out and in on itself. Huh, an infinity cube. First time I've seen one in person, Izuku thought idly while he started fidgeting with it. The clicking sound was very satisfying. Hound Dog cleared his throat and Izuku jumped, embarrassingly lowering the cube and looking up at the hero. He was just about to apologize when Hound Dog spoke. No, please continue. They are there for you and other visitors to use, after all, he said kindly, gesturing to the fidget toy. Izuku nodded hesitantly and ducked his head, turning the cube around in his hands. He carefully started folding it but made sure to do it quietly and gently. He didn't want the noise to annoy Hound Dog after all. Do you remember what we were talking about before you zoned out? Hound Dog asked, watching him even more curiously than before. It was honestly making his skin crawl. Izuku frowned and thought for a moment. My dad Hisashi? And Inko? He answered, suddenly feeling uncertain for some reason. Do you remember mentioning Toshi and Shoyuda? No, he answered honestly, shaking his head. What about drawing marks on the food packaging at your mom's place? What? I never did that, Izuku answered, reeling back at the mere suggestion of doing such a thing. I would just go hungry, he explained. I see, Hound Dog sighed. And what about the vestiges? Do they remember anything? Izuku blinked in confusion at that weird question. Why would the vestiges know anything about Inko? He thought, focusing in on the vestiges and finally listening to their frantic chatter. Izuku? What happened? Yeah, what was that? What was what? Izuku asked back quietly, utterly confused. You started acting really weird and even asked who we were. Kiddo, you didn't remember us at all. Izuku frowned and shook his head. That couldn't be right. Right? What are they saying? Hound Dog asked him. But they are saying I couldn't remember them? Izuku said slowly. Hound Dog raised an eyebrow. And you don't remember saying that? I think I would remember saying that. Izuku huffed, crossing his arms. The hero sighed. And yet you did and you don't. Izuku felt his mind come to a halt at that, his arms dropping to his sides. Wait, what? Izuku, Hound Dog said, voice growing serious. I believe there might be more to the fact that you don't see yourself and Broccoli as the same person. Have you heard about dissociative identity disorder, otherwise known as DID? No. He said faintly, shaking his head. Hound Dog took a deep breath and leaned forward, folding his paws in front of him. To start off, I want you to understand that to get this diagnosis, we will have to run some tests. And it's a very long process. So this is in no way me giving you a diagnosis right now. But to put it simply, DID is a disorder that might develop among individuals who have, from a very young age, been severely abused. It's a trauma response and a survival instinct where, when something becomes too much for the young brain to handle, it splits, creating a new part or personality, otherwise known as an alter, that can help and carry the burden. This alter may or may not share memories with the other alters. And how many there may also vary between systems, that is to say, your brain. Izuku's eyes widened at that. My brain is split in pieces? He thought, starting to panic. But before he could dwell too long on that horrifying thought, Hound Dog continued speaking. To be completely honest, when you first arrived here and I learned of you and Broccoli, my mind immediately went to Did. But there is also a similar phenomenon that is happening among a lot of abused individuals with animal transformation quirks. Current theories suggest that it's similar to Did, but there hasn't been enough studies done to prove it, because most people with this condition flee into the wilderness and are never seen again. I'm assuming you sticking around and living in society has to do with the fact that Shoto was luckily right there and he felt safe for you to stay with. Hound Dog took a deep breath and looked at Izuku sadly. But considering what I just witnessed, how abruptly your personality and even memory changed without you even changing your physical form, he trailed off, seemingly choosing his words carefully. I guess what I'm trying to say is, you having already developed Did before you even got your quirk might be a strong possibility. Which could, in fact, make Izuku and Broccoli different alters, though that obviously doesn't have to be the case. Does that make sense? No? That does not make sense? None of that makes any sense. Izuku thought. His head was literally spinning. Wait dash, hold up dash. Just what? Then dash, am I not real? Izuku blurted out, his panic threatening to consume him. How many dash, I mean if that's what I have then dash, how many people are inside my head? Wasn't 7 enough already? Now you're telling me there might be more? Izuku, it's okay, deep breaths, here, follow my breathing, the hero said gently, guiding him through his breathing and grounding him. Sorry, Izuku whispered shakingly, drying off some tears that had started to fall. It's okay. I understand that it is a lot to take in. But like I said, this is all just a theory so far. We need to do the actual tests before I can give you a proper diagnosis. Same thing with some other diagnoses. There's more. Izuku said faintly, leaning back into the couch and feeling all of his energy getting SED out of him. Unfortunately, we will do a standard test which covers the most common mental health diagnosis, then we'll make a more in-depth test for each one. But just from this short meeting, I would say it is quite clear already that you probably have PTSD and anxiety. More than that, I don't want to say. Izuku hunched into himself. Oh, was all he said. Hound Dog tilted his head and watched him curiously. What are you thinking? Just dash, it's a lot to take in, I guess. I never dash, I mean sometimes I would get anxious or panicked. And other times I would black out and it would go a few minutes or hours or dash, or even days dash, but dash, I thought that was normal. Izuku said, shrugging and picking at his school uniform. I'm afraid that is not normal. But then again, I am a giant dog. Which also isn't normal. Hound Dog answered with a smile. Izuku's lips tugged into an almost smile at that. So if I were you, I wouldn't focus so much on what is normal and instead focus on what we can do to make you feel better. Okay, what do you say we end it here for today and we can move on to the tests next week? I'm thinking we should probably start with 1 session per week so we don't overwhelm you. I also have some pamphlets about Did and trauma here if you want to read at home. Izuku accepted the pamphlets with a shaky smile. Thanks, but I think I will read it somewhere else. It would look a bit weird if Broccoli started reading these at home. He chuckled. Hound Dog smiled at him. Take care of yourself, all of you. And don't hesitate reaching out if you need anything or anyone to talk to. My door is always open. Thanks, Hound Dog. And dash, we will. Are you all right? Nana asked, floating next to him. They were slowly making their way over to the park so they could leave his stuff at his hideout before going home. The pamphlets he had gotten from Hound Dog were safely stored inside his bag. Wyatt just thinking. It was a lot to take in, he whispered. Nana hummed in agreement next to him, flickering in and out of view in the evening light. Did any of you know? Have I acted weird sometimes? He asked quietly, biting his lip as he kept his gaze firmly on the ground. To his embarrassment, that caused the vestiges to laugh. Nana losing her form completely from laughing too hard. Kiddo, the real question is when you aren't acting weird, Daigoro chuckled teasingly. You know what I mean. Izuku whined, burying his face in his hands. We know, Yoichi said gently, and no, not really? At least not like you did back there? What do you mean by that? They seemed to be hesitating about something, and for a moment, all Izuku could hear was static as he waited for them to answer. And then Nana spoke softly, her voice echoing in his mind. Well, sometimes your mood and mannerism would change quite drastically. Especially when you go from human to cat form. Or if something upsets you or makes you excited. But you're also a teenager, so that's not uncommon. But I guess how abrupt it would change is a bit extreme. Even for teenagers. So it does make sense what Hound Dog explained, she said softly, a hint of a smile in her voice. It would certainly explain a lot, Daigoro said, earning sounds of agreement from the others. Great. So I'm crazy? Izuku muttered, kicking a pebble at the ground while he walked. No, you're not, Hikage cut in suddenly. You heard what Hound Dog said? And you skimmed through those pamphlets. You're not crazy. You were hurt. Very, very hurt. And your brain found a creative way to deal with that. That I just can't stop thinking about how I forgot you guys. I feel bad, he said, ducking his head. Hey, it's okay, Yoichi reassured him. We're still here and we don't blame you. Yeah, and even if you forget some things, it seems like we can still remember and keep you up to date when you get back. Daigoro said confidently. Yeah, kiddo, don't think you're getting rid of us anytime soon, Nana chuckled, giving Izuku what he could only assume was the mental version of a hug. Izuku smiled, tears gathering in his eyes. Thanks guys. You're the best. That night, Broccoli had a hard time settling down and falling asleep. So much had happened today. With him starting at UA, meeting the class, going over their quirks with Nedzu and then meeting Hound Dog. It really wasn't that weird that he couldn't settle down, his mind spinning. And after changing positions for the millionth time and Slushy huffing at him in annoyance, giving him a buff with her head, Broccoli gave up and jumped down from the climbing tree. Then he quietly walked around the apartment, looking at everything around him. Everything was so high up from down here, and he jumped up onto the kitchen counter to watch the dark and quiet room. Outside the kitchen window, the sky was dark, with only a few stars and the crescent moon visible from here. The sun would rise in a few hours. And then the whole building would start bustling with life as people got ready for the day, him and his dads included. Broccoli looked down at the counter he was sitting on, remembering the time Toshi started making him bentos. The man hadn't even known who he was by then, and he still technically didn't. They had just recently met by then, and yet his dad decided to go out of his way for Izuku. He wondered if Toshi would have done that for other kids too. If he had chosen another successor. Probably. That's just how his dad was. Broccoli then glanced at the various containers of dry foods lined up behind him, remembering those diamond marks that Inko would leave back at his old home. But he couldn't remember ever messing with them. He would never be brave or dumb enough to try and change them behind Inko's back. And yet, the vestiges and Hound Dog told him that he had said he did. Broccoli let out a tired huff and laid down on the counter, tucking his paws underneath his chin. I wonder what my parents are doing right now. Broccoli. Broccoli's ears twitched and he turned his head to see Toshi standing in the doorway, rubbing his eye groggily and wearing one of his yellow pajamas covered with cartoon bunnies. What are you doing on the counter? You know Sho will flip out if he sees you up there, he scolded tiredly. But despite his words, his tone was soft and fond, causing Broccoli to relax. His dad petted him on the head when he walked past him to get a glass of water. Broccoli purred at the contact and chased after the touch. Couldn't sleep, huh? Toshi asked, leaning against the counter next to him. Broccoli didn't answer and just laid back down, staring out the dark window at the other side of the room. Toshi chuckled, yeah, me neither. His dad then considered one of the containers behind Broccoli before he reached out and grabbed one of them. Don't tell Shoyuta, he said with an amused smile, pulling out a few cat treats and laying them in front of Broccoli. Broccoli perked up and eagerly ate the treats, purring loudly. This is why Toshi was secretly Broccoli's favorite. At least when it came to food. Too soon, he had finished eating and he laid back down, closer to Toshi, purring contently. They stood laid in silence after that, the only sound being that of the clock ticking and broccoli purring, occasionally accompanied with Toshi sipping at his water. After a while, the man leaned away from the counter and refilled his glass. "Alrighty then, let's head to bed, shall we?" his dad said softly. Broccoli tilted his head at him and then let out a confused meow when Toshi scooped him up with one hand and held him close to his chest. "What? You think I'd let you sleep on the counter?" Toshi murmured, kissing the top of Broccoli's forehead. He then carried him into his dad's bedroom, where Shoyuta was sleeping, probably exhausted after dealing with his new class. Toshi made a shu gesture and laid them both down, laying Broccoli so he was resting on top of Toshi's chest and then scratched him behind his ear with a smile. Immediately, Broccoli let out a bone-rumbling purr while he nuzzled closer to Toshi, settling down on his sternum and purring loudly. The man chuckled softly and kept petting him. "Good night, Broccoli." "Night, dads." Izuku POV. It was time for All Might's first official lesson as a teacher. The man tried to act cool, but Izuku knew for a fact that he was terrified. A few weeks back, Toshi and Shoyuta had gone over the man's original plans. And the more experienced teacher had basically just crossed out the whole thing and told him a big and stern no. Which Izuku and the Vestiges, minus Daigoro, couldn't help but agree with. Battle trials on the first heroics lessons? Really, Toshi? In the end, they had settled on an obstacle course, to make sure that all the students were able to get used to their costumes, as well as learn their limits and find ways that they might be able to improve them. And speaking of hero costumes, Izuku grinned when he opened the case to his very own hero costume. It was similar to the dark green jumpsuit his dads had bought him last year, but with a hood and a metal mouthguard. It also had reinforcements in both his arms and legs, something the Vestiges had insisted on. There was also a belt with lots of pouches filled with things like flash grenades, a taser and other useful things. And of course, he had a strap around his thigh where he kept his trusted sheath knife. Because like Shoyuta said, every fighter needs at least one knife. Which was something Toshi had not been too happy about, but his favorite feature by far was the special gloves that he had designed himself. At first sight, they looked like regular white gloves that reached up to his elbows. It was what was hidden inside of them that was the real kicker. Having taken Eraserhead's scarf as inspiration, Izuku had designed these gloves to have a capture weapon rolled up and hidden inside of them. It was a bit hard to use, but with some training, Izuku had been able to control them pretty well and he could now make them fly out from his wrist with just a flick of his hand. And since they were hidden from sight, the villains would have no idea what hit them. Izuku would be lying if he said he wasn't a little bit excited at being able to swing around buildings just like that one American hero could do. The whole thing had sort of been Daigoro's idea, since this was apparently similar to his own quirk and would be good training if Izuku ever developed Black Whip. And even if he didn't, it was still pretty DM and cool, as Daigoro had said. The obstacle course had gone really well. Izuku, who had been able to train a bit extra before the school officially started, already had a pretty good understanding of his costume. And he used his capture weapon to quickly and effectively get around. After finishing his round, and after All Might led the next group away and over to the course, one of his classmates approached him. "Oh, Midoriya, right? I didn't know you had a similar quirk to me." Izuku perked up when he saw the other boy, recognizing him as Zero Hanta. It suddenly clicked what the boy had been implying and Izuku laughed, shaking his head. No, not really. These are actually support items," Izuku said, raising one of his gloves to show it to the boy. "I just do this," he continued, aiming it at the lamppost next to them and flicking his wrist, making the captured weapon fly out and curl itself around the pole. "And that happens." Izuku grinned, flicking his wrist again and pulling the scarf back into the glove. "Whoa, cool. You're like Spider-Man," Zero said, eyes shining in excitement. Izuku's grin widened. "You know of that American hero too? I actually used him as inspiration while designing this dash. Oh, but my main inspiration was actually Eraserhead." Izuku gushed, equally as excited. Another one of the students, Kaminari Denki, looked up at Izuku and grimaced. "What? You based it after our creepy teacher?" "I'd never even heard of him before starting here," Another one, a pink girl named Ashido Mina, said, I didn't even take him for a hero at first. Yeah, like Dash, does he even have any fans? Kaminari agreed. Izuku felt irritation rise inside of him. I know he's an underground hero, but how can they say such things about Shoyuta? He thought with a pout. So, feeling a bit offended, Izuku raised one of his hands and jumped in place. Yes, he does. Eraserhead is amazing. He's my favorite hero. Is that so, young Midoriya? Izuku jumped high into the air and turned around, only to find All Might standing right behind him, an amused grin on his face. All Might Dash, that is Dash, you are of course my favorite too. Izuku squeaked out, feeling embarrassed. Some of his classmates snickered behind him, and All Might laughed heartily. Inside his mind, the vestiges were almost dying of laughter, the sound making Izuku blush furiously. It's all right, my boy. I'm sure Aizawa would be happy to hear that he is your favorite, he grinned, making Izuku blush, if possible, even more. Oh shit, he's definitely gonna tell Shoyuta about this. He realized, suppressing the urge to groan. Now then, next team, follow me, All Might said, walking away once again with the next group, while the others stayed and watched from a distance. I would have expected All Might to maybe be a bit intimidating, but he seems really kind. Uraraka smiled next to Izuku. Yeah, Izuku laughed nervously, running a hand over his face and begging his blush to go away. It certainly didn't help that the vestiges were still laughing at him. Nana even went so far to appear next to him and poke his still bright red cheek. Izuku sighed and looked at his dad standing on the other side of the gym. He really is the best, he found himself agreeing softly, his chest feeling warm. They are both my favorite heroes after all. The rest of the week went by rather peacefully. Almost too peacefully, especially considering Kaken was right there. Even placed right in front of Izuku in the classroom. The blonde is just as loud and proud as he was in middle school. Though he was very clearly avoiding Izuku like he was the plague. If Izuku walked into a room, Kaken would immediately stand up and leave. If Izuku rounded a corner, Kaken would turn around and go the other direction. It was honestly super weird and not to mention frustrating. And the worst thing was that their classmates had already started picking up on it too. The blonde wasn't exactly very subtle. And while Kaken didn't exactly hang out with any of the others, Izuku had noticed him being sort of forced into one of the small groups in the class. One of them, Kirishima, seemed to notice Kaken's behavior first and had asked Izuku about it during lunch on their third day. Izuku had just shook his head and sighed, admitting he had no idea what was going through Kaken's head. Then it was suddenly Thursday and time for their second heroics class together with All Might. And that's when things really started to take a bad turn. For this lesson, they were going to do something similar to what Toshi had originally planned, only less dangerous and more controlled. Instead of being inside an unstable and obstructed building, they were going to be outside on the street parts of the faux city. They were also going to be closer to the overview room, basically just outside the door. That way, All Might would be able to put a stop to it before things went too far. And most importantly, Aizawa-sensei would sit in on the lesson. He wouldn't intervene unless it was absolutely necessary. But he would be overlooking the class in case something happened or they needed to stop someone's quirk. The groups were assigned at random and of course, Izuku had to fight Kaken. And for the first time since they stepped foot in UA, Kaken actually acknowledged his existence. I demand to switch. The boy shouted angrily, stomping over to the number one hero. Sorry my boy, no switching, All Might answered cheerfully, though Izuku noticed his smile grew a bit tense. But I'm not gonna fight the demon nerd. He's weak. Let me fight someone strong, Kaken argued. Izuku frowned at the floor and bit his lip. But he didn't say anything. There were a few whispers and murmurs from their classmates as they looked between him and Kaken. And Izuku also noticed the two teachers looking between each other and the blonde. Eventually, All Might sighed. That, my boy, the man answered slowly, is exactly how you get defeated out on the field. Never underestimate an opponent. Kaken looked ready to argue, but All Might wouldn't let him and instead quickly moved on. Now, I suggest all of you take this seriously. You will rarely get to choose who to fight as a pro and therefore there will be no switching. Both groups, please head to your locations. We will start in 10 minutes, All Might said, his booming voice leaving no room to argue. Kaken stomped out of the room, grumbling and swearing the whole way and leaving a bewildered Ida to follow his teammate. Izuku watched him go with a sigh. This is gonna be fun, he thought sarcastically, before walking together with Uraraka out to the battlefield. Almost as soon as the battle started, they ran into Kaken. Not wanting to waste a single second, Izuku told Uraraka to go ahead, telling her he would be fine fighting alone. At first, she didn't want to go, but she eventually did and headed for the bomb and to fight Ida. Kaken snarled and tried to attack her but Izuku got between them and flipped him over his shoulder. The blonde looked a bit shocked at that but then he got to his feet quickly and took a stance. And then nothing. For a moment, they both just stood there, staring at each other. But okay, this is getting awkward, Nana said and Izuku couldn't help but agree, suppressing the urge to grimace. Deciding he had to be the one to attack, Izuku rushed forward and threw a punch at Kaken, which finally seemed to snap the boy out of it and he started fighting. Kaken was clearly holding back. And most noticeably, he wasn't using his explosions. The more time goes on, the more Izuku gets annoyed, an unfamiliar anger flaring in his chest. Come on Kaken. Where are you at? Are you really gonna be a hero while holding back? Fight me like you mean it, Izuku snapped. But Kaken, for whatever reason, just grit his teeth and dodged another one of Izuku's punches. And it was pissing Izuku off. For crying out loud dash. You used to burn me every single day. What is stopping you now? Izuku yelled, his voice cracking from raw anger. Now that seemed to at least get a reaction from the blonde. Because I thought you effing died that day, Deku? Kaken screamed back, his statement ringing louder than any of his explosions ever could. They both stopped moving and it grew eerily silent. And Izuku was suddenly painfully aware of Toshi listening on the other side of the earpiece. As well as Shoyuta probably watching this all from afar. I mean sheet dash. I still remember. When that BS'er kicked you into that DMN wall dash. You weren't moving and I just dash, I couldn't stop thinking about it. And I dash. Damn it. You're still worthless dash, and pathetic and weak dash, but I can't fight you cause all I see is how you laid there, looking like a goddamn dead dash. Kaken. Izuku screeched, not wanting him to finish that sentence. Thanks for the concern, he said, voice dripping with sarcasm, but that still doesn't change the fact that this is training. Izuku growled, punching Kaken straight in the jaw. You can't just not fight me out of some weird pity. I'm not dash. Yes you are. You're not even trying. That, at least, seemed to do it as Kaken growled and let out an explosion before charging at him. They finally started fighting for real, though Izuku still took notice of danger since being quiet the whole time. Which, considering this was training, was probably a good thing. In the end, Uraraka didn't manage to capture the bomb before time ran out, meaning that Kaken and Ida won. Luckily, there were no major injuries to any of the teams, so Izuku still counted that as a win. As soon as the last group finished and the lesson ended, Izuku noticed All Might and Aizawa talking, all while glancing between Izuku and Kaken. Without a second to waste, Izuku ran over to Kaken, grabbed his arm, and dragged him out of the observation room. Deku what fu dash? Just come with me dash, we need to talk, Izuku grit out, running through the hallways and out the building, not daring to look over his shoulder to see if any of his dads are trying to catch them. Thankfully, they managed to get away from the class and their classmates without being followed and they end up in one of the many back alleys in the outskirts of the faux city, still wearing their hero costumes and being slightly out of breath. Izuku glanced around, glad for the lack of cameras and knowing that even if their teachers tried to track them down, it would still take a while. Netsu may or may not have had Izuku memorize the layout of all the facilities on UA. This better be FNG important, Deku, Kaken snarled, yanking his arm from Izuku's grip. It kind of is FNG important, Izuku snarled back, scowling at the blonde. Kaken looked a bit taken aback by the language. But then he quickly recovered and leaned back against the wall behind him, crossing his arms. Fine. What is it? Izuku looked around one more time, making absolutely sure no one else was around, before he turned back to Kaken. You can't tell people about how I can transform into a, you know what? Izuku hissed. Kaken rolled his eyes. Why not? That's your quirk, isn't it? It's how you got into this school, he scoffed. That's not how I got in. I never registered it as my quirk either. As far as the teachers and students here know, I can't do that. So please don't tell people about it. For what felt like forever, Kaken just stared at him. But then he scoffed again. Fine. Whatever. Keep your stupid secret. Not like I care, he grumbled, looking off to the side. Izuku felt his shoulders slump in relief. Thank you, Kaken, he said, smiling slightly. Like I said, whatever. But how the hell did you get in then, anyway? I defeated the 0-pointer? Izuku said, smiling sheepishly and rubbing the back of his neck while he shifted in place. Kaken let out a humorless snort and shook his head. Yeah, right. Okay, humor me, how the hell would someone like you be able to beat that giant butt thing? I punched it? In the face. Bullcrap. No, seriously, I, kind of got another power recently, and it sort of makes me stronger? Like super strength? But I can't use it because An explosion cut him off. And for the first time ever, danger sense picked up from the angry blonde. Are you kidding me right now? Kaken all but roared, looking beyond said. Kaken? Don't lie to me, Deku. You're telling me you got this super strong power and what? I wasn't worthy of using it on? Kaken snarled, stepping closer and backing Izuku up against the wall. So either you are lying about it or you really are looking down on me. I'm not I swear I'm not lying. And I'm not looking down on you. I just can't use it because my body is still too weak Not too weak to apparently destroy a giant FANG robot That's enough. A new voice rang out and they both whipped around to see Aizawa stalking towards them. And their teacher did not look happy. Whoa, déjà vu, Izuku thought, his eyes widening as the memory of his first meeting with his dad flashed before his eyes. You better have a damn good excuse why you ran off as soon as class ended, while still wearing your hero costumes, and without telling your teachers where you were going, the man seethed, glaring daggers at the two. We are kind of in the middle of something here, Kaken bit out, glaring back at Aizawa. And the man, if possible, looked even more mad. Cut the attitude, Bakug. You are already walking on thin ice. Oh yeah? And what are you gone Izuku suddenly yelped and slapped a hand over Kaken's mouth, hissing out, Kaken, before turning to their teacher. Sorry, sensei. We just needed to talk about something and we didn't think to inform you. It won't happen again, we promise, he answered hastily, trying to sound polite despite his panic and worry for his foolish friend. All right, Kaken? Izuku then said, turning to Kaken. He still had a hand over the blonde's mouth and the boy was glaring at him with murder in his eyes. And yet, it seemed like Kaken must have calmed down, since Izuku still had both his hand and face intact. Danger sense had also calmed down almost immediately after it first piped up, not really having been active for more than a few seconds. His classmate gave a nod and Izuku warily let him go before backing away. The blonde glared at him one more time before moving to glare down at the ground. Right? Kaken grumbled, kicking a pebble on the ground and not looking up at anyone. Good, Aizawa said after a while. We would like to speak with you too. During the fight, the both of you said some concerning things, to say the least. And considering what we know about your old school, we think it might be a good idea to take it directly to Nedzu. Izuku paled and looked up at Aizawa with wide eyes. No, that won't be necessary. Seriously, we're fine, That wasn't a question, Midoriya. Aizawa cut him off sternly and Izuku clammed up, his brain freezing. As he gave a quick nod, Aizawa sighed and rubbed his temple, before turning around and walking to the mouth of the alley. Now let's go. We'll go by the locker rooms so you can both get changed before heading to Nedzu's office. All Might should already be waiting there. The man turned to glare at them over his shoulder, making them both freeze. And don't even think about running away. Unless you want to get expelled. Thank you for joining us, Nedzu said pleasantly, gesturing for one of the couches. With a resigned sigh, Izuku plopped down on the familiar yellow couch, with Kaken following soon after, the two of them sitting on either end of it. Opposite of them, Aizawa and All Might sat, with Nezu between them. The mammal looked tiny next to the massive form of the #1 hero. Izuku briefly wondered how much longer All Might would be able to keep that form for today, worried that he might be pushing it too far. Now then, Nezu said, bringing Izuku's attention to him, All Might filled me in and it seemed that the two of you both said some concerning things during your fight. Would you mind telling me what that was about? Izuku tensed and glanced worriedly at Kaken, who didn't even look at him, instead looking straight at Nezu. I used to bully the nerd. Me and the rest of the whole DMN school did. One day things went too far and like I said, I thought we'd killed him, Kaken said calmly, almost too calmly. It was uncanny to hear that tone coming from Kaken. That was a lot more honest than I had imagined, to be honest, Nezu said, probably as surprised as Izuku. Kaken just shrugged, his gaze turning away from the principal and down to the floor. No use in lying, right? That earned him a chuckle from Nezu. That is correct. Glad you understand. And what happened after that? After you thought you had killed Midoriya? Here, Kaken seemed to hesitate and their eyes met for a brief second. Izuku begged him to be quiet. One word from Kaken and that would be it. All of Izuku's secrets exposed. Right now, Kaken had the power to ruin everything. We left him there, Kaken eventually said slowly. I went back later and the body was gone. All that remained were his shoes and bag. I took them to the school's office, thinking it was better than to leave them laying out like that. Wait, that was you? Izuku asked, jerking back in shock, before he smiled brightly. Thank you, Kaken. I never found out who took them, but seriously, you really saved my skin back there, It was the effing least I could do after I thought I had killed you. What part of that don't you understand? Kaken snapped, his hands curling into fists on his lap. Sorry, Kaken, Izuku mumbled, hunching into himself. Nezu cleared his throat. And how did you survive, Midoriya? If Bakugo is telling the truth and believes you to have been gravely hurt, then surely something must have happened afterwards. Really, Nezu? You're gonna ask me that in front of my dads? Effing really? There was a knowing glint in Nezu's eyes. And he had surely already connected the pieces a long time ago. Izuku glanced at All Might and Aizawa, who were watching them both in growing parts of grief and fury. And Aizawa looked ready to expel, or perhaps even kill, Kaken within the next minute. Okay, I can do this. Just keep it vague. Let them fill in the blanks. Izuku paused and, with a shaking breath, put a hand to his forehead. I can't remember? It's all I don't know, it's kind of blurry. And I might have blacked out after the but the next thing I knew, I was somewhere I hadn't been before and it was the next morning. So, I tried to go back to school? And eventually I got there and I found my stuff and that was it. I honestly didn't want to think about it. Nezu looked almost impressed and Izuku preened internally. He was getting better at this. But then he caught sight of All Might's broken expression and he winced. Sorry, he mumbled, feeling extremely guilty for feeling proud of something like lying. It's all right, my boy. Did no one report you missing? Aizawa asked with a frown. At that, Kaken spoke up. Auntie works late hours so she probably didn't even notice he was gone. Otherwise she would have surely called my old hag. Izuku nodded in agreement. Oh yeah, she would have called my auntie all right. But probably not out of worry as much as of joy. Oh. Are your mothers close? All Might asked, his voice peaked with interest. Kaken rolled his eyes. They are basically sisters. Hence the auntie nickname. Nice. The blonde squinted his eyes at the teachers before glancing at Izuku, who was currently doing his best not to forcefully silence him again. That would look way too suspicious. It was no secret that Kaken had never liked Inko, nor his own mom, really. Izuku just hoped that the boy could please keep his dislike hidden in front of their teachers. Something in Izuku's expression must have given him away because Kaken scoffed and turned back to the others. She's nice, Kaken answered simply, though it was a while since I saw her. Like I said, she's hella busy with her job, he grumbled, crossing his arms and leaning back on the couch. Izuku felt like sighing in relief, but he held it in, instead flashing Kaken a relieved smile. That's good to hear, Nedzu said, though he didn't sound at all convinced. Now, I need to ask. Bakugu? Do you regret what happened that day? Nedzu asked, turning to look at the now tense boy. Yes, Kaken answered immediately, with no hesitation in his voice. His answer honestly shocked Izuku. That's a relief. Then I have a proposal to make. Considering your past history of bullying and, dare I say, abuse, Nedzu said, making Kaken flinch, along with some signs of anger issues, I would say it is quite unfitting for you to become a hero as you are right now. Izuku felt his blood boiling. What? The vestiges, those traitors, were all just nodding in agreement. Makes sense. Agreed. However, Nedzu continued, holding up a paw, you are showing clear remorse. And therefore, I am willing to give you a chance to grow. Izuku felt himself sag with relief. The vestiges sighing in disappointment, having probably looked forward to seeing Kaken getting expelled. Nedzu smiled at Kaken. So starting tomorrow, you will visit Hound Dog weekly and work through these issues. And as long as you keep showing a will to improve, we will let you continue here at UA. But keep in mind that if we notice any sort of bullying or discrimination from you in the future, like for example, calling another student useless, we will not hesitate to expel you. Are we clear? He said, his smile turning just a bit tense and his eyes hardening as he stared at Kaken. Yes, sir, the boy answered. Immediately, Nedzu's smile relaxed and he was back to his pleasant self. Good. I will speak to Hound Dog and make sure he can see you as soon as possible. You may leave now. Kaken wasted no time getting up and hurrying to the door. Oh, and Bakugu? Nedzu called out. You did good in being honest. I appreciate it. After all, I always find out, he said with a smile, subtly looking over at Izuku before winking at Kaken. Izuku noticed Kaken's eyes widened a fraction before they flickered to him, probably realizing that the principal knew about Izuku's quirk. And then, just like that, the blonde was out of the room, leaving Izuku alone with his 3 teachers. As soon as they were alone, All Might dropped his hero form and started coughing. Both Izuku and Shoyuta winced, reaching for the box of tissues on the table at the same time. Their hands touched and Izuku reeled back, ducking his head in embarrassment. Sorry, he mumbled, hunching his shoulders. Izuku then cleared his throat and started getting up. I should probably dash. Not so fast, Midoriya, Nedzu said. We'd like to have a talk with you. Here we go. Oh, about what? He asked, shifting a bit in place and fiddling with the end of his school uniform. Well, mostly about you. And Bakugu. Even if he is showing remorse, I wanted to make sure that you are still comfortable with him being in Class 1A. Otherwise, we can surely arrange something with Vlad King and see if he can switch him with someone else. Izuku paused at that, thinking. Did he want that? No. Not really. Thank you for the concern but I think I'd like for him to stay. He's already starting to make friends and danger sense has only once picked up from him. And even that was just briefly. Kaken's not gonna hurt me. He better not even think about it, Aizawa grumbled, looking upset over not getting to expel Kaken. Deciding to ignore his grumpy teacher, Izuku turned his attention back to Nedzu. Was it something else? Yes actually, All Might said softly, that time you got attacked and woke up somewhere unknown? That sounds really bad, my boy. Did you report it? Izuku shook his head, no use reporting things when you're quirkless. And besides, I'm fine. I was even healed while I was unconscious, so I wasn't even hurting. He didn't even realize his mistake until he saw Nedzu's eyes gleam with amusement, which the mammal quickly hid by ducking his head and drinking some tea. After all, Nedzu knows pretty demon well that it was Shoyuta who called Recovery Girl to heal a hurt cat that day. But his dads didn't know that it was Izuku. Sheet. Someone used a quirk on you while you were unconscious? Aizawa growled, looking said. Izuku glanced at Nedzu, who just looked at him, amused. Nedzu had made it very clear that he would never tell anyone, except for Hound Dog, apparently, about him being broccoli. But that didn't mean his mentor would defend him when he slipped up all by himself. Yes? But it's fine. It was years ago. Izuku argued, racking his brain for what to say to calm them but coming up with blanks. His mind was buzzing, his panic growing as he tried to think of what to do to get them both off his back. But still Dash. Look, Izuku snapped, if I talk with Hound Dog about this, will that calm you two down? He is my therapist after all, and it's not your job to worry about me, he said, words coming out in a rush and sounding much colder than he would have ever liked them to be. Inside his mind, he felt the vestiges wince in sympathy, and it took everything in Izuku not to immediately apologize when he saw the clear hurt on his teachers' faces. Even Nezu looked disappointed and Izuku felt like crying. He hadn't meant that. It looked like All Might was about to say something when Nezu cut in. That does sound fair. After all, that's what Hound Dog is here for. Like Midoriya said, it's his job. With that comment from Nezu, both of the teachers seemed to resign and leaned back, accepting that they wouldn't get any info out of him. Izuku sent a quiet thank you to Nezu, as well as an apology to Shoyuta and Toshi. He could already imagine the earful that the vestiges, especially Nana, was gonna give him after this. Shoyuta POV. I don't like it, Shoyuta muttered, ducking his face into his capture weapon. Him and Toshi were on their way home, the sun going down in the horizon and coating everything in pink and orange hues. They were passing by the nearby park, which was mostly vacant this time of day. Next to him, Toshi sighed, me neither. But what are we supposed to do? We can't force him to talk to us. Shoyuta was just about to open his mouth when Toshi cut him off. And no. Kidnapping a minor is not the answer, Shoyuta. We've talked about this. Shoyuta sked, putting his hands in his pockets and ducking his head further. Aizawa-sensei? Paulnyagi-sensei. Wait up. They both turned around at the sound of that familiar voice and stared in surprise when Midoriya came running towards them from the park they had just passed. Young Midoriya? What are you doing here? Toshi asked. Midoriya grinned at them and laughed sheepishly. I kind of use this park a lot to train, he said, gesturing to the open field surrounded by a forest behind him. Shoyuta sighed, remembering that time he had found the kid out here, all alone, long after it had gotten dark outside in this very park. Just don't stay out too late, Shoyuta reminded him, not wanting the kid to repeat that. I won't, Midoriya answered, way too quickly to be sincere. But, I'm glad I ran into you too. Shoyuta and Toshi shared a glance at that and Shoyuta raised an eyebrow at the kid. Oh? Why is that? Well, Dash, I just wanted to apologize for earlier. For, being rude and hurting you. It's not that I don't trust you, because I do. It's just, well, I don't want you two to worry about me. And I talked to Hound Dog about those things anyway, so really, Dash, there is nothing for you two to worry about. But still, it was rude how I said that and Dash. Kid, Shoyuta sighed, rubbing his temple. Sorry, Midoriya yelped, throwing a hand over his mouth and looking at them in a weird mixture of horror and embarrassment. We're not mad at you, my boy. But thank you for the apology, Toshi said gently, before stepping closer and ruffling Midoriya's hair. The kid started laughing and leaned into the touch with a grin. Toshi smiled and patted the boy's hair one last time before stepping back. Midoriya then looked over his shoulder, getting a thoughtful look on his face before he shook his head. Then the boy turned back to them, a tense smile on his face. Well, anyway, I should probably head home now. See you tomorrow, senseis. Be careful on your way home, Midoriya, Shoyuta sighed. And remember, tomorrow we'll be visiting the SJ, so don't be late. Got that, problem child? Midoriya grinned. Got it. They waved goodbye and continued on their way home. Such a strange kid, Toshi chuckled. Very, Shoyuta said absent-mindedly, lost in thought. Ever since he saw the two brats in that alley earlier, something had been bugging him. Why did I get the feeling I had seen that before? Is something wrong? Toshi asked carefully, his voice gentle. Shoyuta sighed and shook his head. No, it's nothing. Just thinking about tomorrow. USJ usually ends up being chaotic with the first years. They arrived home and noticed that only Slushy was there, which wasn't unusual. More often than not, Broccoli would arrive after them, entering the apartment later in the evening. And sure enough, soon after they had gotten home, they heard the sound of the cat door opening. And then a small, green kitten stepped into the kitchen, where they were currently making dinner. "Welcome home, little guy," Toshi said fondly, reaching down and petting the kitten. Broccoli purred loudly and leaned into the touch. Shoyuta froze at the scene, his eyes widening and locked on the way his husband ruffled those green curls. Toshi seemed to notice Shoyuta staring, looking up and meeting his eyes. "What's wrong?" he asked, a small frown appearing on his face. That made him snap out of it, and he quickly shook his head. "Nothing. It's nothing. Just got some weird sense of déjà vu." Shoyuta frowned down at the counter, before glancing back down at Broccoli, who had gone over to the water bowl and was currently drinking some water. There had always been a resemblance, but that just now had been downright uncanny. He felt himself calling for his quirk, watching the unsuspected kitten closely dash. But then Slushy suddenly burst into the room and threw herself at her little brother, tackling him to the ground. Broccoli meowed in surprise before running off, Slushy chasing him closely behind, her feet scratching uselessly against the floor for a second before she finally got a good grip and took off like a rocket. There was a ruckus from the living room as the cats took chase around the apartment, and Shoyuta groaned loudly while Toshi chuckled. "I swear if they knock over another potted plant I am gonna throw them out," Shoyuta grumbled, turning back to the vegetables he was chopping with a frown. "You would never do that," Toshi chuckled fondly, calling his bluff. "No. I probably wouldn't," Shoyuta sighed. There was a crash from the living room, along with 2 shocked meows, and Shoyuta groaned. "I'll get the broom." He walked into the living room, broom in hand. And sure enough, there goes yet another plant. The 2 cat brats were sitting off to the side, staring with wide eyes at the mess of porcelain and dirt, as if they couldn't fathom how that had happened. "Unbelievable dash. Okay, you two, time out," he growled, lifting them both up before unceremoniously dumping them into the timeout cell. Slushy easily escaped, being so much bigger than her brother and simply jumping out of the tall box. Broccoli just meowed pathetically, completely trapped inside the cardboard prison. Shoyuta glanced down at the sad kitten and shook his head. "Yeah, right. What was I thinking?" "There's no way," he chuckled, amused he had even considered the idea that the 2 brats might be connected somehow. "Come on, Shoyuta, don't be stupid. And don't go looking into things when there's nothing there. Not to mention, Nedzu would surely kill him if he learned that Shoyuta tried to use his quirk on the little guy. He doesn't think the mammal will ever forgive him for when he used his quirk on Nedzu and accidentally turned him back to a regular animal mindset." It had taken days for the principal to recover back to his normal self. Feeling a bit guilty for even considering risking to put little Broccoli through the same traumatic thing, Shoyuta cleaned up the last of the dirt before turning to the prison and lifting the cat out of it. "Sorry, Broccoli," he muttered, setting him down on the floor before walking out to throw the trash away. Broccoli tilted his head and watched his dad walk away. "What is he sorry for?" Broccoli asked, feeling confused and glancing up at Nana. She just shook her head and sighed. "No idea, kiddo, no idea. The day any of us understand what's going through that man's head is the day it rains pigs," Diagoro said gruffly, sounding just as confused. Broccoli shook his head at that and couldn't help but agree. Then he was suddenly once again attacked by a too hyped-up Slushy and he yelped, before struggling to run away. "What the heck, Slushy? I'm sorry I was gone all day, but please stop chasing me." His sister, of course, didn't stop. And she wasn't happy until she had trapped Broccoli and was cuddling him, purring contently while his dads just laughed at Broccoli's defeated expression. Izuku POV. Izuku should have known that morning that something would go wrong. It had all started with Shoyuta leaving for work earlier than usual. And not only was he leaving early, he was also leaving their apartment alone, claiming he had to get some things ready for the school trip. Meanwhile, Toshi had the morning off and would arrive later for the trip to the USJ. It shouldn't have been a big deal. Shouldn't have rang any warning bells. But looking back, Izuku couldn't help wondering if he could have somehow prevented this, had he only known. And remember to be on time. The bus leaves at exactly 1 p.m. Shoyuta repeated for what must have been the 100th time, standing by the door and checking his bag to see that he had everything. "Shoyuta, it's fine. I can get to work on my own, Toshi chuckled, grinning at his husband's fussing. Now go before you are the one getting late, he added, leaning back against the wall in the hallway. From the entryway to the kitchen, Slushy and Broccoli watched the whole thing, amused at their usually calm and collected dad fussing and running around the apartment. Right? Shoyuta sighed, dragging a hand through his already messy hair. The man seemed to hesitate for a moment, glancing between Toshi and the door. But then, he seemed to make a decision and he leaned up to press a chaste kiss to his husband's cheek, making the taller man blush. Broccoli perked up from where he was sitting on the floor, his eyes widening. In his mind, he heard Nana squeal and a warmth spreading inside their shared chest at the display. Shoyuta stepped back from his partner and cleared his throat, a small blush covering his own cheeks. I'll be off now. And don't be late. Shoyuta reminded him again, before he rushed out the door. After the door closed, Toshi silently raised a hand to his cheek, eyes gleaming with tears and a small smile forming on his face. Finally! Nana cheered, floating over to Toshi and grinning widely, obviously happy to see her son and his partner slowly getting back together. Broccoli felt happy at that small display of affection, too, and he found himself purring contentedly. After all, that was the most tender moment he had seen between his dads since their big fight a month ago. But a full minute later, the whole thing went from being cute to worrying. Because Toshi was still just standing there and watching the door, seemingly frozen in place. Broccoli and Slushy glanced at each other before they moved over to their dad and bumped their heads against his leg, trying to gain his attention. Startled, Toshi jumped, before looking down and smiling tearily at them. Hey little ones. I'm okay, he murmured, kneeling down and petting them. I should probably get ready soon too. But how about we get you guys some breakfast first? Broccoli purred at that and he followed Slushy excitedly into the kitchen, their dad walking behind them. He had a feeling that today was going to be great. Toshi was late. No, not so much as late, as he didn't even show up. Izuku had let himself believe to the last moment, hoping and begging to whatever was listening that Toshi hadn't missed the bus and was instead gonna meet them at the facility instead. But then he saw Aizawa holding up 3 fingers to 13, silently letting them know that All Might had run out of time for the day. Beside him, Nana was seething, "Damn it, Toshi, you reckless idiot. You had one goddamn job." She groaned, putting her face in her hands. Izuku couldn't help but agree, disappointment settling in his stomach. And judging by the tired and dark look on Aizawa's face, he would say the man was disappointed too. So much for patching things up, Izuku thought sadly, knowing this would surely be another huge blow to their already strained relationship. Despite the heavy feeling in his chest, Izuku tried not to let the lack of All Might bother him. Instead, he tried to focus on his earlier excitement of finally seeing the USJ with his own eyes, as well as meeting 13 for the first time. I wonder if they would give us an autograph? He wondered, hand absent-mindedly moving to one of the many pockets of his costume, this one containing his travel-sized notebook. But then while they were listening to 13's long speech, danger sense suddenly picked up. And it picked up something really, really bad. The intense pain made him nearly black out and he took a step back as if he had been punched, pressing a hand to his eye and gritting his teeth with a hiss. The pain kept getting stronger and, running on pure instinct, Izuku took another step back, widened his stance and growled. The low and threatening sound echoing throughout the facility. His hair was standing on edge as he stared intensely towards the center of the plaza, his whole body tense with the conflicting need to either fight or flight. In this state, Izuku hadn't noticed but, at the sound of his growl, 13 stopped mid-sentence and all eyes turned to look at him in confusion. Some of the students nearest him even took a few steps back once they saw the feral look on his face. "Midoriya?" Aizawa asked hesitantly, taking a step towards his student before his eyes widened and he turned around, following Izuku's gaze and looking towards the plaza. "We need to leave." "No," was all Izuku managed to grit out, before a portal opened up in the middle of the plaza and villains started trickling out. All Izuku could do was stare helplessly as his dad his teacher, his hero threw himself headfirst into danger. He can't fight that many at once. He's gonna die. Come on kiddo, we need to go. Just trust Shoyuta, alright? The vestiges told him, pulling at his brain and urging him to follow his retreating classmates. But he's dash. Izuku didn't even get to finish that thought before danger sense sparked up again, warning him of something coming towards them. And without thinking, he turned around and ran towards his classmates, putting himself between them and the oncoming danger just a second before that demon mist villain from before teleported right in front of them. Izuku growled at the villain, but it seemed completely unbothered, instead just standing there and telling them about their plans of apparently killing All Might. They are here to kill Toshi? Nana said faintly, sounding distressed. I won't let them, Izuku growled, an anger like he had never felt before flaring up in his chest. But before he could even do anything his head pulsated with agonizing pain and it took everything in him just to stop himself from blacking out. If the villains didn't manage to kill him, Izuku was sure that his own DMN head would do the trick just fine. Through squinted eyes, Izuku could see Kaken and Kirishima charging forward and he barely managed to grit out a weak, "Don't dash," before it was too late and they were all surrounded by a thick, purple fog. Not being quick enough to escape, Izuku got teleported somewhere. And of course they had to dump him into water. Fenji water. Like, okay, Izuku knows that they are literally in life-threatening danger and that this should probably be the least of his problems, but did it have to be goddamn water? Izuku! Focus! Diagoro scolded sternly, bringing Izuku back to the moment at hand as he shook his head and started swimming towards the surface. A new pang of pain hit Izuku's temple and he had just enough time to turn around and see some sort of shark villain coming at him. But before Izuku could even react, someone kicked the shark right in the face, saving him. Izuku's eyes widened when they met Ajui's. The next thing he knew, he was hoisted up on the boat and was shivering violently. Why did it have to be water? He found himself once again asking, giving a full-body shiver and pushing down his panic at the feeling of his cold, wet hero costume clinging to his skin. Beside him, Ajui was giving him weird looks. And after a moment, she patted his back, causing him to flinch. Sorry, I'm okay. Sorry, Izuku apologized, shaking his head and standing up, pushing down another shiver. Just don't like water, he muttered, feeling ridiculous. Ajui didn't laugh at him though, instead just giving him a sympathetic look, and they moved on to planning on how to get out of there alive. Thankfully his flash bombs hadn't been ruined under the water and his capture weapon was just long enough to reach a nearby cliff along the shore. So with one well-timed flash bomb and Ajui holding on to his back, they had flown off, landing far away from the villains and that horrible water. Karo, we should probably regroup with the others, Ajui said quietly, as they made their way between the cliffs, staying low to the ground in case there were any villains lurking around. Inside his mind, several voices agreed with his classmate's statement. But despite that, Izuku's eyes and mind were laser-focused on the center of the plaza, where Aizawa was currently fighting all alone. I'm sorry Ajui, but I can't follow you to the entrance. I need to make sure that Aizawa-sensei is okay, he whispered, barely stopping himself from flinching when the vestiges started to loudly scold him over what a stupid idea that was. I won't get in his way and I don't know how much help I'll actually be but I need to do something. He continued, begging the vestiges and his classmate to understand and to not try and stop him. Beside him, he felt Ajui tapping his arm and he looked at her. I understand, Karo. And I won't stop you Midoriya, because I'm coming with you. But if it gets too dangerous then we need to leave. Izuku sagged with relief and flashed her a tense smile. Thank you, he whispered. And so, despite the vestiges' warnings, he and Ajui headed towards the center of the plaza, towards the countless villains. When they arrived at the plaza, they immediately ducked behind some rocks and they were both relieved and awed at the way Eraserhead was fighting. He's so cool, Izuku thought, pride swelling in his chest. But the longer he watched, the more uneasy he started to feel. Something was wrong. And he frowned when he took notice of the way Aizawa was slowing down. He's getting tired, Hikage pointed out, the others agreeing, worry and fear flooding their minds. The next thing they knew, they saw the hand villain get a hold on Aizawa's arm and they all stared in mute horror as the man's elbow started to crumble under his fingers. Recognition lit up in Izuku's mind and he barely managed to hold back his shocked gasp as the memory of a dust-covered desk flashed before his eyes. No way dash. Thankfully, Eraserhead managed to get out of the villain's grip before his quirk could do any more damage. The hero was breathing heavily, hair and scarf flowing around him as he continued to fight. But Izuku couldn't focus, too busy zeroing in on the villain and his bright red shoes, feeling sick to his stomach. The sound of a raspy laugh broke Izuku out of his thoughts, and he looked up to see the hero and villain facing each other. The villain threw his arms out, spreading them wide. "Wow, you really are so cool, Eraserhead," the villain drawled, sounding almost genuine in the compliment. Izuku winced at those words. As much as he wished other people saw his hero's greatness, this was not someone he wanted to be an Eraserhead fan. "By the way, I'm not the last boss," the villain then said dismissively, waving his hand at something. That was all the warning that any of them got before a bulking, horrifying monster was suddenly behind Aizawa. The man didn't even have a chance as it lashed out. All Izuku and Azui could do was sit there, hiding behind a rock and stare in horror as their teacher got beaten to the ground. The sound of bones getting crushed and snapping in half would forever haunt Izuku's worst nightmares. Izuku's blood ran cold and he couldn't move, he couldn't breath dash, he couldn't do anything. And for once, every single voice in his head seemed to scream the same thing. He's gonna die. When Izuku finally found his voice, all he could let out was a terrified, quiet, "no," followed by a sob. Beside him, Azui said something, just as quietly. But Izuku didn't hear her over the sound in his ears. The hand villain was walking toward Shoyuta, a hand reaching out, and all Izuku could see was dust, and he had to do something dash. Before he had time to even think, Izuku jumped over the rock they had been hiding behind and rushed towards Shoyuta. He wasn't gonna make it, he was too slow, too weak, too useless dash. Heart pounding like crazy and feet thundering against the pavement, Izuku didn't even notice as green lightning started to flow around his limbs. Reaching out a hand, Izuku let out a desperate, "Dad!" causing the villains to stop and gaining their attention. The next thing Izuku knew, the hand villain was reaching out for him instead. But Izuku had no way to stop him or dodge in time. He foolishly closed his eyes and braced himself. "I'm sorry, dash." A hand closed around his arm and he flinched, ready for the pain. But nothing happened? Izuku heard the villain mutter something and he opened his eyes to see the teen reaching back his hand, before they turned around to look at the ground. "You really are the coolest, Eraserhead," the villain said, and Izuku followed his gaze, only to SCK in a violent breath when he met Shuta's wide, red eyes, staring at them. For a moment, time slowed down. And all Izuku could think in that moment was about how terrified Shoyuta looked and how much he wished to never see so much pain and regret in those eyes ever again. But then, the monster moved and a loud bang echoed throughout the building, as it slammed down Shuta's head into the ground. Izuku's eyes widened and his heart stopped at the sight of of Shuta's blood, spilling across the pavement. Panicked, Izuku pushed the hand villain away and reached out again, intending to shoot his capture weapon at the monster and drag him away from Shoyuta. But instead of fabric, black tendrils appeared and did exactly that, only much stronger than any scarf could ever hope to be. The tendrils wrapped around the villain and with a growl, Izuku tugged hard, getting the villain away from his family. Izuku barely registered Daigoro's shocked gasp, or the burning pain shooting through his arms, or even how the monster went flying to the other side of the plaza. No, he was way too busy running towards Shuta's side, checking for a pulse and begging to whatever was listening that he wasn't too late. "Please dash, I can't lose any more dash, please." He only let himself breathe again once he felt the pulse. It was weak and faint, but it was there. Shoyuta was still alive. Distantly, he heard the vestiges screaming at him, pulling at his brain and telling him to get up. "You!" The villain snarled, grabbing Izuku's arms in a four-fingered grip, pulling him to his feet and making him turn around to look at him. Izuku hadn't even noticed the villain getting closer, danger sense having been weirdly absent for a while now. "Don't ignore me, you brat dash." "Why?" Izuku growled, his expression turning into a snarl as he cut the teen off. "Huh? Why are you doing this? Planning to kill All Might? Killing Eraserhead?" Killing kids? Why? Izuku repeated, glaring at the villain, an anger like he had never felt before burning in his chest. Did I need a reason? The villain said, sounding genuinely confused and only adding fuel to the fire that was Izuku's rage. Izuku grit his teeth. Yes, you need a goddamn reason. He yelled, throwing his free hand up into the air. Izuku! Nana scolded. Don't interrogate him. She hissed, appearing next to them and putting her hands up in front of Izuku, trying to get the boy to calm down. It's okay, Hikage cut in, my quirk isn't detecting any danger. But Izuku listen. Right now he's not planning to attack Dash. But you still have to be careful. We don't want him to get too mad Too mad? Too f***ing mad? Why the hell should I care how the villain feels after he did that to Shoyuda? He needs to pay Dash. Izuku! Yoichi scolded loudly, making Izuku flinch. We know you are furious Dash, believe us, we are too. But now is not the time to let your emotions control you. You need to calm down. Despite the burning rage in his chest, Izuku knew they had a point and he listened. With great difficulty, Izuku took a deep, shuddering breath, begging his raging emotions to go away so he could think. Then he turned back to the teen, who was just creepily standing there. Why are you doing this? Izuku repeated coldly, glaring right at the villain. The teen paused and looked him up and down. And then, to Izuku's frustration, the BSTRD laughed. He laughed like Izuku had just told him a great joke, before removing the disgusting hand covering his face and smiling way too widely at him. Wow, you really are no ordinary NPC. I can definitely see the resemblance now, the teen chuckled, his smile turning manic. I'm surprised you're here. But glad we found you. He's gonna be so happy when we bring you back. Izuku had already figured out who this teen was, considering the glaring obvious red shoes and the destructive quirk. But that didn't mean he still wasn't a bit disturbed at the fact he had apparently gone shoe shopping with a villain. And also, what the hell was he talking about? Izuku swallowed thickly. Who Dash? He started to ask, only to get interrupted by another villain, the one with the teleportation quirk, showing up right next to them. Shigaraki, the mist villain said, I'm afraid that one of the students managed to escape. Heroes will arrive here shortly. At the mention of the villain's name, Izuku felt the vestiges freeze inside of him. And he felt, more than heard, Yoichi gasp, confusion, panic and grief overflowing their mind. Damn it Kurojiiri, the villain Dash, Shigaraki swore. Oh well, change of plans I guess. As long as we bring back this guy, he said, grip tightening on Izuku's arm and making him wince, it will all be worth it, Shigaraki chuckled. Izuku felt his stomach drop at those words, panic settling in his chest. But before we go, how about we kill some hero brats for All Might to find, Shigaraki hummed, putting the hand mask back over his face. With no further warning, Shigaraki turned around and with his free hand he reached for Azui, who had at some point moved closer and was hiding behind one of the nearby rocks. Izuku's eyes widened and he finally felt himself able to move again, twisting Shigaraki's arm to get out of his grip and flipping him over his shoulder. Shigaraki groaned and stood up. What the F was that for Dash? He started to say, furious red eyes looking at him and danger sense kicking in. Izuku braced himself, taking a stance and growling while he faced the villain, with Azui and Shoyuda behind him. But then, before anyone could move, another bang echoed throughout the building, making them all stop in their tracks. This time, the bang was coming from the entrance of the building and Izuku felt himself almost collapsing with relief when he saw All Might enter the... Izuku barely registered what was happening before he was suddenly standing several feet away from where he had just been. Azui was close by his side, looking just as confused as Izuku was feeling. In front of them, All Might was standing tall, holding an unconscious Shoyuda in his arms. And the man looked furious. All Might turned to look at Izuku and Azui. Are you two all right? He asked, voice and posture tense. They both nodded shakingly. Good. Please take Aizawa back to the entrance. And don't worry. I am here now, the man said, his booming voice echoing around them and reverberating with their very souls. Beside him, Izuku saw Azui tearing up and he felt himself doing the same, rubbing at his eyes before he shakingly reached out to carry Aizawa, shooting his hero a tearful smile. Not even a moment later, the villain was marching towards them, yelling some bullshit about killing All Might, and also taking the green-haired brat back with them. At those words, Izuku saw All Might tense even more. All Might dash, Izuku began to say, only to get cut off by the hero raising a hand, silencing him. Go, All Might growled, giving them both and Aizawa one last look before charging forward. For a moment, Izuku couldn't move, frozen in place as he again watched one of his dads rush headfirst into danger. He was coming to realize that he really didn't like it. Let's go, Karo, Azui croaked out, tugging at Izuku's uniform and getting him back to reality. Alright, Izuku answered shakingly, shifting his hold on Aizawa's arm and making his way towards the exit. Together with Azui. Not even halfway to the stairs, Izuku had to stop, his blood running cold as pure terror filled his very being. Toshi, no! Nana cried out, her form flickering violently next to them and making Izuku stop to follow her gaze. All Might dash, Toshi was in trouble. The villains had him trapped and were lowering him into the portal. They were planning to dash, they were gonna dash. Izuku's breathing quickened and he felt his whole body wanting to move, to run and to help. But he also couldn't leave Shoyuta. As if hearing his prayers, Uraraka and Sato came running down the stairs towards them. Making a quick decision, Izuku shot an apologetic glance at Azui, who was looking at him with a "don't do it" expression. I'm sorry Dash, I have to dash, please look after him, Izuku stammered, before he got out from under Aizawa and took off, barely noticing his three classmates yelling after him. Izuku's feet thundered against the concrete, his heart threatening to burst out of his chest as he once again rushed towards the monsters planning to kill his dads. But no matter how fast he ran, he wasn't gonna make it, he needed to be faster, he needed to be stronger. Green lightning suddenly sparked and coursed all across his body and he charged forward, but it wasn't enough dash. He wouldn't get there in time dash. Reaching out, he called on the power he had felt before, begging it to come forward and feeling like crying when nothing happened dash. And instead of running towards Toshi, a portal appeared in his way and was ready to send him God knows where, and he had failed dash. It all happened in a blur after that. One moment, Izuku was staring at a certain doom. Then the next thing he knew, he was surrounded by Kaken, Todoroki and Kirishima, all fighting and helping All Might turn the tables on the villains. Izuku got up from where he had fallen over and tried to take a step forward to stand next to All Might, only to flinch when he finally noticed the various bruises decorating his body. Even though he hadn't used it to attack anything, it seemed like that small moment of full cowl while running was enough to damage his body this much, rendering him useless. And All Might, with his time limit, seemed to be in a similar state. The hero was currently bluffing to get them to leave, and Izuku grit his teeth and stood up straighter, begging that the villains not call their bluff. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was swearing up a storm. No. This isn't how it was supposed to go. The villain then turned to Izuku, glaring at him. What are you just standing there for? Let's go. Shigaraki told him sternly, as if he was expecting Izuku to just waltz right over and come with them. Izuku paled and took a step back, shaking his head in mute horror. Shigaraki took a step towards him and danger sense activated in his mind. But then, bullets rang through the air, shooting Shigaraki before the mist villain dragged the teen towards a portal, telling him they needed to leave. The last thing Izuku saw was furious red eyes staring at him. We'll be back, Shigaraki snarled. And with that, they were gone. As soon as the portal closed, Izuku collapsed to the ground. Even though Izuku was pretty sure that nothing had broken during the fight, he could still feel his whole body bruised from overusing his quirk. But he barely felt the pain anymore. Neither did he register the wall cementos put around him and Toshi, shielding them from the other students' eyes. In a cloud of smoke, Toshi shrunk back into his true form and walked over to him. Are you all right, my boy? Toshi asked him gently, kneeling down next to him and laying a bony hand on Izuku's shoulder. Like a dam breaking, Izuku drew in a sharp breath and he threw himself forward, latching onto Toshi tightly and crying into his chest. I'm sorry Dash, I wasn't strong enough Dash, I couldn't do anything. I'm so sorry that you and Shoyuta got hurt dash. I'm sorry Dad. I'm so sorry dash, Izuku cried, his voice cracking and throat hurting as he sobbed his heart out. With trembling arms, Toshi hugged him back just as tightly and buried his face in Izuku's unruly hair. It's all right, my boy. I'm sorry for not being here for you. It's okay now. It's okay. Toshinori POV. There wasn't much that scared Toshinori. Or well, that wasn't entirely true. In truth, he was scared of a lot of things. Like spiders. Or small, closed-off spaces. Or God forbid, Gran Torino. But those were all just normal fears that scared him. Nothing like that could measure what he had felt today. Because today, he had been terrified. In just one short moment, Toshinori had almost lost everything. His husband almost died. Their kids almost died. And it would have been all his fault for not being there when they needed him the most. The thing was, Toshinori had thought he had more time this morning. He hadn't even used up 2 hours by the time he reached the school. So he should have had plenty of time for him to still attend the trip. But when he arrived at UA, collapsing by the gate and coughing up blood, he became aware of his fatal error. One for all was leaving him. And it was doing it so much faster than he or anyone else had anticipated. This morning, he believed he had done the right thing to stop and help the civilians in danger. But now, not for the first time, Toshinori was questioning himself and his actions. He couldn't have known. The quirk had felt fine just a few days ago. But that didn't matter. Because whether he knew about it or not, the fact remained that he had indirectly put his husband in the hospital. As well as endangered all of their kids. And oh god dash, their kid dash Midoriya. The villains had tried to take his boy with them. Just the thought of how close they had been to succeeding made Toshinori's blood run cold. And the things they had said were confusing at best and horrifying at worst. He didn't want to doubt Midoriya. But the villains had acted like they somehow knew each other. Or at least they seemed to know him. Only 1 week into UA and for some reason, his successor had already become a target to this previously unknown league of villains. And he had no idea why they were after him. But the thought of them taking young Midoriya terrified him. But right now, he couldn't ask his student about any of this, even if he wanted to. Because ever since his breakdown where the kid had called him dad of all things dash, the kid had gone mute and was mostly unresponsive. And as much as Toshinori had dreamed of the day young Midoriya would call him dad dash. Right now, he couldn't even bring himself to feel the least bit happy. Not when his kid sat next to him outside the USJ, curled up by Toshinori's side, gripping his hand in a vice grip and staring at the ground with blank, unseeing eyes. And Toshinori had no idea what to do to help him. So, feeling helpless, he just sat there with his student, an arm across the smaller boy's shoulders while the medics looked over them both and they waited for Detective Tsukachi to arrive. He noticed a few of the other students were giving Toshinori curious and even suspicious looks. But he just waved at them, telling them that he was a family friend of Midoriya who was working at the UA staff. Thankfully, that seemed to be good enough and no one questioned him after that. Though young Bakugu was staring at him with clear suspicion in his eyes, looking between him and the hurt boy curled up by his side. It was to be expected after all, if their families were as close as it seemed, that Bakugu would see through his lie. But as long as the boy didn't call him out in it, it should be fine. So Toshinori tried to ignore the death glare as much as he could, instead looking out at the rustling of medics and heroes. He kept glancing at the ambulance where they were looking after Shoyuta, worry tying knots in his stomach. He really wanted to go with his husband. But until he left a statement, he wasn't allowed to leave the premises. And he wasn't sure he could leave Midoriya right now anyway. Not while his boy was in this state. With a heavy heart he watched the ambulance drive off. Please be alright Sho, he thought, guilt and regret laying heavily in his chest. As if sensing his worry, Midoriya leaned more against him, one of his bruised hands giving Toshinori's own a squeeze. But when Toshinori looked down, Midoriya was still not looking at him, instead staring blankly at the ground. Toshinori sighed and hugged the boy closer, squeezing his shoulder with one hand and holding his hand with the other, being mindful of all the bruises covering the boy's small body. They sat in silence until Tsukachi finally arrived. By then, Midoriya had started to come back and was blankly looking around the area, though he was still keeping a death grip on Tashinori's hand. Midoriya Izuku, I presume? I'm sorry, but I'm gonna need to ask you some questions. Tsukachi said gently, kneeling down in front of Tashinori and Midoriya. The boy nodded numbly, his gaze turning back to the ground. Tsukachi sent Tashinori a worried glance, and all Tashinori could do was return a sad look of his own. He was still not used to this and he was feeling so useless. Truth was he needed Shoyuta. All right, please let me know if it becomes too much, Tsukachi said softly, turning back to look at Midoriya. One of your classmates, Aizawa, told me you were talking to one of the villains. And she also told me he seemed to know you. Can you tell me what you were talking about and how you know him? Izuku swallowed and ducked his head further, hiding it slightly against Toshi's side. I met him once before. But I didn't know he was a villain, the boy stammered, every word sounding like they caused him physical pain to force out. Tashinori frowned and rubbed a hand against the boy's trembling shoulder, holding him closer. When and where did you meet? Tsukachi asked. The day after the entrance exam. In a store. Buying shoes. We both needed Quirkless shoes and there was only one pair left. He, helped me convince the cashier to go and look for an extra pair and then after I paid, I left quickly. And you haven't seen him after that? No. And you have no idea why he apparently wanted you to go with him today? Tashinori's stomach turned at that question, feeling sick. I have no idea, the kid sobbed, the sound heartbreaking. Midoriya was trembling like a leaf while holding on to Tashinori like he would die if he let go. I see, Tsukachi answered with a sigh, looking like he wanted to ask more but holding himself back. The man ran a hand through his hair and frowned. Could you please tell me a lie? Huh. Midoriya said, the question seemingly catching him off guard. Just any lie. For example, what color is your hair? Wrong answers only, Tsukachi explained gently. Oh, purple? Midoriya said hesitantly, leaning back so he could look at the detective and wiping away some of the tears. Tsukachi's shoulders visibly relaxed and he smiled at Midoriya. Thank you. Well, it seems like my quirk works and you have been nothing but honest so far. So we can rule out you working together with those villains. Midoriya flinched back as if he had been slapped and Tashinori recoiled at the accusation. Tsukachi! Tashinori hissed, his grip tightening around his successor protectively. Calm down. Right now, everyone is a suspect. And the fact is, the villains want something with Midoriya. That is undeniable. I simply wanted to be sure he was innocent in all of this. Midoriya suddenly tensed next to him, muttering something. Midoriya? Tashinori asked, rustling his shoulder gently. The boy paled and he turned towards Tashinori with wide, terrified eyes. His name is Shigaraki. Huh? Toshi asked, wondering if he had missed something. All Might that villain his name is Shigaraki. That's Yoichi's, the first user's, last name. And also his brother's all for one's last name. Not to mention, the villain he uses quirkless shoes. Despite having a quirk. The boy was now near hysterics, his voice high-pitched in his panic. Tashinori's eyes widened. You don't think I have no idea Midoriya stressed, clutching a hand to his head as if in pain, but the vestiges are freaking out. Sheet. As soon as Tashinori was discharged by Recovery Girl, he rushed home to pack some things for Shoyuta and to go and visit him at the hospital. He felt bad about not walking young Midoriya home, considering the amount of damage the boy had taken and how tired he probably was after he got healed. But his student had insisted that Tashinori go home and had stressed he would be fine, even promising to have Netsu accompanying him until someone picked him up. So, feeling almost sick with worry, he hurried home, wanting to get to the hospital as soon as possible. He tried not to think about the villains. Tried to not think about how his arch-nemesis could very much still be out there. Or how that vile villain could have managed to produce a son. No, he tried not to think about any of it. Because right now, he needed to get to Shoyuta. His husband needed him. All of the other things could wait. While packing, he didn't even notice Broccoli coming home. But it didn't take long before the kitten made his presence known to him. Because the whole time while he was packing, Toshinori kept almost tripping over Broccoli, who was running around his feet, meowing insistently at him and trying to climb him. "Not now, Broccoli. I need to go meet Shoyuta. He was very hurt today," he tried to explain, but the kitten didn't care and just continued getting in his way, even going so far as to jump into the bag he was trying to pack. "Broccoli, no," Toshinori sighed, pinching his nose before lifting the kitten out and closing the bag. He was kneeling down to put on his shoes when he felt something jump up on his back and he groaned, resting his forehead against his knee. "Broccoli, I need to go," he groaned, trying to reach back for the kitten. But the cat kept avoiding him. "I don't have time for this." When he finally managed to grab the cat, he lifted him up into the air and held him at an arm's length. Broccoli struggled and meowed at him, looking miserable. Toshinori felt his heart clench painfully at the sight and he hugged the cat close to his chest. "It's okay, little one. I know you're worried but you can't come with me," he explained softly, petting the cat. Broccoli meowed again, looking up at him through wide and pleading green eyes. That I guess I could call and ask the hospital if it's okay?" he suggested hesitantly. Immediately, Broccoli's ears perked up and he purred loudly, earning a watery smile from Toshi. Fine, I'll call them. But no promises. If they say no animals, then that means you can't come. Okay." Broccoli didn't answer and just kept staring at him, until Toshi sighed and picked up the phone. "Central Hospital speaking," the monotone voice of the receptionist answered. Hello. My husband Eraserhead, civilian name Aizawa Shoyuta, was badly injured and I was just about to head over to see him. But I was wondering what your policy surrounding animals at the hospital is." "Sorry sir, pro-hero or not, no pets allowed." Toshi glanced down at the kitten, who was still watching him with pleading eyes. "I understand but it's a young, quirked cat, ma'am. And he's really worried about his family member being hurt." There was a pause. "It has a quirk?" she asked, sounding shocked, yet curious. "Yes. It is confirmed that he has an intelligence quirk and is believed to have the same awareness of a human child. And again, he is really worried." "Hold on a moment," the receptionist said. There was some rustling at the other side, along with hushed voices. "All right, you may bring him. But don't walk around the hospital unnecessarily. Only visit your family member and don't bring him to any other departments." "Of course, thank you, ma'am." And with that, they hung up. Toshi sighed and put his phone away. "Looks like you're going to visit the hospital," he said, glancing down at the kitten. Broccoli purred loudly and bumped his head against Toshi's chin, causing him to chuckle. Yes, let's go. But you gotta stay close to me, all right? No running off on your own or you might get kicked out."